LoveLore Library. Chapter 251. Is there something wrong with my eyes? When Ryudo pushed Dunya in front of him, most of the audience could not help but rub their eyes as if they were hallucinating. How is this possible? The B-class fighter, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu expert Gugger, had challenged Ryudo, but the extreme Dao master had pushed the little loli next to him out. Is he crazy? What the hell is this? If Ryudo had pushed out a burly man or a powerhouse who looked fierce, everyone could still understand his actions. But this little loli with long white hair. Is she really not here to be a cheerleader? Although there was no lack of petite fighters in the battle arena of the River of Sai, this kind of loli-type fighter seemed to have never appeared before. Therefore, after realizing what Ryudo had said, Gugger's face lit up with anger. He frowned and said, "Are you insulting me? You want me to fight against a little girl?" Based on. Perhaps because he was too angry, Gugger could not help but point at Dunya as he spoke. However, it was this finger that made this B-class fighter lose the chance to fight against Ryudo. Although Dunya was obedient in front of Ryudo, she was a northern bear with a bad temper. How could she tolerate strangers pointing at her in front of her? Just as Gugger pointed at Dunya, she tilted her body slightly and took a step forward. In the next second, she appeared 3 meters away. She was so fast that Ryudo almost could not react in time. Then, the girl stepped forward and threw out her palm. Her slender palm pressed down with a strong force that broke through the air and pressed against Gugger's abdomen. Pfft. At that moment, Gugger felt as if his abdomen had been hit by a heavy hammer. His body unconsciously bent forward like a cooked shrimp, and his head fell naturally. Go to hell. After the disdainful expression on his face fell, Dunya flipped her right palm up in a continuous movement. She closed her 5 fingers together and bent her palm slightly, clasping it against Gugger's chin. At the same time, she stomped her right foot on the ground. When her palm clasped upward, power rose from the bottom of the girl's feet and flowed through her body. It then flowed through her slender palm to Gugger's chin. Saito-ryu Palea Martial Art, Baron Lightning Hand. After she clasped her palm, Gugger's body rose up in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes as if he had jumped high on the ground. He rose more than 2 meters in the air. A sharp-eyed person would even be able to tell that Gyuj's had already lost focus and his body had stiffened when he was blasted into the air. He had lost consciousness on the spot. Thump. When his burly figure fell to the ground in an extremely unsightly posture, the crowd finally realized what had happened. Am I? This little loli actually sent Gugger flying with a single palm and knocked him unconscious. Dunya's smooth series of moves was extremely stunning. Even the flower merchant at the side couldn't help but clap his hands. Beautiful. As expected of the successor of the Saito-ryu Palea martial arts. Although she wasn't a master, she was already quite skilled. As an information broker who sold information, the flower merchant naturally knew how the Saito-ryu Guild Hall started, and what kind of martial arts system that clan was most proficient in. On the surface, the Saito-ryu Guild Hall seemed to be an all-inclusive mixed martial arts hall. In the gymnasium, whether it was the modern martial arts such as karate, judo, kickboxing, kendo, aikido, or aikido, or the ancient martial arts such as the art of war, the art of war, the art of war, the art of water, the art of bone, the art of spear, and the art of jiu-jitsu, they all had a deep understanding of them. However, these were only martial arts that were taught to ordinary students. The core, Saito-ryu Palea martial arts, was the highest mystery that only the direct descendants of the clan could learn. According to the flower merchant's knowledge, the essence of the Saito-ryu Palea martial arts was a set of ancient martial arts system that was built with the bone arts as the core. The so-called bone technique was said to be a martial skill that had been passed down for more than 1,000 years. It was known as the country's oldest fish technique. However, compared to martial skills, this might be more inclined towards a kind of concept, a concept that allowed one's body to be used in various flexible ways. Just like the ground shrinking technique that Dunya used to quickly get close to others and move as if she was gliding, it was the core of the bone arts. This kind of footwork was extremely fast, and it was extremely subtle when adjusting the center of gravity. It would give people the illusion that the ground was shortened, hence the name. It was said that after the earliest Saito-ryu master learned the bone arts, he added in the essence of many other martial arts schools. This slowly formed the current Saito-ryu Paleo martial arts. The strength of the system was not inferior to Ryudo's Furamaki-style martial arts. When Dunya finished off Gyuj with one palm, the huge battle arena suddenly became silent. After all, everyone was shocked by this cute little loli. They could not imagine that her slender body actually contained such powerful strength and superb technique. Ignorant bastard. You think you can fight Long Do on your own? You are still a few hundred years away. Looking at the guy that fell on the ground, Dunya slowly raised her left hand and made a friendly middle finger gesture. It was not that Dunya looked down on her opponent, but her opponent looked down on her first. Serves him right, humph. But after Gyuj was directly put on the ground, this sudden challenge naturally came to an end. Next, it was Dunya's turn to officially fight. Ladies and gentlemen, the next battle will be between the newcomer of the C-class group, Silver Violent Bear, Saito Dunya against Thai Tiger Park In-young. Please stay in your seats, the battle will start soon. However, when the host announced the name of the little loli, the audience suddenly had a feeling of realization. So that's how it is, she is the daughter of Saito Takahiro. No wonder she dares to come here at such a young age. She must be from a martial arts family. That's for sure. How can a woman that can catch the eyes of Boss Tong be an ordinary person? But Boss Taste is a bit too immature. Will he be arrested by the police? For a time, the audience in the arena began a heated discussion about the newcomer, Dunya. But from their words, they no longer dared to look down on her. What a joke, the B-class fighter Gyuj was already carried out on a stretcher. To be able to put down the B-class fighter in one go, Dunya's strength was already beyond doubt. Who would dare to look down on her? Looking for death. But just when everyone's attention was focused on the cage, the flower merchant sitting in the audience seats discussed other things with Ryudo. You just said you have something to discuss with me. Is it something that even you can't solve? When Ryudo took the wine glass from the flower merchant, he gently took a sip of the aged wine and then asked with a smile. As the boss of the Sai River Plain, although on the surface he was just an information broker, he was also considered a big shot in the underground world. There were not many things that he could not solve by himself. Indeed there is. Have you seen this thing before? This fat and greasy-looking man nodded and took out an unremarkable piece of paper from his pocket. It was a piece of paper that was only as thick as a finger. It looked like it was made by folding a piece of paper together. It could even be called a child's toy. This is. But when Ryudo took the piece of paper, he slightly frowned because he already smelled the strange smell from the paper. It was the disgusting smell of paper anesthetic mixed with greed. Paper anesthetic, Rue Hui had mentioned this thing to Ryudo before. It was a contraband product made by soaking paper in anesthetic and letting the anesthetic be absorbed by the paper before drying it. In the headquarters of Psychedelic Saburo, which had been destroyed by Long Do and his men, there were all kinds of anesthetics, and he had seen the most powerful one, which was called Hell Butterfly. Although it had been a while, Ryudo could still clearly remember the terrifying changes that happened to Pangasutra after consuming the Hell Butterfly. It could be described as, I don't want to be a human anymore. But at this time, why did the flower merchant take out a piece of paper anesthetic? You usually don't touch this kind of thing. Where did this thing come from? In fact, after the Psychedelic Saburo was destroyed by you, this kind of lousy stuff has become very difficult to buy. But in the past few days, this kind of special paper anesthetic has appeared in the underground market. After taking it, the body will be greatly strengthened. What? Hearing the flower merchant's words, Ryudo's mind flashed back to Pangasutra's red and swollen face, as well as his crazily inflated muscles. Speaking of which, the previous Hell Butterfly was a unique product that the Saburo brothers accidentally bought from someone else. It wasn't a product that they produced. Therefore, the origin of the Hell Butterfly was still unknown. According to Rue Huey's speculation, the Hell Butterfly might be related to the Heavenly Eye Group's pharmaceutical department. But speculation was just speculation. At least until now, there was no direct evidence pointing to that group of people. And after a few months, Ryudo gradually forgot about this matter. But he didn't expect to see something similar in the arena today. The scariest thing was that according to the flower merchant, this thing had actually started to circulate in the underground world. Doesn't this mean, you should understand right, Ryudo-kun? The flower merchant slowly took out a cigar and lit it up. After taking a deep breath, he said seriously, if this thing were to circulate in large quantities, it would only cause chaos in the world. It might even spread to the surface world. I can't allow this to happen. Speaking until here, the boss of the Sai River Plain underground world couldn't help but coldly snort. His words were filled with biting cold killing intent. Chapter 252. Although in the eyes of many, the flower merchant of Sai was a typical gangster without any sense of social responsibility, that was not the case. Because he was the boss of the underground world, the flower merchant paid more attention to rules and order. In his eyes, this was one of the necessary conditions for the survival of the underground world led by the Sai River Plain. Back when Psychedelic Saburo was still around, those trashy organizations were selling anesthetics everywhere. Flower merchants didn't care at all, because those people who bought and took drugs were a bunch of scumbags who didn't deserve any sympathy. They bought and took drugs from Psychedelic San Lang, but in the end, they only harmed themselves and made their deaths more ugly. It had nothing to do with the flower merchant. He was not a police officer, so he could not care about this kind of thing. But this time, the paper anesthetics that appeared in the underground market were different. This paper anesthetics would cause one's strength to increase exponentially after consumption. Moreover, it would cause one to lose consciousness and become violent and aggressive. It was like turning into a mad dog. Normal anesthetics would be fine in any way. At most, it would cause those trashy people to die faster. But if this paper anesthetics were to be widely circulated, the entire society would be in chaos. The meaning was completely different. When the society was in chaos, the underground world would be in turmoil and pressure from all sides would increase. The first to suffer would naturally be the group led by the flower merchant and Ryudo. Therefore, as the boss of the underground world, the flower merchant would definitely not allow this to happen. Ryudo naturally understood this logic. Therefore, he took a sip of wine and sneered, "Where did these things come from? Tell me, I'll deal with it." Ryudo knew that the flower merchant must have discussed this matter with him because he had found the source of the paper anesthetics. However, the other party might have a strong background and he could not deal with it himself. He needed to borrow Ryudo's power. "Have you heard of the name Yingjili Pharmaceutical Company? Yingjili? Never heard of it. Did they do this? I can't be sure at the moment. But after my informant infiltrated yesterday, he quickly lost contact. Most importantly, this pharmaceutical company is backed by a company that you are very familiar with. They are very suspicious. A company that I am very familiar with. Could it be the Heavenly Eye Group, or rather, the pharmaceutical department of the Heavenly Eye Group? This pharmaceutical company is a company under them. I see. It's you again, I am. Hearing this, Ryuto smiled as if he had met an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. He had heard from Rue Hui that there were several large drug research bases under the pharmaceutical department of the Tianmu Group. Presumably, this Yingjili pharmaceutical company was one of them. If the paper anesthetic named Hell Butterfly was really developed by the Heavenly Eye Group, then this Yingjili pharmaceutical company must be the culprit behind the distribution of the paper anesthetic. There was no doubt about it. However, just as the flower merchant and Long Do were discussing the matter of the paper anesthetic, the battle in the iron cage not far away was gradually coming to an end. Ha! In the metal cage, the Thai tiger, Park In-young's right leg was lifted up with his hip joint as the axis. His hands were clenched into fists on the side of his body. When his thigh was slightly raised, his joints were pushed forward, and he kicked towards Dunya. His movements were smooth and beautiful. Since this taekwondo master had his balls removed a few months ago, he felt that his kicking movements had become smoother. His crotch felt light without any obstruction. This feeling was like being stabbed by a needle. Although Park In-young's kick was fast and ruthless, it wasn't a big problem for the current Dunya. The girl's body tilted back slightly, and at the same time, she stomped on the ground and used the reaction force of the ground to quickly retreat backward. She avoided the opponent's ferocious kick by a small distance. If it was a normal battle, Dunya would definitely take the blow head-on. However, before coming to the River of Sai fighting arena, Ryuto had deliberately told her to get used to dodging with nimble movements and try not to take the blow head-on like him. The reason why Ryuto could take most of the attacks head-on was mainly because he had copper skin mastery and iron bone mastery. Even bullets might not be able to penetrate his body, so he didn't care about most of the attacks. Dunya, on the other hand, was different. Although she was born with high muscle density, this level of defensive ability was not enough to support such a head-on fighting style, at least not when it came to sharp weapons. Especially when she was fighting against those despicable fellows in the fighting arena. Like hiding knives in their butts, steel wires in their wrists, sulfuric acid bombs in their mouths, and so on, if Dunya was used to taking the blows head-on, sooner or later, she would be unlucky to be hit by these tricks. Moreover, Dunya's body was petite, and the Saito-style paleo martial arts also included the ground shrinking technique. It would be a pity if she didn't train her dodging ability properly. Therefore, it was time to start correcting her fighting style. However, not knowing if it was because she wasn't familiar with dodging yet, when she finished dodging backward, Dunya's petite body staggered a little, as if she had lost her balance because of her impatient dodging action. She actually dodged my attack at the risk of losing her balance. It's over. After discovering this situation, how could Park In-young, who had decades of combat experience, let go of this opportunity? Therefore, this Thai tiger immediately took a step forward, swiftly lifting his leg over his head, a powerful downward chop aimed directly at Dunya's head. The power behind this chop was extraordinary. If it were to land, it would at least cause a concussion and faint on the spot. An ordinary person might even die. Very good, I fell for it. But at the instant Park In-young lifted his leg to chop towards her, Dunya's body tilted to the side like a ghost, appearing at the side of Park In-young with an incomprehensible movement pattern. Furthermore, her fist landed right in the middle of his body. Looking at her fluid movements, she didn't look like someone who had just lost her balance. Obviously, that scene was just a young girl's acting. Furamaki-style martial arts, Tiger Fall. The swift and violent fist landed directly on Park In-young's chest. The ultimate skill, Tiger Fall, that she had learned from Ryuto exploded on the spot, causing this Thai tiger to suddenly stop in place. Following that, the young girl leapt up, her palm aimed at Park In-young's face, as if she wanted to blast his brain out. However, Dunya's Tiger Fall was still not practiced enough. The time she stopped was too short, causing Park In-young to raise his arm at the last moment to block this palm that contained boundless strength. Bang! Gotcha! When this seemingly light palm landed on Park In-young's arm, he felt as if his arm had been chopped by a battle axe that weighed over 100 kilograms. A sharp pain immediately seeped into his bone marrow, and a crisp cracking sound could be heard from his arm. What kind of strength is this? Is this little girl a monster? After fighting in the arena for so long, Park In-young had already trained his arm, which was specially designed to withstand attacks, to be incomparably tough. Even if he was hit with a metal rod, it would be difficult to injure him. However, Dunya had only used a simple palm to shatter the bones in his arm, causing him to lose all ability to fight. Not good, not good. If this continues, I will lose. How can I lose to such a little girl? He immediately retreated a few steps, and when he reached the edge of the iron cage, Park In-young looked at his limp right arm, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. It wasn't that Park In-young had never lost a battle before, but losing to such a lowly was something he could never accept. Thus, he decided to sell his soul to the devil. Thus, when this man was huddled at the edge of the iron cage, he secretly took out a small piece of paper from his sleeve pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. This action was extremely subtle, and on the surface, it looked as if he was wiping the sweat from his mouth, so it didn't attract anyone's attention. Plop! 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 When that small piece of paper entered his mouth, Park In-young could only feel his heart beating like a drum. His body slowly emitted a dense fog, and a strange heat rose from every pore on his body. At the same time, Dunya once again charged towards him, and his small fist hammered towards the abdomen of this tiger. Humph! In the next moment, Park In-young's eyes turned red. He actually extended his undamaged left hand to block Dunya's thunderous punch. What? When her fist was blocked, Dunya couldn't help but widen her eyes. Although this punch didn't look special, the force behind it was incomparably terrifying. How could a taekwondo expert like Park In-young, who mainly fought with his lower body, receive it with a single hand? This abnormal situation naturally attracted Ryudo's attention, and when he saw Park In-young, the rogue analyzer, on his eyes gave him the corresponding information. Originally, this tiger character's attributes were like this: name, Park In-young, age, 38 years old, attributes, intelligence LV2, vitality LV3, courage LV3, insight LV3, charm LV2. All of a sudden, his aura changed. His personal attributes became like this: name, Park In-young, age, 38 years old, attributes, intelligence LV1, vitality LV4, courage LV5, insight LV1, charm LV1. This abnormal change in his body's attributes, Ryudo had seen the exact same situation on Pang Sanlang. His vitality and courage had greatly increased, while his intelligence, insight, and charm had greatly decreased. This also meant that he was in a state of near insanity. In other words, the current Park In-young probably used an anesthetic similar to the Hell's Butterfly, which resulted in the exact same situation as Pang Sanlang. Chapter 253. He he he. Ha 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 ha. At this time, the man in the iron cage suddenly let out a burst of laughter that sounded very creepy. The arm, which was obviously thicker than before, suddenly rose up and firmly pressed down on Dunya's fist, making it impossible for her to move an inch. Oh my God! What's going on? Unknowingly, many parts of Park In-young's body also underwent the same changes, causing the audience to realize that something was wrong with this guy. His height had obviously increased, his neck, legs, and even his torso were obviously thicker. Moreover, his muscles began to bulge out of his clothes, giving the impression that he was suddenly blown up by the wind. Oh! As expected, this kind of anesthetic has really seeped into the battle arena. After seeing the strange changes in the figure in the cage, the flower merchant slightly frowned, but still sat in the same place without moving, as if he was not worried about the situation over there. Before this, there hadn't been any cases of fighters using anesthetics to fight in the arena. However, that didn't mean that it wouldn't happen in the future. For example, Pu Renyong had used that kind of anesthetics today. Actually, if one thought about it carefully, this was to be expected. After all, the biggest benefit of the hell butterfly was that it could make people stronger quickly, and it was a natural attraction for fighters who fought in underground fights here. This was also one of the reasons why the flower merchant wanted to get rid of the anesthetic as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the fighters in the battle arena started to use anesthetic in the middle of a fight, then there would be no way to continue the competition, and it might even become a showcase for the hell butterfly. Flower merchant, is it okay for me to make a move here? After confirming that Park In-young was showing signs of using the hell butterfly, Ryuto slowly stood up from his chair. He clenched his fists, and the joints on his body crackled like beans, clearly a sign that he was ready to make a move. Under normal circumstances, Park In-young would not be Dunya's opponent, but with the hell butterfly buff, that might not be the case. Especially since they were fighting in a cage match, the narrow space was suitable for those with monstrous strength. For Dunya, it could be said that she was in an absolutely disadvantageous position, and if left alone, something bad would definitely happen. As you wish, this is no longer a normal match anyway. The flower merchant made a please gesture to Ryuto, then raised his wine glass and looked at the cage. At this moment, Dunya, who was in the cage, was in the midst of a very difficult struggle. Her slender fist was being held by Park In-young's hand, which was as hard as a rock. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break free, and it was really annoying. In all her life, there were not many opponents who could be on par with Dunya in terms of strength, or even stronger. This was the first time this silver violent bear, who was used to using strength to crush her opponents, felt inferior. But even so, when she felt that Ryuto was walking towards her, Dunya shouted without turning her head, "Don't interfere. I haven't lost yet. This guy's situation is not right, can't you feel it?" "I know, but even so, this guy is still my hunt dash." Dunya originally wanted to say, "This guy is also my hunt dash," but before she could finish her sentence, her petite body suddenly rose into the air. In an instant, she was more than 2 meters in the air. "Oh!" The audience suddenly screamed in surprise, because the mutated Park In-young actually lifted Dunya up with one hand. Furthermore, he lifted her above his head. Generally speaking, lifting a petite loli above one's head was not a difficult task, but the problem was that Dunya's body weighed more than 200 kilograms, and her strength was also very strong. This was fully demonstrated in the previous battle. But in front of the mutated Park In-young, Dunya was as light as a piece of paper. She was lifted above her head with one hand without any resistance, and then violently smashed into the ground in front of her. Boom! Accompanied by a strong muffled sound and an explosion, it sounded at the same time. Dunya's body directly smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Even with the naked eye, one could see the scene of crushed stones and dust flying everywhere. Beautiful. But even so, Ryuto slightly nodded his head. This was because he could clearly see that when Dunya's body was smashed into the ground, she had promptly contracted her muscles to minimize the impact of the smash, causing her to not lose consciousness. So painful, scoundrel. After quickly adjusting her body's condition, Dunya hurriedly rolled to the side, barely dodging Park In-young's stomp that was enough to create a huge crater in the ground. With your figure, when dealing with such a big guy, you have to aim for his knee joint, and first deprive him of his mobility. Seeing that Dunya seemed to want to deal with her opponent alone, Ryuto, who was standing beside the metal cage, reminded her. Although Dunya did not reply, she quickly rushed forward towards the mutated Park In-young's huge hand. The huge fan-like claws that were filled with immense strength swept past, sweeping off a few silver strands from Dunya's forehead. However, the young girl was already beside Park In-young, and her elbow hammered into the monster's knee. Ryuto had also used this tactic in his battle with Pobo Saburo. The bigger the enemy, the more obvious the weakness of the knee joint. This was especially suitable for a small person like Dunya to launch an attack. When Park In-young's knee bent, his entire body unconsciously bent forward in a half-kneeling position. Dunya took advantage of the momentum to step onto the inside of the metal cage, and with an exquisite triangular leap, she was directly above the man's head. The young girl's slender body was light and graceful, but when her two palms pressed down in mid-air, the momentum was incomparably vast. Like a solid mountain, it pressed down on the back of Park In-young's neck. Saitoryu Palea Art, 1,000-kilogram rock fall. As Dunya's palms pressed down from mid-air, they pressed down on the back of Park In-young's neck. Air currents surged from her palms, and at the same time, there was a crisp sound of something being crushed. Plop! When Dunya landed on the ground, the dust had already settled. Park In-young's tall and sturdy body fell forward like a soft noodle, and did not wake up again, breaking the enemy's pivot bone from the back of the neck. Impressive, I seem to have underestimated her. When Dunya used this 1,000-kilogram rock drop, Ryuto couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly, because this was indeed an extremely effective killing technique. The human neck was originally an extremely fragile and fatal weakness, and this 1,000-kilogram rock drop was a technique that focused all of its power on one of the neck joints to break it. As long as it landed, it would be a one-hit kill, and definitely not a hidden technique that could be used carelessly in a match. Such an ingenious technique coupled with Dunya's super strong physique, when her body fell from above, even if Park In-young's neck was as thick as a water buffalo, it would still be broken under this pressure. It had to be said that Dunya was able to grasp such a complicated technique in a short period of time to the point where it could be used in a real battle. This showed that she was really a martial arts genius, and her talent in this aspect was not inferior to Saito. The winner of this match is Silver Violent Bear, Saito Dunya. At the same time, the referee, who was scared half to death by Park In-young's strange behavior, finally regained his senses, and let out an excited and hysterical roar. She actually won. I'm not dreaming, right? Just when everyone saw the huge iron cage rise up, and the petite girl walked out of the iron cage, almost everyone was shocked by this shocking scene, and their scalp tingled, and their body trembled. Even when the enemy had obviously used some illegal methods, he still didn't waver at all. In the end, he relied on his exquisite skills to complete the fatal kill. This was the victory of faith, this was the victory of courage, this was the victory of martial arts, this was the victory of the lowly. So the surrounding audience kept roaring like thunder, and even their hands were red from clapping, and their faces were red as they gave great respect to this little winner. Dunya! Dunya! Long live Princess Dunya! This is actually the result of a fighter in the first match. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Looks like there will be a storm in the arena in the future, ha ha ha, good news, very good news. But no matter how much the surrounding audience cheered, Dunya didn't even look at them, and didn't even bow to pay respect, but instead went straight to Ryuto. How is it? She proudly stuck out her chest, and excitedly laughed. I'm not as bad as you think I am, right? Not bad, I underestimated you, I'm very sorry. Ryuto also reached out and rubbed the little bear's head, and his hand felt as smooth as silk, and his nose could smell the fragrance of vodka. It was hard to imagine that such a cute little loli could actually break someone's neck without hesitation. After the dust of this match settled, Ryuto brought Dunya back to the florist's office. Those three guys are. But just as Ryuto stepped out of the elevator, three familiar figures appeared in front of him. The three of them were wearing the same trench coat and sunglasses, and they looked like they didn't walk the path of the common people. It was obvious at a glance that they were different from the normal people on the surface. Back to the topic. The florist also explained in a timely manner, this time, the mission to investigate the Yingjili pharmaceutical company is quite dangerous, so I tried my best to find a few helpers for you. I don't think you need me to introduce these three, right? Indeed, I don't need you to introduce them. We've been through life and death with this little brother, right? In this slightly dark underground passage, the leader of the Amon clan, Amon Ichi, slowly walked over and extended his hand of friendship to Ryudo. Chapter 254. In Tokyo's underground world, there were many dark dwellers living in the dark. Many of these dark dwellers had even met Ryudo before, which was to say, they had chased after him and Dunya. For example, the three Amon brothers standing in front of him were known as the world's #1 assassin family. The eldest of the three, Amon Kazuyoshi, also practiced the tomahawk assassination technique. He specialized in using a tomahawk to assassinate. The second brother, Jiro Amon, specialized in the submachine gun assassination technique. He had a miniature submachine gun in his hand that could kill gods and Buddhas. The third brother, Amon Sango, was even more amazing. His rocket launcher assassination technique subverted the concept of assassination and turned it into a battle technique. But in Long Do's opinion, the founder of the Amon clan must have been seriously ill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught his three apprentices to be like this. It was a complete disgrace to the Hitman clan. But he still smiled and shook hands with Kazuyoshi and said with a smile, "Seeing the three of you, I feel that you are very reliable." Although the occupation of the three Amon brothers and their style of doing things was somewhat different, it was undeniable that the strength of these three Amon brothers was very strong. Other than Boss Ichiya, both Jiro and Sano had killed Ryudo once. That kind of professional assassin's sharp sense of smell, agile hands, and shameless assassination techniques were indeed hard to guard against. "Ah! Aren't you that tomahawk uncle?" Just when Ryudo shook hands with Kazuyoshi, Dunya also recognized this tomahawk uncle. "Yo, kid, I saw your match just now. You played really well." At this time, Kazuyoshi turned to Dunya and nodded with a tone of praise. Normally, Kazuyoshi looked very kind, but when she remembered the night when he chased after Ryudo and Dunya with two tomahawks, Dunya couldn't help but shiver. So she quietly asked Ryudo, "Are these three guys okay? They chased after us for a long time. Don't take it to heart." Ryudo reached out and patted Dunya's head. He smiled and said, "Being an assassin is just a profession. In essence, we don't have any enmity with our targets." Although Ryudo was indeed assassinated by the Amon clan before, he didn't feel that it was a grudge. After all, assassins were like this, they would kill whoever paid them, just like a tool. The person who had offered a bounty on Ryudo was the deputy head of the Heavenly Eye Group. Secret Department, Misty Ghost. That guy was already dead, so there was no point in mentioning this matter again. Immediately, Jiro Amon walked over from behind and said with a smile, "Well said. As expected of the new leader of Tokyo's Jaido. You're really broad-minded. It's been a pleasure working with you this time." Sano, who once used a rocket launcher to blast Ryudo into the sky, also nodded. Seeing that the team that attacked the Yingjili pharmaceutical company had finished gathering, the flower merchant said to the four of them, "Now, my people will send the four of you to the outskirts of the pharmaceutical company. This time, your mission is to find out the truth as much as possible. If the paper anesthetic really came from there, raise that damned place to the ground." Hearing this, Long Do sneered and added another sentence. "That's right, flatten that place, don't even leave a piece of the wall for those bastards from the Heavenly Eye group. We have to let them know that the underground world is not their garbage dump. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Flatten that place. Don't even leave a piece of the wall. Suddenly, the three Amon brothers also began to shout. They didn't look like the legendary assassins at all. Instead, they looked more like a group of hooligans who came out to loot. Although, that wasn't too far from it. But seeing that Ryuto was planning to go with the three Amon brothers to check out the situation of the Yingjili Pharmaceutical Company, Dunya on the side started to panic. She quickly asked, "Wait. You four. What about me?" The flower merchant said to the little princess, "You can stay in the Sai River Plain. There are a lot of fun things to do here, or you can continue to play in the competition." "No, no, no, I want to go with them." "Why are you making me stay? Are you looking down on me?" It's okay, flower merchant, take her with you, I will look after her." Just when Dunya was arguing, Ryuto took the initiative to hold Dunya's hand and agreed to take her with him on this dangerous mission. After all, the Yingjili Pharmaceutical Company was the territory of the Heavenly Eye Group, and the flower merchant's informant had already lost contact with them, so there might be unpredictable dangers there. But so what? At least from the iron cage competition just now, Dunya's maturity, determination, and strength all exceeded Ryuto's expectations. She was no longer a little princess that needed to be protected, but a companion that could fight side by side. Ryuto now thought so, and this was the greatest respect he had for Dunya. Okay. Seeing that Ryuto supported her, Dunya's face lit up with a smile. Seeing that Ryuto also agreed to Dunya's participation, the flower merchant couldn't say anything else, and could only personally send the 5 people outside to an inconspicuous, even a little dirty-looking van. "I wish you all good luck in martial arts." When the van was about to leave, the flower merchant standing at the back nodded to Ryuto and the others. "Don't worry, starting tomorrow morning, those messy paper anesthetics will no longer exist." Ryuto also nodded to the flower merchant, and then reminded the driver in front to drive. The group of people majestically drove to the Yingjili Pharmaceutical Company, in the suburbs. The vast majority of pharmaceutical companies were built in relatively remote areas. Especially pharmaceutical companies under the Heavenly Eye Group, because they did some unpresentable work, they didn't dare to build a factory in the downtown area. Not long after, the small van arrived outside a large factory 20 to 30 kilometers away from the suburbs of Tokyo under the cover of the night. It was now late at night, and the moonlight in the night sky provided an inconspicuous light source, and the building in front of them that was surrounded by a 3-meter-high iron fence was only dimly lit. An ordinary factory in the wilderness, if one didn't know that this was the so-called Yingjili Pharmaceutical Company, then most people who passed by here would have this impression of this place. When the 5 of them arrived at the 3-meter-high iron fence at the edge of the factory, Amon Sango directly walked over and squatted down with his back against the fence. He reached out and made a lifting gesture. Ichiya and Jiro behind him understood and jumped over one by one. With Sango's help, they reached out and grabbed the top of the 3-meter-high iron fence. "Do you want me to lift you up?" Seeing this scene, Ryuto communicated with Dunya with his eyes. "No need." The girl shook her head. Her body quickly sprinted forward and jumped up. With a light jump, she grabbed the top of the fence and flipped inside. Although Dunya's weight was more than twice that of an ordinary person, her movements were still as agile as a kitten. Especially in the dark, she was especially agile. After entering the factory, the 5 of them immediately followed the surrounding walls and sneaked toward the factory not far away. Not long ago, in the dirty van, Ryuto and the others thoroughly looked at the company map prepared by the florist in advance. They had a basic understanding of the environment inside. With the cover of the night, Dunya tried to move as quietly as possible while breathing at an extremely slow speed. At the same time, she looked under her feet, afraid that she would step on something that would make a sound. Not long after, the three of them arrived at an area with many surveillance cameras. If they wanted to enter the factory, they had to go through this area. But the second son of the Amon clan, Jiro Amon, signaled everyone to stop. He took out a small special computer from his pocket and began to hack into the factory. Oh. This guy is actually a hacker. As expected of a professional assassin organization, he's really multi-talented. When Jiro Amon finished hacking into the factory, he stopped all the surveillance cameras at the same time. He made another hand gesture, and the five of them sneaked into the factory. At this time, because it was already night time, the doors and windows of the factory were tightly shut. However, there were a lot of guards patrolling around, and they could vaguely hear the sound of boots on their feet. But of course, these guards were no match for the group of professionals from the Amon clan. Just when the five of them arrived at a corner, there was a clear sound of footsteps coming from the corner. At the same time, Amne also rushed over. He reached out his hand and covered the mouth of the guard with lightning speed, and then choked him unconscious on the spot. The whole movement could be said to be so smooth that it was breathtaking. Oh, amazing. Is this a professional level infiltration? It seems like they're not just some hooligans who only know how to use tomahawks, submachine guns, and rocket launchers. Following the Amon clan as they sneaked into the company, Dunya felt like her horizons had been broadened. It was as if a door was slowly opening in front of her. However, when the five of them arrived at the corner of a corridor, Dunya suddenly frowned. Sniff. What's this smell? Dunya's body was naturally very strong, and her five senses were also much sharper than ordinary people. Her delicate little nose sniffed a strange smell. This smell was similar to the smell she smelled from Park In-young's body when he was drugged. It was a strange smell that was mixed with a lot of strange smells. After smelling this strange smell, Dunya unconsciously walked towards the wall where the smell came from. Then she reached out her hand and pressed on the wall. Voila! Along with the sound of a mechanism being activated, a secret door suddenly appeared on the wall. Dunya's body involuntarily fell into it. Chapter 255. Never in her wildest dreams did Dunya expect that there would be such a strange mechanism on the wall. This was clearly the interior of a modern company, but why was it like the legendary ninja's room? Pressing the wall with one's hand would cause one to flip over. At this time, Dunya was about to turn around and say to Ryuto and the others, "Come and see what's going on here." But before she could say anything, she had already fallen in. She couldn't react at all. What the hell is this? The moment she fell in, the originally flipped wall immediately closed from the inside. Dunya's body slid down like a slide. When she was sliding down, Dunya instinctively reached out and grabbed the wall next to her, trying to stop herself from sliding down, but the wall next to her was slippery. There was no point to stop her falling. Whoosh! Just like this, the girl was like playing on a slide in the park. She quickly slid down from this secret passage, until she fell on a soft cushion. After Dunya completely disappeared, Ryuto and the others also realized that the little princess actually disappeared while walking. Dunya! Where is she? Suddenly, Ryuto glanced around in confusion and frowned slightly. Because Dunya was walking at the back of the team, Ryuto didn't keep an eye on her situation. Just now, everyone only heard a slight mechanical sound, then the girl suddenly disappeared. Ichiya and the other three also quickly walked back and searched on the wall where Dunya disappeared. There seems to be a secret passage here. The young mistress must have fallen into it. It seems to lead to some underground space. After knocking on the wall, Jiro knocked out an obvious hollow movement from one of the walls. It also solved the mystery of Dunia's sudden disappearance. There was a special mark on the map that the florist got before. There seemed to be an underground building under this company. It should be the nest of the Tianmu Group, pharmaceutical department, for some illegal research. Because of this, it seemed that there were many secret doors in this building. The secret door that could directly lead to the underground building from the building on the ground could make it convenient for the group of researchers to come and go at any time. Then let's follow the secret passage. In theory, we should be able to catch up soon. Originally, Jiro wanted to say, we should be able to catch up with Miss Dunia soon. But before he finished his words, there was a sudden loud alarm around them. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Not sure if it was because of Dunia's movement or because the group of 5 stayed here for too long. In short, the surrounding alarms suddenly sounded. There was also a burst of chaotic footsteps in the corridor not far away. At this moment, Jiro hurriedly pushed the wall, but the wall did not move. It seemed to be designed to lock from the inside if an accident happened. Well, now we are in big trouble, humph. Looking at the group of armed guards rushing out of the corner not far away, Yamanichi couldn't help but snort coldly. In that case, let's just kill them. After all, they are in the basement. Gotcha. Speaking of this, Jiro took out his dual submachine gun from his trench coat, Ichi also took out his dual battle axe, and Sengo carried a small rocket launcher on his shoulder. Although the Amon family stealth skills are indeed very professional, this is not their favorite assassination method. Like Ryudo, the best assassination method of these 3 top assassins is to break in openly and kill all the enemies in sight. Dunia, don't let anything happen to you, or I will have to kill myself and start all over again. Just as Ryudo and the 3 Amon brothers rushed into the group of armed guards and started killing, he was thinking about Dunia's current situation. But for Dunia, her situation wasn't that bad. At the very least, it was much better than Long Do's situation. She didn't have to be pointed at by hundreds of people. After Dunia landed on the other side of the chute, her body fell on a soft cushion, and then a small dark room appeared in front of her. What the hell is this place? Dunia looked up and saw that the chute she fell on has already closed. Obviously, it is impossible for her to go back the way she came. In desperation, she could only walk towards the door at the end of the small room and carefully opened the door. After opening the door, Dunia saw several narrow corridors. In front, left, and right, there are a total of 3 paths. The end of each path is dark, just like the underground tunnel Dunia went through before. At this time, should men on the left and women on the right. Lowly in the middle. Thinking that she is still a lowly, Dunia walked towards the middle path with her head held high. Although she doesn't know where this place is, since it is the enemy's nest, she has to walk out with her imposing manner. However, at the end of this underground tunnel, in the large underground research room, a researcher in a white coat was hurriedly pushing open the door in the depths of the research room. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? When the researcher quickly pushed the door open and walked in, the head of the pharmaceutical department of the Heavenly Eye Group, Hades, who was originally looking at the information in front of the computer, raised his head and looked at one of the researchers in the underground base with a dissatisfied gaze. Yomi is a middle-aged man with light yellow pupils like a snake. Due to overthinking, the hair on the top of his head has long fallen out. However, the hair around his head is still there. At first glance, it looks like a chicken's nest on his head. However, the reason why he was thinking was not because of his duty as a researcher to think about how to save people. Instead, he was thinking about how to break through the limits of trash like humans. Many years ago, Yomi was once a famous professor, a big shot in the field of biopharmaceutical engineering that was considered worthy of the Nobel Prize. However, for some reason, one day, he suddenly abandoned everything. He left behind a letter and disappeared without a trace. He never appeared in front of the public again. And in the letter that Yomi left behind, she wrote, "I've learned one thing in my short life. The more I study science, the more I'll discover that there's a limit to human abilities, unless I surpass human abilities." It was a sentence filled with deep meaning. Of course, no one knew that the reason why Huang Quan left the medical world was because he met a woman. He met a woman who had the same vision as him. She believed that humans were as weak as trash, and she hoped that she could make humans stand up. Just like that, under IM's invitation, Yomi became the head of the pharmaceutical department of the Tianmu Group. Over the years, he used his top-notch ability in biopharmaceutical engineering to make countless superhuman drugs. As for the Hell Butterfly that was developed not long ago, it was a relatively successful batch of drugs. It was also a batch that Yomi was slightly satisfied with. However, tonight, Yomi's office was suddenly pushed open by a researcher. That person said in a panicked tone, "Lord Yomi. Not good, there are intruders." Intruders. If there are intruders, just arrange for the guards to deal with them. Why are you panicking? Although he was usually only responsible for research and didn't care much about other trivial matters, Yomi also knew that there were hundreds of guards in the Yingjili pharmaceutical company. Although these staff members looked like ordinary guards on the surface, they were actually well-trained mercenaries. Their combat strength was so strong that it wouldn't be a problem to send them to the battlefield in the Middle East. No matter how many ordinary invaders there were, it would be suicide. Unexpectedly, the researcher swallowed a mouthful of saliva and reported in an awkward tone, "Lord Nether. That, the guards can't stop them at all. Those people are about to reach the basement." What? The moment he heard this, the chicken coop on Yomi's head almost stood up. Are you kidding me? What are the guards doing? They can't even stop a few people? Those intruders look like monsters. There, what are they doing? They are chasing after our guards and beating them up. Our people have been completely defeated. They have begun a frantic and disorderly retreat. When he mentioned the scene he saw from the surveillance camera, the researcher's face was a little pale. Am I dreaming? Forget it, let's leave first. Hearing this, the corner of Huang Quan's mouth twitched slightly, but she still quickly sighed and stood up, preparing to run. No, this was not running, it was a strategic retreat. In the case of an enemy invasion, Yomi, as the head of the Heavenly Eye Group's pharmaceutical department, naturally couldn't fight the enemy here. After all, he was a researcher and couldn't even trust a chicken. Just as Yomi packed up and was about to run, the researcher continued to ask, "What about the things in the base that can't be taken away? Prepare to activate the emergency blasting device and blow up the whole place." Emergency blasting. Blasting. But there are still a lot of guards alive up there. The most important thing is that the research data and instruments here can't be leaked to the intruders. As for those guys, if they die, then they die. They can be buried with the intruders. Speaking up to this point, Huang Quan sneered and took out a glass bottle the size of a mineral water from a special safe under the table. The most important thing in this base was the Hell Butterfly. Original solution, in this ice crystal glass bottle. So far, all the Hell Butterfly made into anesthetic were made from this bottle of original solution after diluting it hundreds of thousands of times. This kind of original solution was very troublesome to preserve. It had to be placed in a special bottle to not lose its efficacy, but that special bottle was very fragile, so it usually had to be locked in a special safe. But as long as this bottle was fine, then Yomi could make as many Hell Butterflies as he wanted. That's right, as long as this bottle was fine. Boom. But just as he picked up the glass bottle and was about to put it in the storage box, the office door was kicked open with a loud bang. Then, a white petite figure pounced on Yomi like lightning. Bang! Then, with a crisp explosion, Yomi was pressed on the table, and the bottle in his hand fell to the ground. The liquid inside flowed all over the floor. Chapter 256. WH. What? The speed at which the small white figure rushed in was simply too fast. Before Yomi could react, a seemingly slender hand that contained immense power had already pressed him onto the table. The little person who suddenly rushed in and pressed the head of the pharmaceutical department of the Heavenly Eye Group onto the table was naturally Dunya, who had taken a detour not long ago. Although her brain wasn't very good, her intuition was surprisingly good. After circling around the complex underground research institute for a while and knocking out a few researchers, the girl accidentally arrived in front of this office. Moreover, when she put her ear to the door to see if there was anyone inside, Dunya heard the two people inside saying that they were going to blow up the entire place. It could be said that fortune favors fools. What a joke! How could this be? Ryuto and the three Amon brothers were still above. If the entire building was blown up, wouldn't the four of them turn into mud? Therefore, Dunya didn't hesitate to act. She kicked open the door in a way that Colored Glaze couldn't be more envious of, and then rushed towards Yellow Springs as fast as she could, and pressed the old man down on the table. After succeeding, Dunya couldn't help but ridicule, "Old man. What did you just say? You want to blow up this place? Are you? Ah. Ah 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 ah." But at this time, not far away, the white-robed researcher who was so scared that he fell to the ground looked at the bottle on the ground and shouted hysterically. Yellow Springs, who was pressed down on the table by Dunya, also looked at the broken glass bottle on the ground and shouted, You. Do you know what you have done? Logically speaking, Yellow Springs should be held hostage by this little intruder, but he didn't even look at Dunya, and instead looked at the broken glass bottle on the ground with eyes that were about to pop out of their sockets. Within the broken glass bottle, the red liquid was slowly flowing on the ground, and it was evaporating at a speed visible to the naked eye. A strange crimson mist rose from the ground. Suddenly, a strange smell filled the office. How should this smell be described? Just like asphalt mixed with paint and glycerin, this liquid was then heated up to make it rise, causing the mist to rush into people's noses like sharp swords. Dunya also smelled the strange smell coming from the ground, and she hurriedly covered her mouth with one hand, while the other hand pressed down on Yellow Springs firmly, and shouted, "What the hell is this? Why is the smell so pungent? Let me go. This is the liquid of the hell butterfly. One drop is enough to kill a person. And it can be absorbed by breathing the air. If we stay here, we will all turn into monsters." Although Huang Quan's strength was no match for Dunya's monstrous strength, the old man still struggled desperately to get up from the table and escape. After all, as the instigator of the hell butterfly, Yellow Springs knew very well how amazing the effect of the liquid was. Recently, they deliberately circulated the hell butterfly to collect information, but it was just a paper anesthetic made from diluted liquid that was hundreds of thousands of times diluted, but it was enough to kill after consuming it. And now, the liquid that was spilled in the office was the real deal, and it wasn't diluted at all. If a person breathed in a few mouthfuls, what kind of monster would they turn into? Even Yellow Springs couldn't imagine it. But when she heard Yellow Springs' words, Dunya sneered, "Rotten old man, do you think I'm an idiot? How can a few mouthfuls turn a person into a monster in this world? Whoa whoa. Whoa 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 whoa." Before Dunya finished speaking, the researcher in the white coat let out a beast-like scream, and then the red muscles all over his body swelled. It directly burst the white coat that originally fit him. At the same time, the man's eyes flickered with a red light, and his expression became incomparably ferocious. Under the contrast of the red mist around him, he looked like a demon from hell. Sorry, it seems like there really is one. The moment she reacted, Dunya stared blankly at the special glass bottle that fell on the ground, and then felt her scalp go numb, and her body flew out of the office. Run! 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 Run quickly! Or else you'll turn into a monster. After rushing out of the office door, Dunya could still hear the terrifying roar of the mutated researcher inside, and it scared her so much that her face turned green. But no matter how fast Dunya ran, it couldn't change the fact that she had already inhaled the liquid of the hell butterfly, and even felt a strange restlessness in her body. That feeling was like a spark, and a spark was burning fiercely in the girl's body. Although it wasn't particularly obvious yet, this spark would sooner or later become a raging fire, and not even ashes would be left. So Dunya ran as fast as a loli while shouting at Yomi, who was in her hand, "Hey! You're the one who researched that thing, right? Where's the antidote? Where's the antidote?" Yomi also inhaled the liquid of the hell butterfly at this time, so he actually wanted to say the same thing. The head of the pharmaceutical department hurriedly replied, "Go straight ahead and turn left, there's a research room. Some hell butterfly's antidote is stored there. Quick, quick, quick." Speaking of which, Dunya and Yomi actually inhaled more of the hell butterfly liquid than the researcher just now, but the former's physique was special, and the latter's body had many special antibodies, so the time of the outbreak was delayed. But without the antidote, the two of them would still turn into monsters sooner or later, this was without a doubt. It was a race against time, whether it was Dunya or Yomi, it was really a race against time now. The girl's petite figure quickly shuttled through the underground tunnel, and immediately came to a research room not far away according to Yomi's instructions. Hiss! So cold. The moment they entered, a bone-piercing chill came from inside, and almost froze the sweat on Dunya's face. This research room was specially used to store some low-temperature drugs and materials, and usually, one would need to wear a special protective suit to enter, but the two of them obviously couldn't care less now. "Put me down. Go break the glass and take out those light blue bottles of antidote. I'm going to start the injection." TSK, although she didn't want to listen to the orders of this messy head, Dunya still threw him to the side of the table, and rushed to the wall cabinet, broke the glass with a punch, and took out the light blue antidote inside. Behind them, Yellow Spring quickly took out 2 syringes from the cabinet. She took the antivenom from Dunya and loaded it into the syringes. Then, she inserted the syringes into the arms of the 2 people at the same time. It wasn't that Yomi really wanted to inject the antidote into Dunya, but he knew that if he didn't do so, he would definitely be killed on the spot by this violent girl, so he had no choice but to do it. Seeing the light blue antidote slowly injected into her body, Dunya couldn't help but ask, "Is this safe? Won't I turn into a monster?" "I don't know." But Yomi shook his head, and said with an uncertain tone, "What do you mean? The poison that you made, the antidote that you made, you said you don't know." Suddenly, Dunya couldn't help but grab Yomi's hair, and almost pulled out his messy hair. "I don't know. Hell's butterfly is still in the experimental stage, and this antidote is a newly developed product, it hasn't even gone through clinical trials. Who knows what will happen after it's injected? You're giving us this stuff to inject. What else can we do? Wait for death?" Yomi couldn't help but clench his teeth, and said angrily, "If you didn't break the glass bottle of antidote, we wouldn't have fallen to this state." You still have the nerve to say that. If you didn't make this broken medicine, I wouldn't. Ugh. Maybe it was the effect of the hell's butterfly, or maybe it was the antidote that was injected into her. Originally, Dunya was going to slap Huang Quan, but who would have thought that she would suddenly feel dizzy, and then she fainted in a daze. While unconscious, she felt like her body was repeatedly soaked in a hot spring and an ice pool. Extreme heat and extreme cold washed over every corner of the room. This kind of feeling was not too comfortable, and no matter how hard one tried, they could not sleep soundly. Sway, sway, sway. When Dunya woke up from her coma, she vaguely felt that she seemed to be gently shaking, and there was a warm touch and familiar smell in front of her body, giving her a strong sense of security. This smell is Ryuto. She slowly opened her eyes, and saw a familiar head in front of her, and the surrounding scenery had turned into a familiar courtyard. It looked like the courtyard in the Rulon Group headquarters. Oh. Dunya, you're finally awake. After sensing that the girl behind him woke up, Ryuto turned around and asked with a smile. What's going on? I want to ask you what's going on. What happened in the underground base? Why did you faint on the ground? For Dunya, she didn't know what happened after she fainted, and Ryuto knew more than her. Just as Long Do and the 3 Amon brothers killed and chased away the guards, Long Do and the other 2 Amon brothers were still alive. The 4 of them quickly found the entrance to the underground research base and split up to look for Dunya. Fortunately, Ryuto followed the faint smell of vodka on Dunya's body, and it didn't take long to find her in the cold research room. However, Ryuto didn't see Yomi in the research room. It seems that Yomi quickly slipped away when Dunya fainted. Chapter 257. However, Ryuto was too lazy to care about Acheron's business. After all, he didn't know that Acheron was here. Instead, he hurriedly carried the unconscious Dunya out of the room. When he rescued Dunya, Ryuto also checked her body and didn't find anything wrong with her. She was just a little cold after being in the freezer for a short period of time. Therefore, he didn't choose to commit suicide to save her. After all, committing suicide for no reason was too stupid. Unless there was no other choice, there was no need to do so. As for the 3 Amen brothers, they found a lot of anesthetic in the underground research facility that hadn't been transported out yet, as well as a large monster that was full of hell butterflies. What the hell is that? When Amen saw the monster smashing around Acheron's office across the corridor, he also showed a puzzled expression. I don't know. Let's leave first. This place doesn't seem right. Because they didn't know what kind of monster was hiding in this research facility, the 3 Amen brothers didn't continue to search after meeting up with Long Do. Instead, they directly buried a bomb and blew up the research facility along with the monster. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Yingjili Pharmaceutical Company in the suburbs became history, and countless crimes were buried under a large pile of debris. After the 5 of them successfully evacuated, the source of anesthetic in the underground market was completely cut off. Now, they only needed to seize the remaining batch. That was the job of the flower merchant, and it didn't have much to do with Ryuto. You can rest here tonight. I'll call your father. After explaining what happened, Ryuto carried Dunya to the guest room and gently put her down on the bed, letting her have a good night's rest. Although he didn't know what happened, from Dunya's expression, she seemed to be a little tired, and her expression was very complicated. She should have a good rest. However, just as Ryuto was about to put the girl down and let her rest, Dunya reached out and grabbed his wrist. Actually. Under the dim light, Dunya stuttered as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Although Ryuto didn't know what happened before, Dunya remembered it clearly. She was infected by the hell butterfly, and although she was injected with the antivenom, there was still no guarantee that she wouldn't mutate. After waking up, Dunya felt that the strange restlessness in her body was gone, but even so, she couldn't be sure that she was fine. Therefore, she was in a dilemma. On one hand, Dunya wanted to tell Ryudo what happened to her, but on the other hand, she was afraid to tell anyone. She was even afraid that Ryudo look at her like a monster. Naturally, Long-do noticed her bashful attitude. So, he asked, "Concerns, is there anything? There's something. If, let's go see a doctor, well, seeing a doctor may not help. Then you have to tell me exactly what happened. Hurry up, don't drag it out." "Ugh, okay." After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Dunya said in a trembling voice, "Actually, I seem to have inhaled something strange." The old man in the white coat said, "It's the hell butterfly's liquid, and after inhaling it, I'll become a monster." "What?" When he heard Dunya's words, Ryudo was stunned for a second, then he bounced up from the ground. It was obvious how excited he was. Is there a mistake? Dunya inhaled the hell butterfly. Ryudo didn't know what the so-called liquid was, but from the name, it should be a drug used to make the hell butterfly. The effect was definitely much stronger than a simple anesthetic. And Dunya actually inhaled that thing. Doesn't that mean she'll become a monster? That's not right. When he thought of this, Ryudo was very excited, but he immediately glanced at Dunya, and immediately realized that something seemed to be wrong. Logically speaking, after a human consumed the hell butterfly, there should be a quick change. Previously, Pang Saburo and Park In-young were the same, and they quickly turned into monsters that were neither human nor ghost. But since Dunya was carried out by Ryudo from the underground base, it has been at least an hour, but her body didn't change at all. Just when Ryudo thought that Dunya's body didn't change at all, he reacted by activating the rogue's analysis mirror to look at the girl, and then he showed an extremely surprised expression. Before this, if Ryudo remembered correctly, Dunya's attributes were name, Saitu Dunya, age, 15 years old, attributes, wisdom LV1, physique LV4, courage LV3, insight LV3, charm LV2, but at this moment, her attributes became like this. Name, Saitu Dunya, age, 15 years old, attributes, wisdom LV1, physique LV5, courage LV3, insight LV3, charm LV2. What's going on? Did she take the wrong medicine? Without any changes in other attributes, Dunya's physical ability actually reached the level of LV5 physique, extreme Superman. What does this mean? After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Ryudo reached out and held Dunya's hand, and said seriously, "Try to hold my hand with all your strength, you must use all your strength." "Ha! Use all my strength? Forget it, I'll just hold it, it can't hurt him anyway." Dunya knew that Ryudo's strength was even stronger than her, so she immediately tightened her right hand with all her strength. At that moment, Ryudo only felt that the small palm was like an iron clamp that firmly clamped his hand. Severe pain accompanied by the sound of bones creaking came together. So Ryudo quickly stopped Dunya's violence, before his hand bones were broken by her. What kind of strength is this? LV5 physique, extreme Superman, is actually so terrifying. After the two hands released, Ryudo shook his palms that were a little blue, and explained to Dunya the abnormal state of her body. "Ha! Not only I'm fine, but my physical fitness is also strengthened." After listening to Ryudo's explanation, Dunya couldn't help but open her mouth wide, with a look of disbelief. The reason for such a strange situation, at least with Ryudo and Dunya's poor knowledge, it was impossible to give a normal explanation. For this situation, they could only conclude that the hell butterfly was originally a potion that strengthened the body's ability. After Dunya overdosed, she was quickly injected with the anti-poison serum, and even laid in the cold storage for a while. Plus, she already had a superhuman physical fitness. These purely coincidental factors mixed together, seemed to have achieved some unexpected results. It seemed to have allowed the girl to retain part of the hell butterfly strengthened state, and at the same time, there were no obvious changes in the other parts. Even Ryudo didn't expect such a good thing to happen in the world. Dunya quickly took off her coat, and checked her body from head to toe. After confirming that there were no visible changes, Ryudo finally let out a sigh of relief. Although Dunya was an expired loli was still a loli. Longdo was really afraid that she would turn into a red giant because of the hell butterfly's poison. If that was the case, he might as well commit suicide on the spot and start all over again. But fortunately, she was fine now. The girl's skin was still snow-white and tender, her slender waist, flat chest, and petite feet were all fine. It was exactly the same as what Ryudo saw when he peeked in the Tokyo Emperor Hotel. Speaking of which, her waist was so thin that he could hold half of it with one hand, and her feet were so small, at most about 32 size, and her chest was so flat that he almost couldn't feel it. Ryudo checked Dunya while touching her body all over. After a while, he realized that what he was doing didn't seem to be appropriate. There's nothing wrong with me, right? But fortunately, Dunya's nerves were relatively thick, and at this time, she was nervous about her body, so she didn't realize that she was actually in a state where she should call the police. Ahem. After coughing to cover up his embarrassment, Ryudo smiled and said, "There should be no problem, but for safety's sake, I'll accompany you to the hospital tomorrow for a thorough examination." Well. Then. What about tonight? Suddenly, Dunya was slightly relieved, but she still asked shyly. "You rest here tonight. If you feel uncomfortable, you can call me at any time." "It's too troublesome to call you at any time. Why don't you just stay here with me, okay?" Speaking of this, Dunya's little face slightly blushed, but judging from her cold hands and feet, the girl at this time was obviously still a little scared in her heart. Even if Dunya was strong and brave, she was still a girl a few months away from the marriageable age of 16. It was normal for her to feel scared when encountering this kind of situation. Okay, then I'll lie here for a while. If you have any problems, you must call me at the first moment, understand? If it was a normal time, Ryudo definitely wouldn't sleep in the same room with Dunya, but now her situation was a bit special, so he couldn't care so much. Just like this, Dunya lay on the bed on the tatami in the middle of the room, and Ryudo lay with his back facing Dunya. The two of them could be considered to have a peaceful night. Logically speaking, although the two of them were in the same room, they still scrupulously followed etiquette. Tomorrow morning, they would wake up as good men, so there shouldn't be any problems. Unless early in the morning, a car from Kamishiro Villa would directly send the big sister of Rulon Group to the door. Dancing costume, wait here for a while, I'll be right out. Yes, Mississippi. When the sun shone on the ground the next morning, under the gaze of 16 Knights dancing costume, Colored Glaze, who hadn't come to find Ryudo for a long time for school, leisurely walked towards Rulon Group headquarters. However, judging from Lioli's relaxed expression, she definitely wouldn't be able to guess what kind of shocking scene she would be witnessing in a moment. Chapter 258. For Colored Glaze, going in and out of the Rulon Group headquarters was as natural as going in and out of her own home. The guards would automatically open the door when they saw her. She no longer needed to kick the door open. As the antique door was slowly pushed open, Lu Li's slim figure swaggered into the room like a mistress of the house and walked into the bedroom of the master of the house. Because she had lived here for a period of time, Lu Li could be said to be familiar with the place along the way. The people she saw along the way also nodded and greeted her respectfully. She really had the feeling of a hostess. The morning air is really good. There were many plants planted in the Rulon Group headquarters, and the buildings were scattered, so the air was fresh. Walking on the wooden floor accompanied by a refreshing breeze in the early morning was indeed a pleasant feeling. After a while, Colored Glaze arrived at the door of Ryudo's room and knocked on the door. Knock knock. 3 seconds passed, and there was no response. Knock knock knock. She knocked again, and 5 seconds passed, and there was still no response. He's not here. He woke up so early. No, this guy didn't sleep here last night. Colored Glaze opened the door and glanced around. She found that it was empty inside, and the bed sheets were neat and tidy. It didn't look like someone had just slept here. Where did that guy go? Hey, Auntie, do you know where Ryudo is? Just as Colored Glaze was wondering why Ryudo disappeared so early in the morning, an auntie in charge of cleaning walked by, so she stopped her and asked. This. The auntie seemed to be hesitant, but she still reported, last night, the young master seemed to be resting at the Shura room. I don't know anything else. Shura room. Why did he choose to sleep in the guest room instead of his own bedroom? Hearing this, Colored Glaze thanked the auntie and walked towards the Shura room. Because of the special nature of the dragon group, the names of the rooms inside were also very much like a Chinibu style. Between Rakshasas, between hell, between demons, between yakshas. In Colored Glaze's eyes, these names were fucking ridiculous. Who would want to stay in a guest room like this? The cabinets would probably move by themselves at night. Coincidentally, the place where Ryudo stayed last night was the legendary Shura's room. This name was very appropriate. Just like that, Colored Glaze quietly walked in the direction of Shura's room. Her footsteps were careful and cautious, and she made almost no sound, as if she wanted to scare someone. Speaking of which, I haven't come to look for him recently. He must be lonely by himself. Well, I didn't come here because I wanted to see him. I didn't come here because I wanted to go to school with him. I just wanted to give this guy a little benefit so that I could tie him down tightly. Well, that's it. After standing at the door and making up her mind, Colored Glaze pushed open the door and walked into the bedroom of Shura's room. Because it was early in the morning, the lights in the room were not turned on. Only a faint light penetrated through the door. What appeared in front of her was an exquisite little room. In the middle of the living room, she could vaguely see a bed placed on a tatami. There was a large bulge on the bed. It was obvious that someone was lying on top of it and resting. Oh. Who? Who is it? When Colored Glaze pushed open the door and walked in, Ryudo, who was lying on the bed, finally woke up. He then asked in a surprised tone. But the moment he woke up, Ryudo first let out a cry of surprise. The reason for the cry was obviously because he found another big problem. He found a big problem. What? What is this? It can't be. After rubbing his eyes, Ryudo looked at the unnatural bulge under the quilt. He then felt the warmth and heaviness on his legs and waist. Only then did he finally realize what happened. If it was just a problem under the quilt, it wouldn't be a big problem. The real problem was that Colored Glaze actually walked in at this time without saying anything. Damn it. Suddenly, a few drops of cold sweat fell from Ryudo's forehead. He looked like a heartless man who was about to be found out by his wife. But Colored Glaze didn't seem to notice Ryudo's strangeness. She chuckled and said, "It's me. Why don't you sleep in the room and sleep in the guest room?" As she spoke, she walked in and opened the curtain next to her. Whoosh! The sunlight poured into the room along with the breeze. At the same time, it also shone on Ryudo's face that was covered in cold sweat. It was just a moment of interest, just a moment of interest. Can you go out first? I'm going to change my clothes. Gulp. After the window was opened, Ryudo swallowed a mouthful of saliva. But he still forced himself to remain calm and tried to chase Colored Glaze out of the room first. Okay, who wants to see you change? Strange. Why does this guy's quilt feel strange? It seems to be especially bulging. Because the curtains were opened, the light in the room was brighter. When Colored Glaze turned to look at Ryudo, she also noticed the abnormality on the bed. At this time, the lower half of this guy's body was covered in the bulging quilt. Only his upper body in messy casual clothes could be seen. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely that he would wear such clothes to sleep. Not only was his collar messy, but there were also some slight claw marks on his cheeks, neck, and chest that were exposed. That's right. Claw marks. Although Ryudo himself didn't notice it, Colored Glaze saw the strange marks on his body. Was he scratched by a cat? It can't be, right? Ryudo didn't have a cat, and the distance between these claw marks was much larger than a cat's. It looked like... Instantly, Colored Glaze's body froze. She seemed to have thought of a scene that she often saw in TV dramas or novels. And the name of that scene was... Catching an Adulterer in Bed. Impossible, that guy Ryudo wouldn't do such a thing. Colored Glaze didn't want to think too much about it, but the unnatural bulge on the bed, Ryudo's sneaky expression, and the fact that he suddenly moved to the guest room, had claw marks on his body, and his clothes were messy. It was hard not to think too much about it. Just as Colored Glaze was thinking, Ryudo obviously panicked. He tried his best to put on an embarrassed expression and laughed awkwardly. Miss Colored Glaze. I really need to change my clothes, okay? Is that so? Then I'll help you change. In the next moment, Colored Glaze's lips curved into a sweet smile. Ugh! This smile was like a punch to Ryudo's face. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, how can I do that? Don't say that. Didn't you say that you'll marry me in a year? Then we'll be considered as an engaged couple. Isn't it the wife's duty to change her husband's clothes? Looking at Colored Glaze's virtuous wifey expression and graceful movements, Ryudo would be very happy if it was any other time. But now he could only sweat and say, yes. It's like that, but right now I'm a little, ugh. Just as Ryudo was desperately trying to find a way to dodge it, a soft moan suddenly came from under his blanket. This sound was made by a woman, and it seemed that the woman was still in a half-awake state. The moment she heard this sound, Colored Glaze's mouth stretched into a few angles. It looked like she was smiling even more brightly, but there was no smile in her eyes. Lou. Colored Glaze. Actually, I've been practicing ventriloquism recently, would you believe me? What do you think? I think you would believe me. After all, however, in the next second, just as Ryudo was desperately looking for an excuse, Colored Glaze immediately reached out her hand and pulled at the speed of lightning. With a clean and neat technique, he lifted the quilt from his body. Ryudo swore that Colored Glaze's speed of pulling was absolutely not compatible with her LV1 physique, crumbs of the world physical ability. It was as if she had cultivated some strange skill like lightning flash. After the blanket was pulled away, under Ryudo's expression that looked like he wanted to die on the spot and Colored Glaze's azure-like gaze, a familiar figure appeared on the bed. It was a very young girl. At this time, she was only wearing a simple set of underwear, causing her figure to look even more petite. Moreover, her exposed skin was even more snow-white and smooth. At this time, her long silver hair was not tied into a cute double ponytail like usual. Instead, it was completely draped over Ryudo's body. Coupled with the arms tightly hugging Ryudo's waist and the legs wrapped around his right leg, she looked like a large silver-haired koala. It was Dunya. Obviously, the girl who appeared on Ryudo's bed was Dunya. At this time, she was hugging Ryudo's waist, her small face pressed against the man's waist. With a satisfied expression, she continued to sleep soundly, completely ignoring the surrounding temperature that suddenly dropped by a few degrees. Suddenly, the smile on Colored Glaze's face became even brighter. Her gaze towards Ryudo showed a sense of contempt that said, "Look, this man is like trash. Trash, scum, slut, lowlife, scum, bastard, ruffian, wretched man, stinking hooligan, shameless, scoundrel, scumbag, rotten man, scum of society, beast in human face, beast in human clothing." This was the first time Ryudo knew that humans could express so many different words through their gazes. But facing such a terrible situation, he smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I can explain. Why don't you listen to my explanation first, then think about what to do next?" Actually, it would have been better if he did not speak. Once he spoke, Colored Glaze was so angry that she immediately kicked him. According to Ryudo's knowledge, Colored Glaze always had the habit of kicking things when she was angry. He did not expect that one day, the one being kicked would be him. Explain. 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 If explaining is useful, why do we need police in this world? Suddenly, Colored Glaze scolded in exasperation while raising her small black pantyhose foot to kick Ryudo. Her kick made Ryudo not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 259. Colored Glaze's kicks were like mosquito bites to Ryudo. They didn't hurt at all and were soft like a massage. In addition, this young lady was used to wearing black stockings or pantyhose under her skirt. The bottom of the high-grade pantyhose felt silky smooth to the touch, which increased the awkwardness of this action. It didn't look like an attack, but more like a flirting. Bastard. Scum. Scum. Okay, listen to my explanation first. After being kicked a few times by Colored Glaze, Ryudo, who was afraid that she would cover her feet and jump around on the spot, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and grabbed the girl's ankle to prevent her from doing such meaningless actions. Let go. After Ryudo grabbed her ankle, Colored Glaze struggled violently. But with her little strength, how could she break free? She could only rage helplessly. Listen to my explanation first, then I'll let go. Scram. Stinky pervert. Phew. You don't want to listen, right? Then I won't hold back. Seeing that Colored Glaze wasn't listening to him, Ryudo decided to use some violent methods. He grabbed Colored Glaze's little foot and threw it to the side. He skillfully disrupted the girl's balance, causing her to slip and fall onto the bed unconsciously. Then, she was embraced by a perverted right arm. After putting Colored Glaze on the bed, a very strange scene appeared on the bed. On Ryudo's right was Dunya, who was hugging his waist. Her slender snow-white legs were wrapped around his right leg. On Ryudo's left was Colored Glaze, who was lying on the ground. He pulled her body as close to his chest as possible, letting the two of them lean their heads together. Hugging left and right, it was truly a blessing. Especially since both of them were top-notch beauties. This made him even more blessed, and it was about to overflow. I didn't do anything to Dunya. She was poisoned last night. I was afraid that something would happen to her, so I stayed in the guest room to accompany her. It's that simple. Before Colored Glaze could continue to flip out, Ryudo leaned his face close to hers and stared into her eyes. He spoke in a serious tone. Of course, that was indeed the case, and he wasn't lying. Last night, it was indeed because Dunya was poisoned by the hell butterfly. Ryudo was worried that something would happen to her, so he agreed to sleep here. If anything happened, he could immediately buy medicine from the Krypton Gold Mall to save her life. In Ryudo's Krypton shopping mall, there were all kinds of wonderful medicines that could be saved as long as one did not die on the spot. It was just a matter of whether one was willing to spend the money. But for some reason, Long Do, who was supposed to be sleeping next to the bed, seemed to have been pulled into the bed by someone and then hugged like a pillow to sleep. Later on, Ryudo found out that Dunya had the habit of hugging a big stuffed bear to sleep. Presumably, this little brat was confused and thought that Ryudo next to her was her stuffed bear, so she pulled him into the quilt. With this pull and hug, the situation became like this in the morning. What was more coincidental was that before Ryudo woke up, Colored Glaze came over early in the morning. Wasn't this a coincidence? This kind of coincidence often appeared in third-rate novels, but he didn't expect it to happen in reality as well. After listening to Ryudo's explanation, Colored Glaze's expression finally became better. After all, she knew that nothing shameless happened between the two. But she still said unhappily, we're lying in the same bed. Who knows if you didn't take the opportunity to touch Dunya? Don't worry, if I touch her, I'll be behind you. Is that okay? Who allowed you to touch me, shameless? Even so, Colored Glaze's face was still slightly red, looking very cute. This kind of atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous, plus the fact that the two of them were lying on the bed together, with a third one next to them. Ryudo couldn't help but kiss the young lady's rosy lips. After being kissed, Colored Glaze pretended to resist for a while, then she reached out and wrapped her arms around the man's neck, and kissed Ryudo on the bed. Since the two of them kissed for the first time a few months ago, Ryudo had been kissing this young lady a lot. Every time, she resisted on the surface, but in reality, she liked it very much. But as everyone knew, it was early in the morning, which was the time when the blood of men was more vigorous. Coupled with the beauty in his arms, the soft and smooth touch on his lips, and the sweet smell in his nose, it was even more tempting to rise to the heavens. This was a completely normal phenomenon for men. After all, if there was no such phenomenon, then there would be no reproduction, and the human race would be extinct. So this rise to the heavens was a sacred activity to save the world, and there was absolutely no meaning of shame in it. As they kissed, Colored Glaze's legs wriggled slightly, and she also felt the rising situation on the other side, so her face became even redder, and she even retracted her legs at lightning speed. Colored Glaze naturally knew the meaning of this phenomenon, but after all, she was not the carnivorous Yun Yen, so this kind of thing was still a bit early for her. A bit early. However, just as the two of them were engaged in a quarrel, Dunya, who was hugging Ryudo's waist and sleeping, woke up in a daze. What was very awkward was that Dunya's face happened to be leaning on Ryudo's side waist, which was actually very close to the rise to the heavens position, and she could see it as soon as she opened her eyes. What is this thing? A mushroom. Among the three in Ryudo's harem, Dunya knew the least about the matters between men and women. Therefore, even if she was fully awake, she probably wouldn't know what this kind of physical change meant, let alone in this kind of confused state where she had just woken up. Not sure if it was out of instinct, or because she felt that thing was blocking her view, Dunya reached out her white and smooth hand to grab it, and after holding it, she wanted to move it away. If it was a normal girl doing this, it would definitely be very enjoyable. But Dunya, compared to a normal girl, her strength was definitely more than 100 million points, which was more than 10 times, to the point where she could pull any organ out of a person's body with her bare hands. Thus, in the next second, a series of panicked screams came from the room. Dunya! What are you doing? Let go! Let go! Dunya could swear that she had never heard Long Do make such an anxious cry, as if he would cause some kind of tragedy if he didn't let go of Long Do. Ugh! Morning, what happened to you just now? After a few seconds, Dunya finally let go, rubbing her eyes as she climbed up from the bed, but she saw that Ryudo's face was a little pale, as if he was seriously frightened, and was covering a certain part of his body on the ground. "No, it's nothing, you're awake." Suddenly, Ryudo couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, but his face revealed a timid smile. Although Dunya didn't know what happened, Ryudo knew that the situation just now was actually very dangerous. Especially when this stinky brat held the dragon head staff and was about to break it down. If it wasn't for Ryudo's quick reaction and blocking with his hand, he would have become the first eunuch in Japan. Too terrifying, too terrifying. Thinking of the terrifying scene just now, Ryudo couldn't help but sigh. After waking up, the second thing Dunya saw was Colored Glaze sitting on the bed with a red face and a slightly weak body. She asked curiously, "What are you doing here? And why is your face so red? Are you uncomfortable?" Actually, she's not blushing because she's uncomfortable, but because she's too comfortable. Ba 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 ba. Shut up. Don't say any more. Go back to your room and change your clothes. Before Ryudo could finish his half-teasing and half-flirting words, Colored Glaze blushed and pushed him out of Shura's room. Although Colored Glaze's strength couldn't push Ryudo, he took the opportunity to escape from this Shura's room and went back to his room to change his clothes and wash up. After Ryudo left, Colored Glaze turned to look at Dunya, who was sitting on the bed and stretching. She frowned and said, "Hurry up and change your clothes." Actually wearing this and hugging Ryudo to sleep, really shameless. Hearing Colored Glaze's words, although Dunya was relatively slow, but she could roughly smell the sour taste in the words. The girl grinned and laughed arrogantly. Could it be that someone is jealous? No way, could it be that someone hasn't slept with Ryudo before? You're still helping others count the money after being sold. Is your brain filled with vodka? Seeing Dunya's expression of being taken advantage of but still thinking that she was cool, Colored Glaze really wanted to kick her. But she didn't dare. After all, Dunya wasn't Ryudo. If she kicked this bear, she would definitely be beaten back, and Colored Glaze couldn't beat Dunya. But no matter what, Dunya still changed into her usual clothes and followed Colored Glaze outside to eat breakfast. Seeing that this little rascal was drinking vodka so early in the morning, Miss Lioli scolded her angrily again. But of course, Dong Nia didn't pay her any attention. Instead, she drank even more vigorously and even deliberately made pausing sounds. This atmosphere, it's really troublesome. Although he already knew that Dunya and Colored Glaze's relationship wasn't that good, it was obvious that after the left hugging right incident just this morning, the two's antagonistic relationship had a new development. Especially when Ryudo sat on the left and right of the two girls in a car and drove towards Takuri First High, he finally understood what it meant to be in a dilemma. No matter what Colored Glaze said, Dunya would find fault with her, and vice versa. And no matter how Ryudo replied to one of them, the other would take the opportunity to find fault with Ryudo. It was like kicking him around like a rubber ball. The scariest thing was that these two girls started bickering at the dining table, all the way to the school gate, and they were still bickering, with Ryudo sandwiched between them. It felt like a live performance of a palace drama. This wasn't 2 slices of bread with cheese, but 2 frying pans with a hot dog. Ryudo felt like he was a hot dog sandwiched between 2 hot frying pans. No matter which side he leaned towards, he would be scalded until he couldn't take care of himself. After being annoyed to the point that he had no choice, Ryudo took advantage of the 2 girls bickering to sneak away, quickly sneaking into the front of the school. Sigh. I really don't know what to do with them, if only Yunyan was here. When he walked through the school gate, Ryudo couldn't help but miss Yunyan. After all, only that woman could use her status as the main wife to restrain Dunya and Colored Glaze, not letting them chatter to death beside Ryudo's ear. And compared to the impatient Dunya and the long-winded Colored Glaze, the gentle unpleasant Yunyan was more in line with the identity of a girlfriend, and when he was with her, he felt more comfortable in various senses. Chapter 260. However, just as Ryudo was thinking about this, he really did see a familiar tall figure not far away. Her long brown hair was as light as a cloud, and she was especially tall among her peers. She had a voluptuous figure, and she had a celestial charm that could cause the downfall of a city. When he thought that such a gentle and lovely senior was actually his girlfriend, Ryudo's mind that was about to boil from the quarrel between Colored Glaze and Dunya early in the morning immediately calmed down. Thus, Ryudo hurriedly ran over and patted her shoulder at the same time. He smiled and said, "Yunyen, good morning," but just as Ryudo patted the woman's shoulder, the woman turned her head and said angrily, "Ah. Who are you calling hey? I'll kill you. I'm the one who wants to ask, who are you?" After knowing Yunyen for so long, this was the first time Ryudo was yelled at by her. Moreover, it was the kind of yell that had a ferocious face and eyes that were burning with anger, as if she would attack at the slightest disagreement. Did I see the wrong person? Is this really Yunyen from Suki Suki? After being yelled at, Ryudo saw Yunyen's outfit clearly. How should he describe it? Normally, senior sister Yunyen gave off a gentle and beautiful feeling. Her neat and tidy school uniform was spotless, and there was always a gentle smile on her face without any makeup. It made people want to make a statue of her and worship her. But what was up with Yunyen today? She was wearing a school uniform with long sleeves and a long skirt that was completely out of season. Her crew collar tie was crooked in front of her chest, and her hair was slightly messy. Her lips were smeared with red lipstick, and there was a cigarette in the shape of fruit candy. This style actually had a special adjective in Japan, called delinquent girl. That's right, it was the kind of delinquent who would walk in groups of 3 to 5 and make a lot of noise on the street, and would pull out a steel pipe from under her long skirt at any time to fight. However, the sudden change in her appearance and Yunyen's attitude shocked Ryudo. This woman was clearly not a delinquent girl. Just as Ryudo was sizing up his girlfriend in surprise, Yunyen raised her eyebrows and said impatiently, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a woman before?" No, I just feel a little unused to it." After sensing Yunyen's boss-like aura, Ryudo didn't know what to say for a moment. He could only retreat half a step like a reserved primary school student. Pft ha 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 ha. Seeing Ryudo's expression, Yunyen finally couldn't hold it in anymore. The malevolent expression on her face instantly collapsed. She laughed so hard that she bent forward and backward. Her long skirt swayed back and forth, looking very cute. This laugh made Yunyen change from the delinquent girl just now to the gentle senior sister Ryudo knew, as if the scene just now was just an illusion. This sudden change made Ryudo dumbfounded. He asked suspiciously, "Yunyen, what are you doing?" Sorry, I'm just kidding. Actually, I'm trying to cosplay." Suddenly, Yunyen showed her usual gentle smile. She took out a handkerchief and wiped off the bright color on her lips. She looked a lot more pleasing to the eye than the delinquent girl just now. Cosplay. It wasn't that Ryudo hadn't heard of this term, but he didn't think that this term could be used together with Yunyen. Generally speaking, cosplay was to play a role in the virtual world or the real world through costumes. The players were also called cosplayers. It was quite common in this country. But Yunyen didn't seem to have anything to do with cosplay. Why did she cosplay as a delinquent girl to come to school early in the morning? According to Yunyen's explanation, she was actually collecting material for her next novel. Because in Yunyen's next novel, the heroine is a cosplayer. The heroine usually looks like an ordinary campus idol, but she will cosplay as various characters at night to fight against the strange people in the streets and alleys. What do you think? Interesting setting, right? It's really interesting, but this kind of setting usually only appears in some strange works. Strange works? What do you mean? Ahem, nothing, you can continue. Although she didn't know what Ryudo's words meant, Yunyan still explained her idea. In order to know how the heroine felt when cosplaying as various characters, Yunyan began to study this special style of dress and tried to simulate the psychological changes after cosplaying. So, there was a strange scene of her dressing up as a delinquent girl to school early in the morning. I think a character should be played from the inside out. It's not as simple as changing the appearance. So I just imitated the delinquent girl's attitude and yelled at you. I'm really sorry. When mentioning the matter of yelling at Ryudo, Yunyan still nodded apologetically with a guilty look. Ryudo also smiled generously and said, "It's okay, anyway you look quite fresh. Yelling at me is fine, I won't care about this small matter." That's great. If you don't mind, can you accompany me to Akihabara after school? Akihabara. Why are we going there? After hearing this strange yet familiar name, Ryudo showed a puzzled expression. Anyone who had a little understanding of 2D and otaku culture should know that the so-called Akihabara was a street with the special name of 2D Sacred Place. Although this street in the Chiyoda district used to be famous for selling home appliances, after the beginning of the new century, the streets of Akihabara were filled with maids soliciting business, rows upon rows of anime stores, colorful game halls, computer accessories crowded the alleys, and 2D posters everywhere. However, although he knew what kind of place it was, Ryudo had never been to Akihabara before because there was no need. He didn't have time to play games, watch anime, play Brother Pow, or go to the maid cafe. He also didn't need to buy a computer or electrical appliances. So, it was an area that had nothing to do with him as a young master. But today, Yunyan took the initiative to invite him to Akihabara. And the reason was that there was going to be a cosplay competition there. According to the information I gathered on the internet, the cosplay competition will be held this afternoon at the Akihabara New Hall. At that time, all the famous cosplayers from all over the country will be there. They are all professionals, so it should be very helpful for me to gather materials. When it came to gathering materials, Yunyan's eyes emitted bursts of light. It was obvious that she was very excited about it. Gathering materials was a necessary step for a successful creator to mature. There was once a famous manga artist who said, "The reason why I play mahjong every day is not because I like mahjong, but because I want to find inspiration for my manga from mahjong." This is a kind of gathering material. Unparalleled. Ha 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 ha. Playing mahjong is so satisfying. Of course, Yunyan didn't need this kind of gathering material. She wanted to gather material about the cosplay female lead in the novel she wanted to write. However, it was the first time that Yunyan went to such a strange place. So, she wanted Ryudo to accompany her to the cosplay competition to see how professional cosplayers worked. So it's like this. After understanding the cause and effect, Ryudo nodded and smiled, "Then I'll go with you. Just treat it as a special date." Okay. Hearing this, Yunyan jumped up happily, and then mysteriously whispered in his ear, "After the materials are collected, I will wear all kinds of cosplay clothes for you to see. Hee, just take it as a reward for accompanying me on a date." Yunyan. Wear all kinds of cosplay clothes. Instantly, Ryudo couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then, he looked up and down at Yunyan, as if he was imagining the scene of her tall and voluptuous body wearing all kinds of cosplay clothes. Don't misunderstand, Ryudo wasn't interested in cosplay. He didn't want to see Yunyan wearing maid outfits, witch outfits, Lolita outfits, bridal outfits, nurse outfits, stewardess outfits, policewoman outfits, school swimwear, gymnastics outfits, tights, and other strange outfits. As for the dirty idea of matching it with bubble socks, knee socks, mandarin duck socks, fake knee socks, garter socks, pantyhose, and so on, he had never even thought of it, probably never thought of it. So, Ryudo went with Yunyen to the cosplay competition because he wanted to support her novel. It wasn't because he wanted to see her wearing all kinds of cosplay clothes. That's right, Ryudo Kiryu, am definitely not that kind of person. With this self-deceiving thought, Ryudo spent a very slow day. When the school bell rang in the afternoon, he rushed out of the classroom and ran towards the third-grade building where Yunyen was. But when the two arrived at the Akihabara New Hall, in Narukai's high-speed car, Ryudo noticed something strange. Isn't that? It can't be. It's Ryudo Kiryu. Oh, that person's acting is really good. Should we take a picture with him or something? When Ryudo and Yunyen stood at the entrance of the Akihabara New Hall, the surrounding audience who were obviously here to watch the competition couldn't help but discuss behind their backs. But the topic of the audience's discussion sounded a little strange to Ryudo. What do they mean? That person's acting is really good. What am I acting as? However, just when he was puzzled, not far away from the crowd, a fatty wearing the Dori First High School uniform with cheap dyed blonde hair walked out. The fatty looked to be at least 200 pounds. The grease secreted from his face was enough to make people sick to death. His entire body emitted a greasy smell. But when he saw Ryudo standing at the entrance, he excitedly ran over and patted Ryudo's shoulder. He laughed and said, "Hey, brother, you're also acting as Ryudo Kiryu. What a coincidence, me too." When he saw the fatty dressed like him, Ryudo almost wanted to punch him. But from this sentence, Ryudo finally understood what the people around him were thinking. That's right, this group of Akihabara 2D residents seemed to think that Ryudo was acting as himself, acting as the recently powerful young master. It was that simple. Chapter 261. The so-called cosplay actually didn't have any rigid requirements for the cosplay object. Whether it was cosplaying a character in a manga, anime, game, movie, or even a real-life character, it could all be treated as a cosplay. In this case, the most eye-catching popular person at each time period, and it had to be a very unique kind of popular person, would definitely be the first choice for cosplay. For example, a certain Kyoto leader who was recently popular in Tokyo. And from an objective point of view, Ryudo was really too unique. As everyone knew, Ryudo Kiryu was a Kyoto young master and a Kyoto leader. His identity was very special, and he often appeared on the internet because of various news, becoming the topic of conversation. Secondly, his appearance was also very unique. His low-quality dyed golden hair looked a bit like a Super Saiyan figurine with the paint peeling off. He often wore the Dori First High School uniform and ran around outside. He was also very handsome, and his temperament was very special and perfect. Therefore, the two elements of low-quality dyed golden hair and a Dori First High School uniform combined together became the standard template of Ryudo Kiryu cosplay. In fact, when he saw the fatty with a greasy face cosplay him outside, Ryudo had already guessed what kind of scene might appear in a while, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Because the Akihabara cosplay competition was about to be held, this Akihabara New Hall was already bustling with people, and most of them were two-dimensional people wearing cosplay clothes. He didn't know if it was because of the popularity of Ryudo recently, or if it was because the threshold to cosplay as him was relatively low, but as far as the eye could see, all the male cosplayers in the hall were cosplaying as Tongshin Ryudo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It was already impossible to count. Suddenly, Yunyan looked around and shouted in surprise, "Wow, so many Ryudo, and some of them are really good cosplayers. Spare me, is there something wrong with this group of people?" Although Yunyan was very interested in observing the group of Ryudo cosplayers around her, the original host next to her helplessly covered his face, as if he didn't know how to complain. Looking to the left, it's me. Looking to the right, it's me. Looking to the front and back, it's still me. This feeling was really strange, as if someone poked Ryudo's nest, and a lot of fake Ryudo Kiryu fell out from it, drowning him in it. However, thanks to him, Ryudo and Yunyen walking around the hall didn't cause any commotion. After all, everyone thought that Ryudo was also a cosplayer and not the real person. As for Yunyen, on the one hand, she was wearing a long school uniform, and on the other hand, she was wearing a mask that covered half of her face, so she didn't seem so eye-catching. As a result, the two of them were able to enjoy the relaxing atmosphere here, strolling around while holding hands like an ordinary couple. Due to the special identity of Ryudo and Yunyen, even if they went out on a date, they didn't dare to openly hold hands. This time, they unexpectedly got what they wanted. When the two strolled around, there were a lot of audience curiously looking at the two, and even ran over to ask for a photo. That Ryudo cosplayer is really good, the quality is so high. There's also a delinquent girl next to him, ha, what a match. A handsome man, a beautiful woman, and a delinquent, it's a match made in heaven. Listening to the praises around her, Yunyen's eyes narrowed with a smile. Hey, they're all praising us for being a good match. She reached out and grabbed Ryudo's arm, and half of her body leaned over, looking like a cute girl in love. Of course, we're a good match. Just when Ryudo and Yunyen were sweetly sticking together, the loudspeaker in the venue suddenly sounded. Ahem, everyone, this time's Ryudo Kiryu cosplay competition is about to start. Please move to the fake as authentic booth in the center of the hall and enjoy the passionate performances of dozens of cosplayers from all over the country. Oh. It's starting, let's go. After hearing the announcement from the loudspeaker, the group of cosplayers and audience quickly ran to the center of the hall. It was like they were fighting for food in the cafeteria. Wait. How come I don't know that this competition is called Ryudo Kiryu Cosplay Competition? I think it's because all the contestants are cosplaying as you, so they changed the name. Anyway, it's more or less the same. Although Ryudo did not know whether to laugh or cry at the fact that so many people were cosplaying as him, Yunyen was obviously very happy about it, because it showed how charming her boyfriend was. Not long after, a long table that looked like a press conference was placed neatly in front of the large booth that was filled with spectators. Behind the table sat 3 people who looked like judges. The 3 judges were an old man wearing an old-fashioned kimono with white hair and a beard. The other one was a middle-aged man in a suit who looked like he had just gotten off work. The last one was a middle-aged woman who was dressed like Lolita, but her face was covered with 30 centimeters of powder. When Ryudo and Yunyen found a place to stand, someone looked at the judges and exclaimed, "TSK." Who would have thought that this cosplay competition would be able to invite these 3 judges? It's really scary. These 3. Who are they? After hearing this, Ryudo could not help but ask. You don't even know them. That person glanced at Longdo with disdain, and then he introduced the 3 legendary figures who were known as the 3 giants of Autumn Leaf Plains. The old man in the kimono was called Otaku Sennin. It was said that he had devoted his entire life to the great otaku industry, collecting hundreds of thousands of manga and anime. As he had too many manga at home, he could only live in a paper house under the bridge. The middle-aged man was called a Gaming Otaku King. He had been playing all kinds of video games since he was born, and devoted his limited life to the infinite gaming world. Later on, he even joined the gaming company Nintendo, and became the exclusive game tester of Nintendo. Lastly, Aunt Lorita was known as the Cosplay Empress. She had more than 30 years of cosplay experience and had cosplayed close to 10,000 ACG characters. Because she cosplayed too many characters, she even developed the symptoms of dissociative identity disorder. There were more than 10 personalities residing in her body, and she was proud of it. Sennin, Otaku Sennin, and Empress. These three were known as the Big Three in Akihabara due to their extraordinary achievements in various aspects. And this time, the three of them were actually the judges of the Ryudo Kiryu cosplay competition. It was no wonder that the surrounding audience was shocked. Just as the competition was about to start, Sennin, who was sitting in the middle of the judges, held a pot of wolfberry tea inside. Phew, I hope that this time, I will be able to see some young people with backbone, so that my trip here will not be in vain. Oh ho ho, I'm afraid that will be a little difficult. After all, the cosplay characters this time are different from ordinary people, and not everyone can act with such grandeur. The cosplay empress beside him laughed coldly, and at the same time, she opened the folding fan in her hand and covered half of her face. It's useless to say more, let's see who's the real deal. Let's start, we can't wait any longer. Finally, Otaku Sennin, who was sitting on the side, pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, and crossed his fingers in front of his face. The pure white reflection on the lenses revealed a posture of a bad person. Yes. Everyone. The first Ryudo Kiryu cosplay competition is about to begin. Let's welcome the first cosplayer. Perhaps because the aura of the Big Three was too strong, the beautiful host standing on the stage said in a slightly stiff tone, and at the same time, she stretched out her hand and made a "please" gesture to the side of the passage. Under the spotlight, the first person to walk up the stage from the contestants' passage was the fat guy who talked to Ryudo outside the hall. He walked aggressively to the center of the stage, bowed slightly, and began his performance. According to the rules of this competition, each contestant was required to perform a Ryudo Kiryu famous scene after going on stage, and then a comprehensive score was given based on his performance, costume, and makeup. The famous scene performed by the fat guy was the third act of Extreme Secret Book. Dark City. Ryudo Kiryu Yoshiyuki, which was the scene where Ryudo rushed into the enemy's formation alone and defeated the old thief Sakata. Old thief. Do you dare to fight me to the death? Why yeah. Ha. Humph. Ah. Accompanied by shameful lines and unintelligible shouts, the fat man cosplaying as a dragon started fighting on the stage out of nowhere. He rolled, hit, and kicked on the stage, and it looked very lively, but the fighting movements. It was a bit like the old ladies and grandpas in the street park doing aerobics. The most exaggerated thing was that the person on the stage was performing an awkward performance that made Ryudo's scalp tingle, but the audience was constantly cheering. Good. Hey. Very energetic. Although the body is not quite the same, at least the posture is there. When the fat guy finished a set of Ryudo Hooligan Fist, the three judges also nodded one by one and gave a passable score, which was considered a pass. Seeing the fat guy walk off the stage with his hands raised, Yunyen said excitedly, "Wow, so cosplaying Ryudo is like this, it looks really." Hey! Why are you squatting on the ground? Originally, Yunyen said to Ryudo that, "It looks really interesting," but when she turned her head, she found that the person next to her was actually squatting on the ground with his head in his hands, with a "who the hell did I offend" expression on his face. I'm really not that kind of person. I'm really not that kind of person. Seeing the second Ryudo cosplayer walk onto the stage and begin to perform breaking rocks on his chest under the cheers of the audience, Ryudo could only stand under the stage awkwardly. He wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. Chapter 262. Ryudo finally understood. This time, the Hitongshin Dragon Battle Cosplay Competition was written as a cosplay competition, which meant Dragon Battle Execution Competition. Looking at the professional cosplayers who dressed exactly like him performing all kinds of extreme talents on stage, Ryuto really wanted to go back to the unrestrained Sky Tower and fight with Iam for 300 rounds. It was better than being publicly executed here. In this short half an hour, the group of Ryuto cosplayers on stage made all kinds of shameful poses while saying a lot of Chunibu quotes. They also performed a mess of talents one by one. Hooligan fish technique, smashing boulders on chest, golden bell cover iron underpants, steel spear choke, spitting flames from mouth, catching bullets with bare hands, swallowing swords with mouth, and so on. Ryuto didn't know until now that he actually had so many fancy skills in the rumors. Even his original body had the feeling of, what kind of monster is Ryuto Kiryu? But although Ryuto was blushing with shame as he watched, Yunyan next to him was watching with great interest. She jumped up and down from time to time, raised her hand and cheered from time to time, looking like a female fan who came to watch a concert. In this enthusiastic atmosphere, the dozens of professional Ryuto cosplayers who signed up for the competition finished their appearance one by one. The beautiful host walked up the stage again. Logically speaking, the next part should be the judges announcing the final winners, and then all the Ryuto cosplayers would come up together for a group photo. But unfortunately, after the host went up the stage, she just happened to see Ryuto standing in the crowd, looking at the stage with a numb gaze. Isn't there another Ryuto cosplayer? Did I just miss him? No way. Because the host was a newbie, she was especially afraid of making mistakes, especially in front of the Akihabara 3. Forget it, regardless of whether it was true or not, let him come up and perform first. Therefore, she steeled her heart, raised the microphone and shouted, "Okay, next, let's welcome the last cosplayer of the day with the warmest applause." Dang 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 dang. Under the host's signal, the lighting engineer above also shone the spotlight on Ryuto himself. What? What the hell? Just as the host looked at him, the spotlight shone on him, and the hundreds of eyes around him looked over. Long Do was completely dumbfounded. What did that guy say? The last Ryuto cosplayer? She couldn't be talking about, could she be talking about me? After feeling the expectant gazes around him, Ryuto couldn't help but gulp. To be honest, it was already embarrassing for him to stand here and watch his imposter perform acrobatics with Yunyan. For him to perform on stage. Ugh. When he thought of this, Ryuto couldn't help but want to take out his gun and shoot himself in the head. However, although Ryuto wanted to run away or commit suicide on the spot, Yunyan on the side excitedly pushed his shoulder and laughed. Oh, oh, oh. That's great. Go, go. Let them see how powerful the real Ryuto is. You really want me to go up? Go on, what's there to be embarrassed about? Before Ryuto could react, Yunyan smiled and pushed him forward in the crowd. She looked like a little fangirl who wanted to see her boyfriend shine on stage. Damn it. Although Ryuto himself didn't want to go on stage and act like a hooligan, since his girlfriend said so, he had to go up. Therefore, under the excited gazes of many people, Ryuto walked stiffly on stage like a robot, as if he was walking to his own guillotine. Torture, it was really torture. Ryuto had experienced countless big scenes. He fought with the world's evilest people face to face, had hundreds of guns pointed at him, was chased by thousands of people in one night, and even challenged a contemporary martial arts master with his bare hands. However, Ryuto would rather go through all the hardships he had experienced before than run to the Ryuto Kiryu cosplay competition to cosplay as himself. It was really embarrassing. This was the most embarrassing scene in history. For Ryuto, it was tantamount to a public execution. When he stood in the middle of the stage, he couldn't help but lower his head and curl his body slightly, looking very embarrassed. God was his witness. This was the first time Ryuto showed such an embarrassed posture, but it was the truth. After all, if people knew that the boss of the Rulon group actually went to Akihabara to cosplay as himself, it would be a social death on the spot. Ryudo would definitely become the laughing stock of the entire underground world. When he thought of this, Ryudo couldn't help but tremble. Of course, no one knew the torture and embarrassment in his heart at this time. In the eyes of the judges and the audience, he was just a coward who had never stood on stage before and was frightened by this big scene. Therefore, the immortal otaku couldn't help but remind him, "Little brother, you seem to be very nervous. Relax a little and just act out your understanding of the character Ryudo Kiryu. I don't know how to act. How about you guys tell me how to act?" In helplessness, Ryudo could only smile bitterly and say to the judges. It was easy to act out someone else's character. Act out his own character. How could he act out that? You don't know. Suddenly, the cosplay empress frowned unhappily and sneered, "You don't even know how to act out the character of Ryudo Kiryu, then why are you dressed like this? Don't underestimate cosplayers, young man." Indeed. The Otaku King added, "Cosplay requires a deep understanding of the character's characteristics from the inside out. It's not as simple as dyeing your hair and changing your clothes. You have to bring the character of Ryudo Kiryu to life. Bring the character to life. I've always been alive, okay? How am I supposed to live?" After being guided by the Empress and the Otaku King, Ryudo's expression became even more awkward. Obviously, he had never thought that there would be a day when he would be taught how to act as Ryudo Kiryu. Seeing the contestants' incomparably awkward expression, Immortal Otaku took the initiative to suggest, "How about this? You can simply act out a scene from Extreme Secret Book, Records of Dark City, Ryudo Kiryu Yoshiyuki. Will that do?" Extreme Secret Book, Records of Dark City, Ryudo Kiryu Yoshiyuki was a script created by the Rulon Group's Extreme Secret Book, Records of Dark City, Ryudo Kiryu Yoshiyuki on the day that Ryudo resolved the Sakata Rebellion. It had become the Bible of Ryudo's fans on the internet. In particular, the scene where Ryudo rushed toward the fully armed Sakata army while wearing only a loincloth, dodged the bullets, kicked the bulletproof vest, and easily took the head of the enemy general while being surrounded by thousands of people had even spread to tens of thousands of doujinshi novels and doujinshi videos. It could be said that it was extremely popular. But the problem was that, of course, Ryudo himself had never seen that thing, and he would not watch it. Because of course, he knew clearly that the extremely exaggerated descriptions in it were complete nonsense. Of course, the current Ryudo could certainly capture the enemy general with thousands of troops, but at that time, he did not have the ability at all. He relied entirely on the help of the cat house's rabbit ball to win the battle. Ryudo didn't have the face to boast that he had killed Sakata with the help of others. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't read the Extreme Secret Book, Dark City, Tongxing Ryu's Fighting Righteousness record. That would be too thick-skinned. However, at this time, this group of judges asked him to perform a scene from Extreme Secret Book, Records of Dark City, Ryudo Kiryu Yoshiyuki. What am I supposed to perform? How did I sneak into the Sakata mansion, then fight with Sakata, and finally throw him off the second-floor balcony? Seeing that Ryudo was still at a loss, Immortal Otaku could not help but ask, "It can't be, right? As the dignified actor of Ryudo Kiryu, you haven't even read Extreme Secret Book, Records of Dark City, Ryudo Kiryu Yoshiyuki? Doesn't this mean that you know nothing about Ryudo Kiryu himself?" The cosplay empress criticized without hesitation, "You haven't even read that famous book, so you probably don't know much about Ryudo. Then why did you play this role that is not suitable for you?" The gaming otaku king next to him also ridiculed, "Indeed, judging from your spirit, you are not on the same level as the character you are playing. In the future, you should know your limits and not choose such a difficult cosplay." What the F***ck? Are you kidding me? When the three judges rushed to point at the unqualified Ryudo cosplayer, Ryudo's expression became more and more unhappy. I know nothing about myself. I know nothing about myself. I'm not on the same level as myself. Listen. Is this human language? I can't stand it. Who can stand it, you bastard? Is there anyone in this world who knows me better than me? Is it up to you guys to point fingers at me? Therefore, the moment the judges were about to ask Ryudo to get off the stage and stop wasting time on the stage, a strong murderous aura suddenly swept through the entire Akihabara club. Hiss. Humph. Ryudo took a slight breath and squeezed out a simple humph from between his teeth, but as the sound spread out, the judges and audience who heard the humph could not help but shudder. What is this? What is going on? Immortal Otaku slowly raised his right hand, whose fingerprints were worn out from reading too much manga. That hand had been with Immortal Otaku for countless years, and it had never been afraid even when it was secretly touching a woman's butt. But even so, that hand was trembling non-stop. It was as if a trash with a combat power of 5 had personally witnessed the arrival of the universe's emperor, Frisia. Chapter 263. What? What is this? Who is this person standing on the stage? For a moment, the judges and the audience couldn't help but wonder. Ryudo had experienced so many things. Coupled with the fact that his status was getting higher and higher, his unique aura when he went all out was simply like those ultimate villains in anime. It was enough to make people pee their pants on the spot. Hence, when he was angered to death by the judges and finally couldn't help but unleash his firepower, the atmosphere in the entire venue suddenly changed. Everyone looked at the contestant on the stage in surprise. Even the three judges couldn't help but react in all sorts of exaggerated ways. Immortal Otaku was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. The powder on the cosplay empress's face instantly exploded in all directions. The gaming Otaku King's suit quickly disintegrated, revealing the muscles that had been trained from playing games. Ryudo felt extremely pained by this situation. I'll show you what the real Ryudo Kiryu is like. You bunch of idiots who are cheering for an imposter. Wait, I can't do that, right? Originally, Ryudo had planned to announce the return of an ultimate boss and shock the anime world for 100 years. However, halfway through his shock, he realized that he couldn't reveal his identity. Otherwise, he would be in danger of being killed. After all, he was an ultimate boss who had come to Akihabara to show off in front of a group of anime veterans. This wasn't something that would make him look good. On the contrary, it would make people think that he was stupid. What should he do? He was so angry that he seemed to have done something irrational and stupid. Just as the judges and the surrounding audience were staring at the stage in shock, Ryudo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, the gaming Otaku King, who was sitting on the judging panel, swallowed his saliva and tried his best to ask in a calm tone, "This contestant from the aura just now, could you be the real Ryudo Kiryu?" This question actually represented the doubts of many people in the venue. As the saying went, the real couldn't be fake, and the fake couldn't be real. The difference between the real deal and the fake deal, especially for an extreme big shot like Long Do, could be easily discerned just by looking at his aura. It was like a big tiger that could devour a person at any time, and a little kitten that pretended to be a big tiger. They could distinguish the real from the fake by instinct. Also, that flash of murderous intent just now really made people feel like they were in an ice cave. This was definitely not something that an ordinary cosplayer could do. It was something that only a man who had truly experienced blood and fire could do. However, before Otaku Wong could finish his sentence, Ryudo shook his head vigorously and said, "No, I'm not." It was impossible for him to admit it. He would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. If you're not Ryuto Kiryu himself, then I'm just a fan of Ryuto Kiryu, just like the cosplayers here. Forget it. Since I'm going to act, I'll act until the end. After secretly sighing in his heart, in order to save his last bit of face, Ryuto could only pretend to be righteous and continue speaking. Everyone, what you learned from Extreme Secret Booklet, Dark City, Yoshiyuki Records, is it really Ryuto Kiryu himself? No, it's not like that. Before the others could react, Ryuto shook his head. What kind of person is the real Ryuto Kiryu? He is an open and above-board person, a person who is not afraid of struggle, a true man, a hero who walks in the dark, an underground hero who is not recognized by the world, a dragon who chases after the dark. Let me ask. Speaking of this, Ryuto continued in a heavy tone, how could such a hero in the darkness want others to write such a book to brag about his achievements? This must be a kind of trouble for Ryuto boss, he doesn't want this to happen. Good. What he said seems to make sense. Hearing this, the audience below the stage couldn't help but nod their heads, and the three judges also began to ponder with a thoughtful expression. It had to be said that when the cosplayer on stage spoke seriously, he gave off the feeling of being Tong Xing Ryudo himself. Although that was impossible, he would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. So, our understanding of Ryuto boss shouldn't be superficial. We shouldn't only remember his glorious deeds, we shouldn't blindly imitate his rumored behavior, but we should learn his spirit. Learn the spirit that even if the world doesn't accept me, I will still move forward. Suddenly, Ryuto raised his head slightly, put his hands behind his back, and posed a posture of a master who was pointing at his back. Commonly known as a posture used for showing off. However, after hearing his commentary, the judges by the stage, the audience, and the cosplayers backstage seemed to feel the heroic spirit hidden deep under the surface of the water. The corners of their eyes were slightly moist. What a great hero in the darkness. If their understanding of Ryuto before was limited to the exaggerated deeds on the internet. But now, after hearing Ryuto's speech, they gradually understood the spirit of the Rulon Group second-generation leader. They felt the heroic spirit that soared to the sky. Even if the world doesn't accept me, I will still move forward. Handsome, too handsome. This wasn't the empty handsome of those foppish idols, and it wasn't the kind of scumbag handsome that said, "My is very big, bear with it." It was the kind of handsomeness that even if the world didn't accept him, he still had to walk on the streets with his head held high. He still did everything with a clear conscience. Extreme Tao is the darkness of the underground. Since that's the case, I will embrace the darkness. How solemn and stirring, how valiant, and what kind of man was he? For a moment, everyone around the stage was deeply attracted by Long Do's words. They were attracted by the tragic aura of the legendary dark hero that he spoke of. Clap clap, clap clap clap. After a long silence, some people couldn't help but clap. Clap clap clap. Clap 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 clap. Clap 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 clap. Unknowingly, the sound of applause began to faintly spread out like waves. A few seconds later, it turned into thunderous applause that shook the entire venue. It was as if the ceiling of the Akihabara New Hall would shatter. When the applause surged, Immortal Otaku stood up with tears streaming down his face and shouted to Ryuto, "Good. Well said. This is the real Ryuto Kiryu cosplayer. You deserve to be the champion of the Ryuto Kiryu cosplay competition. Oh oh oh. Champion. Champion. Champion." After hearing the words of the big three, the rest of the audience also began to become restless. They all shouted that the champion who imitated Ryuto should be awarded to Ryuto himself. Indeed, Compared to the group of ordinary cosplayers who only imitated Ryudo's appearance and behavior, the last contestant clearly grasped the will and spirit of the extreme Dao boss. This realm made all the participating cosplayers blush with shame, and all the audience and judges were shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Under this enthusiastic atmosphere, there was no need to compete in the following competition, and the champion was thus decided. Not long after, Ryudo, who originally only wanted to show off and quickly run away, was surrounded by a group of Ryudo cosplayers. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, he awkwardly stretched out his hand and received the cosplay Ryudo Kiryu. Winner, medal from Immortal Otaku. 3, 2, 1, eggplant. Eggplant. Click. With the last dozens of Ryudo cosplayers on the stage, the professional photographer pressed the trigger on the dozens of Ryudo Kiryu on the stage, and also this precious photo of the first Ryudo Kiryu cosplay competition. In the center of the photo, the man who was using the cosplay Ryudo Kiryu. Winner, medal to cover his face, not letting his face be photographed in the photo, looked somewhat embarrassed. But everyone knew that he was the winner of this competition, the king of Ryudo cosplay, and also left his own legend in Akihabara. Just like that, a chaotic storm came to an end. Of course, when the two of them sat in the car and returned home, senior sister Yunyan's smiling face had already stiffened. He is an open and above-board person, a person who is not afraid of fighting, a real man, a hero who walks in the dark, Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I can't continue. At this time, Yunyan, who was sitting next to Ryudo, was imitating her boyfriend's speech while laughing. It's over, this time, what stupid thing did I do, it's too shameful. At this time, Ryudo was sitting in the car holding his head, with an embarrassed expression. Indeed, thinking about it carefully, what Long Do did just now was indeed quite shameless. He actually bragged about himself in front of hundreds of people, saying things like, a real man, a hero who walks in the dark, an underground hero who is not recognized by the world. Just thinking about it made one feel that he was shameless. The most embarrassing thing was that Ryudo won the Ryudo Cosplay Championship. I cosplayed me and won the Cosplay Championship. Who am I? Who am I cosplaying? Who is me? Who is cosplaying me? Suddenly, the entanglement in Ryudo's heart seemed to have become a classical philosophical question, making him feel that he didn't know what to say. But there was one thing that must be solved. Ryudo must not let today's incident be leaked. Even if it was leaked to Colored Glaze and Dunya, if those two women knew, they would definitely laugh at Ryudo for a lifetime. So Ryudo raised his head and counted to Yunyan next to him, that, Yunyan, today's incident will be a secret between us, don't tell anyone, okay? That. Yunyan smiled and pretended to think for a while, then smiled and said, not necessarily, it depends on your performance tonight. Performance tonight? You mean? Didn't I tell you? Tonight, I'll wear all kinds of cosplay clothes for you to see. You have to help me get the feeling of those characters. If you do well, I won't tell anyone about what happened today. Ha! That's right. There was such a good thing today. Hearing this, Ryudo hurriedly nodded. At the same time, his face showed a slightly wretched expression. After all, it was late at night, and his girlfriend wore all kinds of cosplay clothes for him to see. This was really. He would laugh in his dreams tonight. This kind of burly man and milky Lolita's smell was very addictive. As for Yunyan, she was pure, the fragrance of hormones. Her body's fragrance was really hard to describe. It was not the fragrance of flowers, nor the fragrance of wine or milk. It was a pure feminine fragrance. This kind of smell could only be smelled on a woman's body. It could not be found anywhere else. It was said that the smell of hormones could emit a scent that attracted the opposite sex. If this was the case, then Yunyan might be one of the women with the strongest hormonal scent. This was because just by smelling the scent on her body, it could cause people to have very direct primitive thoughts. From this perspective, Yunyan and I am were actually the same type of witch. It was just that one was an angel and the other was a demon. They were on opposite ends of the scale, but there was no difference in their lethality to men. Thinking of this, Ryudo couldn't help but pick up his girlfriend's pillow from the bed and put it in front of his nose to smell it. Then, his whole body trembled, looking like a living gentleman. Of course, this was purely out of curiosity. He wanted to find out what elements were involved in the smell of hormones. There was absolutely no hint of perversion in it. Absolutely not, probably not. Ah, you came in so quickly. Why are you holding my pillow? When Ryudo was smelling the pillow like a fool, Yunyan also walked in from the main door. Then, she looked at his actions and asked in confusion. Ahem, aren't you going to change clothes? Hurry up, I can't wait. In order to cover up his gentlemanly behavior just now, Ryudo hurriedly showed an excited look. That's true. Then you wait here for a while, I'll be right there, hee. After throwing a flirtatious look, Yunyan walked toward the large cloakroom next to the room. At this time, there were a lot of cosplay costumes there. It made people sigh that it's good to be rich, and it's even better to have a rich girlfriend. Oh, what will senior sister Yunyan wear in a while? It's really exciting. When Yunyan ran to the cloakroom to change clothes, Ryudo was lying on her soft bed and rolling around, looking like a pure young man who had never been on a woman's bed. Speaking of cosplay costumes, what do you like the most? For Ryudo, he should like maids the most. That kind of job of serving people with cute girls in costumes can really arouse endless fanciful thoughts of men. Coincidentally, senior sister Yunyan, who walked out of the cloakroom 10 minutes later, was dressed in a very seductive female outfit. Servant. Poser. Aw. Aw. Is this an angel? Did the maid angel come? When Yunyan walked out with a cold expression, Ryudo couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. At this time, Yunyan was wearing a standard black and white maid costume. The black inner shirt tightly wrapped around her slender body. The white lace skirt only reached her thighs, and there was a big bow on the waist that emphasized the girl's slender waist. Originally, a maid costume was one of the elements of Mo. At this time, Yunyan's maid costume was short, and a pair of white halter stockings swayed her legs, giving people a feeling of shining white. What's more, from the bottom of the skirt to the top of the halter stockings, it just so happened to expose a piece of snow-white skin, as well as the outline of the thighs that was wrapped by the stockings. It can be said to be a perfect, absolute domain. Absolute territory referred to the space between the girl's knee-length socks and short skirt where one could vaguely see her thighs. That vaguely discernible beautiful skin allowed one to see their dreams, so it was called a sacred and inviolable territory. Originally, Yunyan's figure was the tallest among the three girls, so her legs were naturally the longest. Coupled with the white halter stockings and the short skirt absolute domain, it made people want to lie down on the spot and become the carpet under her feet. Beautiful, beautiful, really beautiful. At this moment, senior sister Yunyan was wearing a set of maid attire. Her cloud-like brown hair was tied into a neat high ponytail. Coupled with the cold and arrogant expression on her face, it really made people unable to stop themselves from looking at her, and... Wait. Why does the maid have such an expression? It seems like she treats the master as trash. Generally speaking, maids are not submissive. They will do whatever they are told to do. Why is Yunyan acting as a maid like this? Just when Ryudo looked at the maid Yunyan with a puzzled look, she frowned and said sternly, "Hey. You, what are you doing lying on Miss Bed? Pervert." Logically speaking, this is Yunyan's own room, and the bed is also her own bed, but Yunyan said that it is Miss Bed. So that's the case. Is it such a setting? Her current maid role is playing the maid of Yunyan in Tsukumi. Unlike Colored Glaze, Yunyan did not have a personal maid following her. So at this time, Miss put herself in a role similar to 16 Nights in dancing costume and began to angrily scold the stinky man who was lying on Miss' bed. Yunyan's acting was not bad. At least he could feel her momentum of looking at men as trash. From a certain point of view, it was really similar to dancing costume. Since Yunyan wanted to put on an act, then Long Do naturally would not refuse to accompany her. So he sneered and said, with my relationship with your miss, I can go to her bed if I want to. Even if your miss is on the bed, I will do it without hesitation. When he said, without hesitation, Ryuto slightly curled his lips. Obviously, this sentence had a double meaning. After all, the word on had a deeper meaning. After hearing this sentence, the maid Yunyan's face turned a little red, but she still angrily said, disgusting. Disgusting. You stinky men, all you think about is these messy things all day long. I don't want Miss to be sullied by you. As Yunyan spoke, she put her hands on her waist and put on a superior posture while looking at Ryuto who was lying on Miss' bed. This kind of superior posture and her service profession as a maid produced a strange contrast. Well, how to put it, it would make the person who liked it feel very good. Coincidentally, Ryuto was the kind of person who liked it. Although he was not a masochist, who could reject such a beautiful and cute maid who looked at her master like he was trash? Thus, when he heard Yunyan's words, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then, he stretched out his hand and directly pulled this tsundere maid onto the bed. Chapter 265. Plop. Following this soft sound, the cute little maid was brought to the bed by the domineering extreme Dao young master. The moment she was pulled to the bed, the maid Yunyan couldn't help but shout, let go. Stinky man. I want revenge. Although I like your big miss, I also like you. Without waiting for the maid Yunyan to finish her words, Ryuto whispered softly in her ear, and at the same time, he kissed her round earlobe. Oh! After being hit in the face by such a straightforward ball, Yunyan suddenly became soft, and her whole body became soft. So she also obediently fell into Ryuto's arms, smiled and said, you really know how to coax girls. Usually, you have a lot of sweet words for other girls. Occasionally, but the number of sweet words for you is definitely the most. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. It seems like this is the case. Yunyan also knew that Ryuto had two other women, but with the temperament of Colored Glaze and Dunya, they usually didn't play so much when they were with Ryuto. After being intimate for a while, Yunyan slowly got up from the bed, pointed at her outfit and asked, stop joking, what do you think of my outfit? Very good. Ryuto immediately gave a thumbs up, smiled and said, especially the setting of the arrogant and poisonous maid and the white garter stockings, it's simply amazing. Gulp. Speaking of this, the dragon head couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and looked at Yunyan's legs wrapped in the long garter stockings. The so-called garter stockings were actually a kind of stockings. It was just that in the past, when stocking technology was not developed, nylon stockings without a corset design would easily slide down. Therefore, things like suspenders were developed. To put it bluntly, it was just a design to fix the stockings. Logically speaking, with the improvement of the design of stockings and the development of some small products similar to stocking glue, the situation of women slipping down when wearing stockings had decreased a lot. Therefore, garter stockings should also be retired from the stage of history. However, this did not happen. At some point, garter stockings became a symbol of femininity. Unlike stockings and pantyhose without suspenders, suspender stockings were like the straps behind a bra because of the two suspenders. They became a special prop that attracted people's interest. In this day and age, socks were not necessarily for wearing. They could be worn for use. After all, a woman's long and slender legs were the most attractive part of a man. Coupled with the two straight straps of the garter stockings, it was as if the straps were used as threads on the graceful thighs, making it easier for people to see the three-dimensional structure of the thighs. And the most important thing was that the straps of the garter stockings had a hint of going up, up, and up. It made people feel as if they could go up along the straps, and their consciousness would dive into the top of the garter stockings and go to the mysterious secret garden. Therefore, the legs wearing garter stockings were beautiful and had a certain suggestive effect. It could make people feel that the legs were very beautiful. If the legs were white and long, the bones and flesh were well proportioned, and the owner of the legs was a great beauty, then it would be even more beautiful. There was no doubt that Yunyan perfectly met the above characteristics, so Ryudo couldn't help but look at her legs wearing white garter stockings. This was a very normal situation. At this time, the maid was lying on the bed with her legs slightly bent, supporting her face with her elbows. This posture could perfectly show the curves of her body. After noticing Ryudo's gaze on her legs, Yunyan was not pretentious, but asked with a smile, "So you like this? Is this the so-called stocking fetish?" "Ah. Is it? I can't say for sure. In short, I am attracted to it." Looking at Yunyan, who was wearing a nurse's skirt, a nurse's cap, and a pair of white pantyhose, Ryudo suddenly had the idea of asking her to give him an injection, or he could give her an injection himself. Just like this, the two played the nurse and patient game for a while. Yunyan then changed into the witch costume, policewoman costume, Lolita costume, flight attendant costume, and other common cosplay costumes. She also changed into some famous ACG characters' cosplay costumes. Every time she changed her clothes, Long Do would seriously comment on it. Then, he would comment on whether senior sister Yunyan's clothes matched her stockings, whether the stockings were too thick, and so on. Needless to say, only Yunyan was willing to play with Ryudo like this. If it was colored glaze or dunya, Ryudo would have been kicked and beaten as soon as he stretched out his hand. When Yunyan finally excitedly tried on all the clothes, it was already the middle of the night. And when she tried on a bunch of clothes, she felt a little sweaty, so she ran to the bathroom to take a shower, changed into a nightgown, and walked out. Phew, today was really fun, too interesting. After coming out of the bathroom, Yunyan laughed while using the towel in her hand to dry her wet hair. Her long brown hair, which was usually soft and fluffy like a cloud, was now wet and clumped together. Long Do had never seen such a scene before. Although it was not the first time he saw a beauty coming out of the shower, the last time he saw it was Dunya drying her wet hair. When it came to displaying the charm of a woman, a loli was not on the same level as a mature woman. Yunyan's posture when she came out of the bath was indeed much more beautiful. It made people clearly feel that she was a woman and not a girl. Dong dong, dong dong. Seeing Yunyan in a soft nightgown walking towards him, Ryudo felt his heart beating violently. Indeed, the normal Yunyan and the Yunyan who changed so many costumes were very attractive, but the current Yunyan in her nightgown displayed her charm to the extreme. Her bare feet, as white as jade, stepped on the carpet in the room. Her calves and thighs without stockings still looked flawless. From the soft silk nightgown, one could see large patches of white skin on her arms, back, and neck. Walla! Walla. When Yunyan came out of the bathroom and sat in front of the dressing table to dry her hair, Ryudo kept staring at her like an idiot who had never seen a woman before. As a matter of fact, it was indeed so. Beauties like Yunyan who possessed a fatal level of enticement to men were probably less than 5 in the current world. One of them was even a man-eating flower like Yongji. Looking and looking, when Yunyan finally dried her hair and walked towards the bed, Ryudo reacted and jumped up from the bed. He said awkwardly, "Sorry, it's late, I should go back." Because he was just engrossed in watching, Ryudo didn't react, and now it was already this time. After all, now that Yunyan was ready to wash up and sleep, he was still in her room, which was more or less suspicious of being a hooligan. People can be romantic, but can't be dirty. This was Ryudo's principle. However, just as Ryudo stood up and was about to leave like a gentleman, Yunyan suddenly pushed him forward and directly pushed him onto the bed. Yunyan. You. Just seeing so many of my costumes and touching so many stockings of different thicknesses, do you feel a little uncomfortable? After pushing Long Do onto the bed, Yunyan also pounced on him. She revealed a charming smile that was different from her usual self as she whispered into his ear, "Do you want it? Tonight, it's okay." Chapter 266. Generally speaking, when a woman says, "Do you want it?" If it's tonight, it's okay. When she says this, she probably didn't mean to ask if he wanted to eat supper tonight. Ryudo naturally understood what Yunyan meant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be naive, but really stupid. Speaking of which, among the harem trio, Yunyan and Ryudo's relationship was the most intimate, because Yunyan was the most daring. In the 3 stages of love, which were kiss, caress, and sleep together, the colored glaze only reached A, Dunya didn't even reach A, and Yunyan even passed B. When Ryudo touched her feet and legs, Yunyan didn't refuse. Instead, she seemed to find it very interesting. Later on, when Ryudo boldly and shamelessly touched the pair of cute slimes, Yunyan didn't express any displeasure. That kind of charm that could cause the downfall of countries and cities combined with the mature figure of a big sister that was like a peach, exuding a fatal attraction. And what made this attraction even more terrifying was that Yunyan was the kind of person who was willing to take the initiative to be intimate with others. Just like now. Although she was a genuine, pure girl, this didn't stop Yunyan from taking the initiative. Because her personality was like this, daring to try all kinds of new things, and also liked to enjoy all kinds of enjoyment. Regarding the fact that he was pushed down by Yunyan, Ryudo felt his mind go blank for a moment, and at the same time, his breathing suddenly quickened. At this time, Yunyan had just finished showering. The strong smell of hormones on her body mixed with the fragrance of the shower gel, coupled with the soft silk nightgown, this beauty's charm was displayed to the extreme. What's more, this great beauty even asked, "Do you want it?" a question that couldn't possibly have a second answer, so it would be strange if he could resist. Thus, without even thinking, Long Do brought over a slave. He flipped over and placed Senior Yunyan on the bed. Then, he propped up the pillow with his hand and looked at her eyes that carried a blurred expression. Yunyan, can I really do it? But be gentle, I haven't done it before, I heard it's a bit painful at first. Okay, I'll be gentle. Finally, the day has finally arrived, I can finally become a real man. Looking at Yunyan lying on the bed with a playful expression, Ryudo suddenly felt like crying. After mentally preparing himself, Ryudo slightly lowered his head, and planned to start this hot night with a passionate chirp. However, just as this pair of lovers was about to take a new step, a light knock came from Yunyan's door. Damn! What the hell? Instantly, Ryudo's body bounced off Yunyan's body and awkwardly sat to the side. Yunyan also frowned slightly, and asked with an unhappy tone. Who is it? Allah, you're not asleep yet, right? It's Mom, I'm coming in. At this time, Yunyan's mother, Suki Rizen's voice came from outside the door. Mom. Why would she? Phew, no choice. Hearing her mom's voice, Yunyan hurriedly lifted the blanket and signaled for Ryuto to hide inside, while she lay down beside Ryuto, picked up a book from the bedside table, and pretended to be reading on the bed, and then picked up the remote to open the door. Yunyan's door was an electronic lock that could be opened remotely, so there was no need to get off the bed to open the door. 2 seconds after Ryuto hurriedly crawled under the blanket, Shin-chin opened the door and walked in, walking towards Yunyan's bedside. After coming to the bedside, Shin-chin smiled and said to her daughter, "Still reading? I hope I didn't disturb you." "You can say that. Why did you suddenly come over?" "I went to Madame Kudo's place to have a tea party tonight, and it happened to be near here, so I couldn't be bothered to go back, and decided to stay here for a night to accompany my cute daughter." Saying this, a relaxed smile appeared on Shin-chin's face, as if saying, "Are you happy? Are you having a good time?" If it was any other time, Yunyan would definitely be very happy if her mom came over to accompany her. But today was different. Yunyan was about to step onto a new level with her boyfriend, but who knew that Shin-chin would suddenly come and mess things up, causing her to have a strange expression. As for Ryuto, who was hiding under the blanket, it was even more awkward. "What's going on? What's going on?" "I was being intimate with my girlfriend in her room, but my mother-in-law suddenly came and blocked me in my girlfriend's blanket." This situation was very awkward for Ryuto, and also very scary. After all, he couldn't imagine what Shin-chin's expression would be if she found out that he was hiding in her daughter's bed. But at this moment, something even scarier happened. As Shin-chin spoke, she actually sat down on Yunyan's bed and smiled. "How about I sleep here with you tonight? We haven't slept together in a long time." Hiss. The moment she heard this, Yunyan shivered, and Ryuto, who was hiding behind her, also shivered. The two could be said to be in sync. What a joke, sleep together. As long as Shin-chin lifts the blanket, no one will be able to sleep tonight. This isn't good. After feeling the crisis, a drop of cold sweat fell from Yunyan's smooth forehead, and she said awkwardly, "Why isn't it good? Didn't we often sleep together before?" "That's true, but today I have a cold, and I'm afraid of infecting you." Achoo! In order to strengthen her persuasion, Yunyan pretended to sneeze cutely. If it was any other time, Ryuto would definitely be attracted by the sound of the sneeze, but now he didn't have the mood to do so. Instead, he paid full attention to the second mother-in-law's actions. "Please, please, don't come over." He didn't know if Ryuto's prayer was effective, or if Yunyan's sneeze was quite realistic. When Shin-chin heard that, she said, "Then you should rest well tonight. I'll sleep in the guest room next door. I won't disturb you." After rubbing Yunyan's head, Shin-chin leisurely opened the door and walked to the guest room next door. Phew! Suddenly, Ryuto breathed a sigh of relief. He poked his head out of the blanket, reached out and hugged Yunyan's slender waist, and said with a smile, "This is really dangerous, I was almost caught, hee hee." Indeed, I didn't expect Mom to come back at this time. After holding Ryuto's hand, Yunyan said regretfully, "But it seems that we can't do it tonight. Mom is sleeping in the small guest room next door. If there is any noise, it will disturb her." Although the soundproofing of the Tsutsumirabetsuin room was good, after all, it was late at night, and the surroundings were very quiet. If the two of them did it in the room, it would be strange if Shin-chin, who lived next door, couldn't hear it. But if they covered their mouths and didn't make any sound, the two of them wouldn't feel good enough. They would feel very sullen, so they might as well not do it. That's the only way. So miserable. Ryuto naturally knew this, so he also nodded bitterly, but the fire in his chest didn't go down. How to put it, in fact, since Yunyan changed her clothes, Ryuto had been very angry. Later, after Yunyan made it clear that she wanted to help him, Ryuto's fire burned even more vigorously. To use an exaggerated analogy, Ryudo was like a volcano that was about to erupt. If there was no vent, then he could only wait for the boiling magma inside to slowly calm down. Anyone who had experienced such a situation would know that this process was very unpleasant. It was like the feeling of being forced back halfway through a sneeze. Seeming to feel Ryudo's sullenness, Yunyen first pondered, and then said to Ryudo, who was about to get up and leave, "How about this? It's already so late, you should stay here tonight." But in my current situation, if I stay here, it's a bit torturous. If it was a normal day, being able to sleep in the same bed with Yunyen, even if it was just sleeping together, was a great enjoyment for Ryudo. But the problem was that now Ryudo's fire had been greatly aroused by her, and it was in the ultimate state of overclocking. Sleeping with her was not enjoyment, but torture. It was like a person who had been hungry for several days was placed in front of him, but the meat couldn't be eaten, and he could only sleep with the meat. Who could stand this? However, Yunyen whispered in his ear, "I know. Don't worry, I will help you solve it so that you can sleep peacefully." "What? Help me solve it? What do you mean?" Beep. Before Ryudo could react, Yunyen picked up the remote control on the bedside table and pressed the button to turn off the lights. The next moment, the room filled with the delicate fragrance of a young girl suddenly fell into darkness, and for a moment it became pitch black. Then, a rustling sound came from the bed. Ryudo felt the quilt suddenly moved, and a warm body lifted the quilt and went under. Yunyen. Just lie down. I read this method from a book. I don't know if it can be done. Anyway, let's give it a try. Book? Read it from a book. Give it a try. This is... Oh. Just when Ryudo didn't react to what Yunyen was saying, he suddenly felt his body heat up, and the action in the sixth last paragraph of chapter 95 was reproduced in this small quilt. So it's like this. Yunyen. Amazing. When he was enveloped by a feeling that he had never experienced before, Ryudo couldn't help but take a deep breath, and felt that his whole body fell into a bottomless abyss. Chapter 267. Hot dogs were a very normal way of making sausages. Speaking of hot dogs, I believe everyone is familiar with them, but how exactly are hot dogs made? Let's let Yunyen take everyone to understand. The specific method of making a hot dog was to use 2 pieces of white, round, and soft bread to clamp the sausages that had been roasted to make them hot. Then, smear a little slippery sauce on them, and rub them left and right so that the sausages and bread would fully absorb the sauce. Speaking of which, this was a commoner's delicacy that was simple to make and tasted great. Senior sister Yunyen, as a young miss, had never made a hot dog before. She had only read about how to make a hot dog in a book. Today, she decided to use it on a whim. But from the way she rushed to the bathroom to take a shower, this dish was not easy to make from a certain perspective. She still had to wear an apron. Yunyen. Are you okay? I'm okay, I was just shocked. It's amazing, like a water faucet suddenly exploded. Sorry. It's okay, it's a new experience, and it's quite helpful for writing novels. Thank you for your hard work. After holding Yunyen in his arms, Ryudo kissed her forehead, and then the two fell asleep in each other's arms. That night, Ryudo slept very well. The next day, when he woke up, he was even more refreshed. He was full of energy, as if he had just completed some kind of trial. Is this the feeling of having a girlfriend? Goodbye, good brother. After getting up, Ryudo looked at his right hand, and nodded solemnly, as a final farewell to his bachelor life for the past 10 years. Oh. Good morning. Not long after, Yunyen, who was lying next to him, also woke up, and then casually stretched. Seeing her graceful curves when she stretched, Ryudo sighed again. For a moment, he could not believe that he was able to become a lover with such a beauty. How to describe it? Ryudo and Yunyen were now on a new level, but not completely on it. They tried some new things, but not completely at the end of it. But no matter what, last night's strange experience made Ryudo very happy. At the same time, he also saw Yunyen's side that he would not normally see, and it was extremely shocking. Although Long Do knew from the beginning that senior sister Yunyen was very bold, he didn't expect her to be bold to this extent. She was clearly a young girl, but she directly skipped the novice stage and practiced the kind of senior technique that only talented women could master. So far, only Yunyen could master this kind of skill. Colored Glaze and Dunya did not have this kind of talent. And if Ryudo asked them to do it, he would probably be killed on the spot. It did not matter whether they had the talent or not. Therefore, even if Yunyen was not proficient in this kind of skill, it was enough to make Ryudo admire her. In the end, he was defeated by her great heart. Speaking of which, other than the fact that senior sister Yunyen was quite bold, there was also the fact that she really liked Long Do, which was why she wanted to make Long Do feel comfortable. Thinking of this, Ryudo felt warm in his heart. After all, having such a cute and proactive girlfriend was really a great joy in life. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me in a daze early in the morning? Are you still thinking about what happened last night? When being stared at by Ryudo, Yunyen, who was sitting in front of the dressing table and doing her hair, could not help but ask with a smile. While she was doing her hair, Yunyen raised her long and slender hands behind her back. Because she was only wearing a simple set of underwear and the nightgown from last night had been washed, her smooth, white, and hairless underarms attracted Long Do's attention. Thus, Long Do swallowed his saliva and smiled awkwardly. That, more or less. If you like it, I will help you many times, don't stare at me like this. Oh. Whoa 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 whoa. Yunyen, you are really an angel. When Long Do heard senior sister Yunyen's casual reply, which contained a myriad of flirtatious emotions, he instantly felt as if he had turned into light. He wanted nothing more than to put on his underwear, throw on a bedsheet, and fly out to save the world. In this way, Ryudo jumped out of the window with a good mood. He jumped out of the bedroom that brought him countless beautiful memories, then quietly slipped to the street, waiting for Yunyen to come out to school. Not long after, Yunyen, who was neatly dressed in the first high school uniform, and her face returned to her usual gentle expression, walked out of the gate. This Yunyen was the Yunyen in Tsukujiri that the public was familiar with. But after last night, Long Do got to know the new Yunyen. He got to know what the Yunyen in the moon vision looked like. He was the only one in the world who could see it. Therefore, until the two arrived at the school gate of First High School, Ryudo was in a good mood, and so was Yunyen, who was walking beside him. You love me, I love you, XXXX, sweet honey. She even hummed an inexplicably familiar melody as she walked, and it was like a magical sound that pierced the ears. While humming, Yunyen unconsciously reached out and hugged Ryudo's arm, like a little girl in love. The young man and woman in love seemed to only have eyes for each other. Usually, when Yunyen and Long Do were alone, small actions like holding hands, hugging each other's arms, or hugging each other's waist had become a habit for them. Especially after last night, the two of them had become even closer. However, they obviously didn't notice that they weren't alone. Instead, they were openly walking on the school road outside Dori No. 1 High School. There were at least 500 to 600 students in their field of vision. Therefore, this scene made many jaws drop in shock. Am I seeing things? That's Yunyen and Ryudo Kiryu. Seeing the two walking together intimately, and the girl hugging the boy's arm, most of the students who were about to go to school were stunned. A male student who was eating a sandwich while walking saw this scene, bit his finger, and threw the sandwich at the face of the student behind him. The student who was thrown a sandwich didn't have time to get angry. He just looked at Ryuto and Yunyen and continued to walk until the sandwich fell to the ground. The sandwich that fell to the ground was stepped on by another student who saw this scene. He did a 90-degree split on the spot, and his crotch cracked. Of course, this was only a small incident that happened in a small area. From the time Long Do and Yunyen walked affectionately to the school gate, there were countless of blunders caused by excessive shock, such as falling, dropping things, bumping into each other, bumping into a tree, bumping into a telephone pole, drinking a drink into one's nostrils, and so on. There were simply too many to count. Because no one could imagine that such a shocking scene would happen early in the morning. A long time ago, Yunyen and Ryuto were involved in a scandal. It was that time when the two walked into the school side by side, which caused the first public outrage on the first high school BBS. But a scandal was just a scandal. In addition, there was the incident of Ryuto and Colored Glaze straightening their collars at the school gate, which diluted the reliability of the previous scandal. Gradually, no one talked about Ryuto and Yunyen anymore. But this morning, in such a public place, this man and woman had openly hugged each other's arms, doing the intimate actions that only a couple would do, chatting and laughing as they walked into the campus. For the boys and girls who liked Yunyen, today was undoubtedly the end of their world. For the boys and girls who liked Ryuto, the same logic applied. Extra, extra, extra. Ryuto Kiryu and Yunyen confirmed their relationship and came to school early in the morning with their arms around each other's arms. From that moment onwards, an unprecedented storm of the century began to blow, quickly spreading to every corner of the first high school of Metropolis. Along with this earth-shattering topic, hundreds of photos of the two of them walking through the school gate from different angles also appeared on the first high school BBS. In most of the photos, Yunyen's face had the sweet smile of a girl in love. Her right hand was wrapped around Ryuto's left arm, and she even didn't care that half of her proud holy mountain was on her boyfriend's arm. How is this possible? I won't admit it. I won't admit this reality. When they saw this photo, who knows how many young boys and girls let out heart-wrenching cries. It must be known that Yunyen was a big idol in this school. Especially with her natural mysterious charm and body that far exceeded that of a high school student, she attracted a bunch of fans. Although these fans usually didn't show off, they had always been silently paying attention to Yunyen and worshipping her as their goddess. But today, the goddess in their hearts came to school intimately with the school's demon king, the hooligan, and the two of them were so close to each other. Wasn't this asking for death? Of course, if Ryuto knew what they were thinking, he would probably only laugh coldly in his heart. This is considered close. Last night was close, so close that my entire body sank in. Under such a lively atmosphere, the first high school was especially lively. Almost everyone was talking about Ryuto and Yunyen's official relationship. However, where there was light, there would be shadows. If some people were happy, there would naturally be others who were unhappy. For example, the official team leader's wife, Kanzaki Colored Glaze, who was angered by Ryuto and Dunya's matter yesterday and came over early in the morning to eat another big melon. Chapter 268. Early in the morning, in the Year 2 Class A classroom of the Dori First High School, an unprecedentedly low pressure was wreaking havoc. This low pressure was so strong that it was as if it wanted to turn the classroom into a Siberian ice field. Even the teacher subconsciously lowered his voice by several decibels during class. And the source of this low pressure was the scion sitting in the second-to-last row by the window, Colored Glaze Kanzaki. Ever since this scion from Kamiyoshi came to school, her expression had never been good. Although Colored Glaze usually had a very cold expression in school, being cold didn't equate to having an angry expression, nor did it equate to a Siberian low pressure. Displeased, very displeased, extremely displeased. At this moment, Colored Glaze was sitting on her desk as she reached out for the ballpoint pen she always used and subconsciously scratched the surface of her desk. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The soft crunching sounds almost reached the ears of every student in the class, but everyone only dared to lower their heads and read their books. Even the teacher didn't dare to look in the scion's direction. Too scary, truly too scary. Everyone knew that Colored Glaze Kanzaki had a special identity, and that her aura was much stronger than the average high school students, but they didn't expect her to give off such a terrifying aura when she was angry. She was just sitting there, but it was enough to make everyone feel as if they were in hell. Colored Glaze in this state was just that terrifying. Miss, it can't be, right? She's actually this angry because of that bastard Ryudo. Dancing Costume, who was also in Year 2 Class A like Kanzaki, naturally knew why Colored Glaze was so angry today. Without a doubt, it was related to this morning's incident between Ryudo and Yunyen. By the time the first class started, almost everyone in the school knew about the news. They all knew that the third year's school belle, the famous Yunyen flower, was already taken. Actually, when Dancing Costume saw that photo, she already knew that Kanzaki would be angry, but she didn't expect her to be so angry that she almost exploded on the spot. Colored Glaze liked Ryudo, and Dancing Costume knew this very well. But Dancing Costume also knew that Ryudo was dating Yunyen, and Kanzaki had tacitly agreed to it. This made Dancing Costume feel very strange. Colored Glaze clearly allowed Ryudo date Yunyen, so why was she so angry? The reason for this was actually very simple. To put it bluntly, I was the one who came first. Indeed, in this world, no one was more qualified to say this than Colored Glaze. From the beginning, Ryudo was the first to like Colored Glaze. He was the first to confess to Colored Glaze, the first to go through thick and thin with Colored Glaze, the first to visit Colored Glaze's home, the first to make a promise to Colored Glaze, the first to kiss Kanzaki. Why? I was here first, so why did he announce his relationship with Yunyen first? If that's the case, then wouldn't it seem like I'm the mistress? Gotcha. Thinking of this, Colored Glaze's slender hand suddenly exerted force, and actually broke the ballpoint pen in her hand on the table. It was obvious how unhappy she was in her heart. Indeed, Colored Glaze did approve of Ryudo's idea of starting a harem, and also acknowledged that Yunyen and Dunya were qualified to serve one husband with her. But even so, Colored Glaze would never give up the position of main wife. Damn it, I really want to announce to everyone that Ryudo is my man. But I can't. Although Colored Glaze really wanted to declare her authority as the main wife, the current situation didn't allow her to do so. The reason was still the same, because the Kamiyoshi wouldn't allow the heir to the throne to fool around with men outside. Not only the Kamiyoshi wouldn't allow it, but the Yatsuki organization also wouldn't allow it. So even if Colored Glaze wanted to declare her sovereignty, she couldn't do so before solving the Yatsuki and Kamiyoshi problem. Irritated. The more she thought about it, the more irritated Colored Glaze felt, but she couldn't do anything. However, just as Colored Glaze was infuriated, Ryudo in the next classroom received a special text message. Beep beep, beep beep. Accompanied by a familiar sound from the phone, Ryudo took out the phone from his trouser pocket and clicked on the message. But the moment he saw the message, Ryudo immediately frowned and then stood up abruptly. This action startled the students and teachers of Grade 2 Class B, but she didn't care about the sudden silence in the classroom. Instead, she stood up and walked out without hesitation. What? What's going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw Long Do walk out of the classroom as if there was no one around. However, due to Long Do's status and his reputation, no one dared to say anything. But after he walked out of the classroom, he made an even more exaggerated move. Da, 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 da. Accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps in the corridor, Ryuto pushed open the door of the second-year class and next door. Hey! Hey 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 hey! Isn't this Ryuto Kiryu? Seeing Ryuto suddenly push open the door during class time, the teachers and students of the second-year class A were stunned. What was even more exaggerated was that after entering the door, Long Do directly went to Lu Li's seat. Moreover, he stretched out his hand and pulled this dumbstruck young miss up from her seat. Finally, he quickly walked outside. All of this happened too quickly, in just a few seconds. Before anyone could react, Ryuto had already pulled colored glaze out of the classroom. The whole process looked like a bride snatching. After a few steps, colored glaze tried to shake off Ryuto's hand in surprise, and asked in an incredulous tone, "Wait. Wait. What the hell are you doing?" It had to be said that Ryuto's move just now was really shocking. He actually went straight into the next class during class and pulled the young lady colored glaze out. If there was no reasonable explanation, then this incident would probably become the second explosive point of the day, enough to be on par with the Yunyan and Ryuto dating incident. But just as colored glaze was trying to struggle, Ryuto said seriously, "Don't make trouble. Something happened to Lady Ruehue. We must immediately rush to Kamishiro Imperial Garden." Lady Ruehue. Something happened to mother. The moment she heard this sentence, colored glaze suddenly trembled. After all, she never dreamed that Ryuto pulled her out of class because of this. But in the next moment, colored glaze quickly thought of a strange point. Wait. Something happened to mother, why didn't I know? How did he know? Thinking of this, colored glaze couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Ruehue Kaneshiro was colored glaze's biological mother, and logically speaking, the relationship between the two of them was the closest in the world. But now, something seemed to have happened to Ruehue, and colored glaze didn't know anything about it, but Ryuto got the information faster. This didn't make sense, did it? As if he knew what colored glaze was thinking, Ryuto took out his phone and showed her the message sent by Bunnyball from the cat house. There were only a few simple words on the message. It said, "Madam fainted on the ground, speed." Although it was only a few words, the content was enough to shock anyone who saw it, and it made colored glaze even more confused. What's going on? Why didn't I receive this message? Why did Bunnyball only send it to Ryuto, but not to me? I'm the young lady of Kamiyoshi, I'm mother's daughter, right? At this moment, Ryuto pulled colored glaze out of the school while explaining, "Actually, Madame Ruehue has been hiding something from you, she didn't want you to know, so Bunnyball naturally didn't inform you." Something has been hiding from me. What is it? After hearing this, colored glaze only felt her heart beat wildly. Ryuto's words combined with the message of Ruehue fainting just now, with her intelligence, it wasn't difficult to guess the worst answer. Madame Ruehue is actually seriously ill, she thinks that she doesn't have long to live, so she didn't want to tell you some things. Mother, she doesn't have long to live. In an instant, colored glaze felt dizzy as she walked. Her legs seemed to have lost their strength, and she fell forward unconsciously. But colored glaze didn't fall to the ground, but when she fell forward, Ryuto caught her. Hee. In the next second, Ryuto put his hands on her back and legs, and the young lady's slender body was carried up in a princess carry position. Don't forget, at this time, the two were still in school. Although it was still class time, there were still some figures around. If it were any other time, Luli would definitely not allow Long Do to do such an intimate action to her in public. But now, she couldn't care less about it. How is it possible, mother? Don't worry, listen to me carefully, okay? Ryudo naturally understood Colored Glaze's feelings when she heard the sudden news, but he smiled and said in Colored Glaze's ear, I just said, she thinks she doesn't have long to live. Do you understand what this means? Hearing this, Colored Glaze's head turned to Ryudo's direction, and looked at the man with a surprised gaze. Ruehue doesn't have long to live. Ruehue thinks she doesn't have long to live. In between these two sentences, he only added, thinks she doesn't have long to live, but the meaning was completely different. Difficult. Difficult to say. After understanding Ryudo's meaning, Colored Glaze asked with trepidation, you mean? Mother can still be saved. She won't die. Of course. Hearing this, Ryudo showed a confident expression, then lowered his head, and gently kissed Colored Glaze's forehead. I bet on my Ryudo Kiryo's name, I will definitely let her live. Otherwise, wouldn't I have worked for nothing for the past few months? Thinking about the past few months of blood and tears, Ryudo couldn't help but feel like crying. Even more than Colored Glaze, he wanted to cry. Chapter 269. Ryudo had already expected that Kanzai Ruehue would fall ill and die, and it was bound to happen. According to the timeline of the original work, Ruehue would die a year after Ryudo kidnapped the Colored Glaze, which was a year after Ryudo's plot began. It was almost half a year from now. However, Ruehue didn't suddenly die. Her body should start to have various problems at this time, such as fainting or severe headaches from time to time. Therefore, Ryudo also specifically discussed with Ruehue that if Ruehue had any discomfort, she should immediately inform him. Because this was an excellent opportunity for treatment. The only way to treat Ruehue's family-inherited terminal disease was a kind of elixir in Ryudo's Krypton Gold Mall, Hooligan 100 Immortals pill. Although the name sounded like a joke, its effect was really good. The description of this elixir was, 1 pill, all the diseases will disappear, the skin will be tender, and you will be a new person. It was like the kind of elixir that could be used to become an immortal after eating it. It was not comparable to ordinary mortal medicine. Of course, such a useful thing, the price was also quite reasonable. The first one cost 1 billion. This price was not expensive from an objective point of view, but it was also very cheap. After all, a thing that could cure all diseases, not to mention 1 billion, even if it was 10 billion or 100 billion, many people would rush to buy it. However, in order to save 1 billion yen to buy this Hooligan 100 Immortals pill for Mrs. Ruehue, Ryudo had a hard time during this period. With such a large sum of money, even if Ryudo's Rulong Security Company could continue to make profits, it was not so easy for him to save it even if he often went to the Sai River fighting arena to play games and went out from time to time to rob the rich for himself. But fortunately, a young master named John Teddy accidentally helped Ryudo solve most of the problems. That's right, it's John. It's that John, the young master who accidentally had the same name as Father John. Then, the two of them colluded to plot against the Tsukuminari group, only to be punched in the neck by Ryudo. Although no one knew where John was now, the inheritance he left behind was still there, which was the 1 billion yen that Gao Yuan transferred out in batches. A few months ago, Ryudo had spent 300 million out of the 1 billion, but later on, he received the remaining 800 million. In addition to the hundreds of millions he had earned over the past few months, it was not a problem for him to gather 1 billion to buy the medicine. However, Ryudo still felt the pinch when he thought about how his 1 billion yuan was going to vanish in a moment. This was because this money was already enough for him to level up his attribute points twice. Sigh, I hope that Madame Ruehue will be able to return this 1 billion to me. She shouldn't be such a stingy person. Just as Ryudo brought Colored Glaze to the Kamishiro Imperial Garden located in the outskirts of Tokyo, he couldn't help but think this in his heart. When the two of them skipped class and came to the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, it was still early in the morning. The main building of the Imperial Garden that looked like a huge shrine emitted a bright luster under the sun, looking very luxurious. Colored Glaze was very familiar with the Imperial Garden where she was born and grew up. However, due to the inconvenience of going to school after entering high school, Colored Glaze was arranged by Rue Hui to live in the Kamishiro courtyard, and the time she returned home was also a lot less. Thinking about it carefully, Colored Glaze seemed to have become more and more estranged from her mother from that time. At first, Colored Glaze thought that it was because her mother had been busy in recent years, so she gradually became estranged from her, but from the current situation, it should be Rue Hui's deliberate intention. Because she knew that she didn't have long to live, in order to not let her daughter be sad, Rue Hui chose the stupidest method. As long as her daughter didn't like her, naturally she wouldn't be sad. Idiot. How can there be such an idiot? Thinking about this, Colored Glaze couldn't help but sigh deeply, and there was a faint mist floating in her eyes. In Colored Glaze's heart, her mother had always been incomparably wise, as if she could see through all the truths of the world, and nothing could be difficult for her, the kind of perfect woman who could always remain calm. But when it came to her daughter, Rue Hui always seemed to do something that seemed very stupid. Perhaps this was the so-called caring makes a mess. As the car stopped at the side door of the Kamishiro Imperial Garden, Ryuto and Colored Glaze quickly jumped out of the car and walked towards the side door. At this time, there was already a familiar old figure waiting at the side door, but when he saw Lady Colored Glaze, he frowned slightly. After glancing at Colored Glaze, Cat House Bunny Ball looked at Ryuto with a somewhat angry gaze and questioned, "Ryuto-kun, what is the meaning of this?" From the beginning to the end, Rue Hui's physical condition was a big secret that had to be hidden from Colored Glaze, and Ryuto also agreed to this condition to start a series of cooperation with Rue Hui. But now, Ryuto acted on his own initiative and brought Colored Glaze here, completely disregarding the previous agreement, so it was no wonder that Bunny Ball was angry. But even though he felt Bunny Ball's anger, Ryuto only shrugged and smiled faintly. She has the right to know, and the right to stay here. But this isn't Lord Rue Hui's wish. Sorry, I can't let you in. Speaking until here, this old butler who had guarded the Kamiyoshi for his entire life firmly shook his head, and actually ordered Ryuto and Colored Glaze to leave. Rue Hui had given a strict order to not let anyone under any circumstances let Colored Glaze know about her condition. So when Ryuto violated this agreement, he had already lost the right to cooperate with Rue Hui. Bunny Ball naturally wouldn't let him in to see Rue Hui. But Ryuto had already expected Bunny Ball's current attitude. So he smiled at Colored Glaze and said, "You go in first, I'll be there later." Okay. Although she knew that Bunny Ball wouldn't let her in so easily, but since it was Ryuto who told her to go in, Colored Glaze didn't hesitate to walk towards the side door, as though she didn't care about this guardian ninja at all. "Young mistress. I'm sorry. Let me apologize with my death after this." Seeing that Miss actually wanted to barge into the garden, Bunny Ball could only sigh, and with a wave of his right hand, an almost inaudible long needle flew towards Colored Glaze's body. As a guardian ninja, Bunny Ball was the best at controlling this kind of special long needle. Through the control of ki and acupuncture points, Bunny Ball could make the human body produce all kinds of miraculous reactions. So if this needle hit, it wouldn't be difficult to make Colored Glaze faint on the spot. Of course, the prerequisite was that it hit. But just as Bunny Ball's long needle pierced through the air and flew towards Colored Glaze, a small steel ball flew out from the opposite direction like a meteor. It directly shot down the long needle in midair. What? Seeing this scene, Bunny Ball gritted his teeth and tilted his body to the side, swiftly dodging the small steel ball that was flying towards him after the needle was shot down. Bang! Following that, with a loud bang, the small steel bead that was only the size of a fingernail, but was abnormally heavy due to the special material used, smashed into the wall behind Rabbit Ball, and actually punched a small hole in the wall that was visible to the naked eye. What kind of shocking destructive power was this? If it hit a person, the power would be no different from a bullet. Just as Bunny Ball was shocked by the power of the small steel ball and unconsciously dodged, Colored Glaze took the opportunity to run inside, leaving the old butler who was guarding the side door behind her. Colored Glaze's running speed wasn't fast. To Bunny Ball, it was almost the same as a tortoise. If he really wanted to chase, he could definitely catch up. But now, it wasn't that Bunny Ball didn't want to chase, but that he couldn't. This was because when Bunny Ball instinctively wanted to block Colored Glaze and prevent her from entering the Imperial Garden, a fierce killing intent had already locked him in place. He couldn't move recklessly, or else he would definitely be attacked, and might even die. In the past 70 years, Bunny Ball had felt this sense of danger countless times. But this time, such a hair-raising sense of crisis was brought to him by a youth who had not even reached the age of 17. Ryuto Kiryu. Amazing. When Bunny Ball finally turned his head to look at Ryuto, the youth who was holding a few small steel balls with a calm expression laughed and said, "You actually dare to make a move on the young miss of your family. There should be a limit to using your seniority, old man Bunny Ball." When he spoke up to hear, Long Do took a deep breath while the tendons and bones in his entire body started trembling like whips, and his aura instantly became a few times stronger than before. At a glance, he seemed like an extremely robust giant. What a strong chi! It was very close to Danjin, no wonder he could kill Ritualist. Sensing Ryuto's powerful chi that was rapidly connecting to his body, and constantly controlling his muscles to tremble, even Bunny Ball couldn't help but feel a huge pressure. 2 months ago, when Bunny Ball heard that Ryuto had defeated Saito Ritualist in a one-on-one duel, he was actually somewhat in disbelief. After all, Bunny Ball was very clear about Sato's strength, and the two of them had been old rivals for many years. Although Bunny Ball knew that he was stronger than Saito, but at most, he was only slightly stronger. How could a teenager like Ryuto win against Saito Ritualist? At first, Bunny Ball thought that Ryuto had used some tricks or took advantage of Saito Ritualist's perilous state to kill him. However, judging from the aura of a top-notch warrior emanating from Long Do's body, he might not have done those despicable things. Instead, he had openly smashed the demon child into pieces. At least from Bunny Ball's point of view, the current Ryuto was so strong that even he didn't have the confidence to win. Bunny Ball's body looked like a ghost. It was as if he could appear anywhere as light as a feather. This kind of ridiculous speed was an ability that Dragon Fight had never encountered before. But it's okay, I can still react. Just as the old figure suddenly appeared behind Ryuto and swung an attack at him, Ryuto thought he could block Rabbit Ball's attack. But Ryuto was obviously too naive because Rabbit Ball's attack was several times faster than his movement speed. Shing! For a moment, it was as if the air was neatly cut in half. Rabbit Ball's arm was like a sharp blade stabbing at the back of Ryuto's neck. Because of the speed, the violent sound of the wind breaking could only be heard after the attack. How to describe this feeling? It was like swinging a whip. A whip swung at high speed could reach a speed faster than the speed of sound at the tip. At this moment, Rabbit Ball's hand was like that whip. And the 3 fingers that he clasped together and stabbed at Ryuto were the tip of the whip. At the same time, it was also the fatal tip. Too fast, Rabbit Ball's speed was too fast. It was so fast that even Ryuto could not defend in time. Inner technique, sacrificial blade. The next moment, the 3 fingers that formed the shape of the character pierced Ryuto's neck from the back, aiming at the vital part of the human body, the medulla oblongata. Once this part was pierced or cut, it could lead to a life-threatening situation. In other words, Rabbit Ball's inner technique, sacrificial blade, was aimed at taking a life. Young man, you can only blame yourself for betraying Rue Hui-sama. Go to hell and repent. The moment his fingers pierced Ryudo's neck, Rabbit Ball silently said in his heart. The decisive difference between him and Saito, who was a martial Dao grandmaster, was that Ramro wasn't a martial artist. He was actually a ninja who walked in the dark and took people's lives. The inner technique of the ninja was the ultimate assassination technique that was passed down from generation to generation. Every strike was aimed at the vital parts of the body, and there was no consideration for injury or repulsion. And this inner technique, sacrificial blade, was to swing the arm out like a whip, allowing the fingers to reach a supersonic speed, causing an almost unblockable penetrative damage. In addition, Rabbit Ball was an expert who had cultivated ki to Danjin level. The power of his sacrificial blade was enough to penetrate a steel plate. If it hit a person, even a tough guy who had entered the Dao would have a hole. Therefore, the draconic fighter who was struck by this sacrificial blade from the back should be dead for sure, right? This is. The feeling is not right. So hard. Just when the three fingers pierced Ryudo's body and penetrated, Rabbit Ball felt that his fingers had only penetrated about 2 centimeters before they were forcefully stuck. The power of this move was indeed strong, and it did break Ryudo's defense. But this kind of superficial injury was not enough to cause a fatal blow. It was not enough to kill Ryudo. Rabbit Ball could not imagine that a living human's neck could have such exaggerated hardness. It was even harder than a steel plate. Whoosh! The next moment, Ryudo's arm quickly reached back and grabbed Rabbit Ball's right hand at a strange angle. Powerful. Unfortunately, the lethality is a bit low. After grabbing Rabbit Ball's hand, Ryudo slightly turned half of his face and revealed an excited smile to the leader of the Guardian Ninja. The Guardian Ninja was said to be the descendant of the ancient Wind Demon Ninja. They mastered almost all the advanced techniques of the ninja profession. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Their attack was a one-hit kill. Although Rabbit Ball was good at using long needles, he did not need any tools to kill people. 3 fingers were enough to kill people without leaving a trace. The sure kill attack of Rabbit Ball was actually described by Long Do as a little weak. This, full marks. But in fact, it was not a bluff. After all, Rabbit Ball was facing the extreme Dao master Ryudo Kiryu, who had the strongest defense in the world. With 80% mastery of Copper Skin, and Iron Bone, LV4 Constitution, and Chi buffs, Ryu Fight's defense had long since reached a level higher than Seido's. He could even block bullets with his body. In addition, when the sacrificial blade was about to stab him, Ryudo slightly turned his head at the last moment, allowing the needle to stab the trapezius muscle beside his neck. Then, he quickly contracted the muscle between his fingers, which was why the medulla oblongata was not directly pierced. Now that Rabbit Ball's attack missed and his wrist was caught, he would definitely have to pay the price. Dragon Bone Dislocation Hand, Heaven and Earth Inverted. Before Rabbit Ball could even react, his body flew up like a fallen leaf, involuntarily flying out. This flight caused Rabbit Ball to fly in a huge arc from behind Long Do and fly in front of him. Then, with lightning speed, Long Do twisted his arm and pressed him to the ground. Because of the skill, bone-dislocating dragon entangling hands, this series of grabs could be said to be extremely smooth. In the blink of an eye, Rabbit Ball's old face came into close contact with the ground. Poof! His nose, which was already a little flat, hit the hard floor. Blood spurted out like a blooming flower, dyeing the white floor red. The most important thing was that Tu-Wan was pressed to the ground by Long Do with his arm bent backward. This kind of posture was usually very difficult to break free from. Gotcha! But in the next second, Rabbit Ball, who was pinned to the ground with his arm bent, suddenly dislocated his shoulder joint. He suddenly rolled on the ground at a strange angle and cleverly broke free from Ryudo's grabbing posture. Good guy. As expected of the original work strength ceiling, he really didn't take it seriously. Seeing Rabbit Ball stand up and relocate his shoulder joint in the blink of an eye, Ryudo couldn't help but grin. But that's how it should be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting. After revealing a happy expression, Ryudo continued to fight with Rabbit Ball at the entrance of the Kamishiro Imperial Garden. The two of them went back and forth. Needles and steel balls flew everywhere. The light and dark forces were the same color. But just as the two of them were happily fighting, the colored glaze finally arrived at Rue Huey's door. Chapter 271. Kamishiro Imperial Garden has always been quiet, except for a few servants and ninjas who are responsible for protecting the family. It's almost impossible to see many people in the huge complex. In the ancient wooden corridor, colored glazes hurried footsteps from east to west, quickly walking towards her mother Rue Huey's room. Walking in from the side door, colored glazes' chaotic thoughts gradually came together, and the expression on her face gradually calmed down. There's no problem, there won't be a problem. If colored glaze was very flustered when she suddenly heard the news of Rue Huey's serious illness, then now she has already returned to her previous calm state. Because on the way here, Ryudo already gave his guarantee. He promised that nothing will happen to Lady Rue Hui. Although this guarantee has no basis, for some reason, colored glaze believed his words. There's no problem, mother won't die. Whether it's blindly following Ryudo or deceiving herself, colored glaze believes that mother will live well. But even so, this Kamishiro lady's face was very serious, and there was a trace of anger in it. That's right, it was anger. Colored glaze rarely showed her anger on the surface, but now she showed such an expression. It's obvious that this matter has reached the point where even she can't hold it in anymore. And so, when the Kanzaki family's eldest daughter stood in front of her mother's bedroom door, she took a deep breath, and then, lifted her leg and kicked the door. Facing the wooden door, colored glaze angrily used the secret lady door kicking technique that she has used many times before, but has never succeeded. But this time, she succeeded. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound from the wooden door, colored glaze's kick actually directly kicked open the door of Rue Huey's room. The whole process was clean and tidy, without any sloppiness. Although this seemed like a simple action, only colored glaze and Ryudo knew that in order to do this lady spent a lot of effort. On a certain day more than 2 months ago, colored glaze suddenly found Ryudo. Why can't I kick open the door? Is there a problem with the door? You don't seem to suspect that there's a problem with your foot. I'm just joking, teach me how to kick the door, hurry up. Ever since she kicked the door a few times, Luli had fallen in love with this kind of pretentious method. However, every time she failed to act pretentious, she became a silly pretentious person. So in order to not jump around holding her feet, colored glaze followed Ryudo to learn this special skill, lady door kicking technique. Kicking the door was a physical activity, but it wasn't just a physical activity. The angle of the kick, the position of the kick, the body's center of gravity, and so on, there were too many things to pay attention to. It was said that colored glaze's physical fitness was like trash, but fortunately, the lady was smart enough, and after some special training, she finally mastered the preliminary technique of kicking. For example, the probability of kicking open a very thin wooden door like the one in Kamishiro Imperial Garden was quite high. See, didn't she succeed? Bang! As the bedroom door was kicked open, a woman in her 40s appeared in front of Colored Glaze. She was wearing a face scarf covering her mouth and nose, and she was wearing tight clothes for easy movement. This woman didn't seem to have any special reaction to the lady's action of kicking the door. She just stood there quietly and waited. "Ryuki, are you going to stop me too?" Colored Glaze naturally knew this woman, because she was the guardian ninja who was responsible for protecting Ryuki. Now Colored Glaze didn't have any companions around her, and Ryuto was also fighting with Rabbit Ball outside. If this guardian ninja wanted to stop the lady, then Colored Glaze definitely wouldn't be able to see Ryuki. However, Ryuki shook her head and said, "Master Ryuki didn't give me an order to stop the lady, so I won't do anything." "Really? Very good." After hearing the hint in Ryuki's words, Colored Glaze didn't hesitate to walk past the ninja and walked into the bedroom. At this time, in the deepest part of the secluded bedroom, a woman in a white traditional nightgown was leaning on the bed, turning her head to look at the scenery outside the window. The woman did not seem to be in a good state of mind. Her thick black hair was draped messily behind her back, and her originally heroic face had a sickly look. Compared to the usual powerful, valiant, and wise Kanzaki, the current Ryuki seemed incredibly delicate and weak. This huge contrast gave this woman a strange sense of beauty, making her seem even more lovely and moving than usual. Since she suddenly fainted not long ago and slowly woke up, Ryuki had been looking outside the window in a daze. Looking out the window from this angle, she could see a lush golden osmanthus bush, which was planted by Ryuki when Colored Glaze was born. Golden osmanthus was Ryuki's favorite flower. In the past, when the golden osmanthus outside the room bloomed every year, she would take Colored Glaze to enjoy the flowers and play together. It was just that the golden osmanthus bloomed from late September to early October, which was 2 or 3 months from now. 2 or 3 months. Can I hold on until the next golden osmanthus bloom? Or was it, after waking up, Ryuki felt empty in her heart? Ryuki was well aware of her death date, and she had even been working on it for a long time. But when she suddenly fainted today, and when she woke up, she could clearly feel that her body was getting worse and worse. Even a heroine like Ryuki couldn't help but feel sad for her future. Everyone was afraid of death, especially those who had something to worry about. In other words, Ryuki wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see Colored Glaze in the future, and that she wouldn't be able to shelter her daughter from the wind and rain. But fortunately, Ryuto was still there. Ryuki had already instructed Rabbit Ball to inform Ryuto as soon as something happened to her. This way, even if she suddenly died today, with Ryuto's ability, he would be able to help Colored Glaze stabilize the situation. This way, even if she stepped on the road to the Yellow Springs, Ryuki could go with peace of mind. Tap, tap, tap. However, just as Ryuki was thinking about this, light footsteps came from the bedroom not far away, and it was obvious that someone was walking over. Was it Ryuto? Because she had already instructed Ryuto to come quickly, Ryuki turned her head with a smile and said, "Ryuto-kun, it seems that originally, Ryuki wanted to say, it seems that I'm going to die soon," but halfway through, the master of Kamiyoshi froze on the spot. Because the person who appeared in front of Ryuki wasn't Ryuto, but a girl who looked 70 to 80% similar to her, with a trace of anger on her delicate and elegant face. Ryuki never dreamed that the person who appeared here wasn't Ryuto, but her own daughter. So she could only ask as calmly as possible, "Colored Glaze. Why are you here?" "Of course I'm here." Colored Glaze revealed a strange sneer as she walked to her mother's bedside, and said with a smile, "Otherwise, if something happened to you, I wouldn't even be able to see you for the last time." "What happened?" "I'm just a little tired, nothing special." "Liar." Before Ryuki could finish her lie, Colored Glaze interrupted her mother with a sharp and furious voice. Since young, this was the first time Colored Glaze spoke to her mother in such a tone, or rather, roared. After roaring, Colored Glaze suddenly reached out and grabbed Roy Huey's collar, and asked with a trembling voice, "In your heart, what am I? Am I still a 3-year-old child?" When she saw Colored Glaze's expression, Roy Hui knew that she knew the truth. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond, and could only lower her head in silence. "Why do you think that by throwing me far away and keeping me away from you, I'll feel better when you suddenly disappear one day?" As she spoke, Colored Glaze gritted her teeth, and said in a low voice, "Are you looking down on yourself, or on me? Do you think that as long as you're far enough away from me, I won't be sad when you die? Also, what do you think I'm most angry about? It's that dispirited look on your face when you've completely accepted the fact that you're dead. This isn't the mother I know. The Rue Hui Kanashiro I know won't give up. Even if it's only 1%, 1 in 1,000, or 1 in 10,000. You shouldn't give up. Colored Glaze. I'm sorry, we can't go against fate. This is the fate of us Kamiyoshi, and it's not a problem that can be solved with hard work." After hearing her daughter's words, Rue Hui shook her head slightly. If it was just a normal illness, then there might be a way to cure it. However, Rue Hui's family's hereditary illness was an old illness that had existed for many generations, and it wasn't a problem that the current era's medical technology could solve. The reason why Colored Glaze wasn't infected with such a terminal illness was because she had gone through a special pregnancy process. However, Rue Hui, who was already terminally ill, couldn't be saved. This was an unchangeable fact. However, Colored Glaze laughed coldly and said, "Fate. If this is what you call fate, then I'm going to cut off this ridiculous fate right now. Colored Glaze. Can you stop messing around? Can't we talk about something more realistic?" Rue Hui instantly felt touched and amused, and she almost couldn't help but laugh. After all, Colored Glaze's current, cutting off fate, attitude made her seem a little Chinibu, as if she had suddenly turned into a Chinibu girl, and was completely different from the usual young lady. After all, cutting off Rue Hui's fate of dying from a terminal illness wasn't something that could be solved just by shouting a few words. Unless Colored Glaze really did have a way to cut off fate, then the situation would be different. The next moment, the girl waved her hand and took out a small round pill that looked like a translucent pearl from her pocket. It gave off a rich medicinal fragrance, and she handed it to Rue Hui. Chapter 272. This is medicine. The moment she saw the pill, Rue Hui couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although the pill was small, when Colored Glaze took it out of her pocket, the pill emitted a very strong medicinal fragrance. The feeling of this fragrance was hard for Rue Hui to describe with words. It was as if the medicinal fragrance had penetrated into her bone marrow, and all the blood in her body seemed to have been cleansed. With just a sniff, Rue Hui felt that her mental state had an obvious change. This was the first time she had seen such a miraculous medicine in her life. But even so, it didn't mean anything. When the pill was handed to Rue Hui, Colored Glaze said seriously, "Mother, eat this. This pill can cure your illness." This. What medicine is this? Rue Hui took the pill and asked with a tone of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. And Colored Glaze also simply replied, "I don't know." "You don't know? Then where did this medicine come from?" "That guy Ryuto gave it to me. He said that after eating it, it can cure your terminal illness, so he asked me to bring it over." "Ryuto. So that's how it is that the case?" When she heard Ryuto's name, Rue Hui suddenly had a feeling of realization. In fact, before this, Rue Hui more or less had some complaints about Ryuto. After all, she repeatedly told him not to tell Colored Glaze about this matter, but Ryudo obviously didn't take her words to heart. After Ruehui fainted, he even took the initiative to bring colored glaze here. But after colored glaze took out this so-called miracle medicine that could cure her, Ruehui seemed to understand Ryudo's meaning. From Ruehui's point of view, there was no medicine in this world that could cure her with just one bite. So, the pill that Ryudo brought over was most likely a lie. Who was it lying to? It was probably used to trick colored glaze. From Ruehui's point of view, Ryudo was probably trying to deceive colored glaze by telling her that her mother would recover after taking the medicine. He was trying to make colored glaze feel at ease and prepare to inherit the Kamiyoshi clan as soon as possible. Thinking about it carefully, this was the only explanation. It couldn't be that Ryudo also thought that such a small pill could cure an incurable disease, right? Seriously. If you want to put on a show like this, you should at least give me a heads up. You made me flustered. Thinking of this, the corners of Ruehui's mouth revealed a relaxed smile. Apparently, she understood Ryudo's intention. Thus, she smiled and said, okay. I'll eat, okay. Since Ryudo planned to put on such a show to appease colored glaze's emotions, Ruehui naturally wouldn't refuse. She took the pill from her daughter's hand, then picked up the cup of water on the bedside table next to her, and swallowed the very special-looking pill with a mouthful of water. During the whole process of taking the medicine, colored glaze's gaze was fixed on her mother, as if she wanted to see something from her. Okay, you don't have to keep looking. After being stared at by her daughter for a while, Ruehui couldn't help but smile and said, even if this medicine is really useful, it's impossible. Ruehui originally wanted to say, even if this medicine is really useful, it's impossible to have an immediate effect. Before she finished speaking, the head of Kamiyoshi suddenly trembled and couldn't help but lie back on the bed. Ugh. What's going on? My body feels hot. Like there's a fire burning in my stomach. The moment she fell on the bed, Ruehui only felt that her body was shockingly hot, and that exaggerated heat was so hot that she almost couldn't move her body. This scene naturally frightened Lioli, who was at the side. Thus, the eldest young miss hurriedly shouted, "Mother! Why are you?" Hiss! It's so hot. Just as colored glaze reached out to check on Ruehui's situation, her hand that touched Ruehui's forehead retracted like lightning, because it was really too hot. So hot. This temperature was completely unbearable for humans. At this time, Ruehui was like a huge furnace, and the temperature emitted from her body was at least 70 to 80 degrees. This temperature was completely abnormal. It should be known that a normal person's temperature was around 36 to 37 degrees. If it was more than 37 degrees, it would be considered a fever. If it was more than 39 degrees, it would be considered a high fever. If it was more than 40 degrees, it would burn people to death. But now, Ruehui's body temperature was as high as 60 to 70 degrees. She was not an idle star who could practice dancing in a high temperature of 60 to 70 degrees. It would be strange if she didn't die on the spot. Damn it, Ryudo, you bastard. What on earth did you feed mother? Colored glaze originally thought that the medicine Ryudo brought could quickly improve Ruehui's situation after taking it. In the end, forget about getting better, she was almost sent to be cremated directly. What is this? A novel postmodern treatment method? As long as the patient is cremated before she dies of illness, she can be free from illness. Quickly enter the next reincarnation. However, just as colored glaze was about to go out and ask Ruehui to come in and help, Ruehui suddenly took a deep breath, and the originally terrible situation suddenly calmed down a lot. The extreme heat just now came and went as quickly as it came. Almost in just a few seconds, Ruehui's body temperature returned to a more normal level. Seeing Rue Hui sit up from the bed all of a sudden, Colored Glaze was a little dumbfounded and asked, Mother. Mother. Are you okay? I can't say that I'm completely fine, but compared to before, I'm like a different person. Rue Hui, who sat up from the bed, stretched out her hands and glanced at them with an incredulous look in her eyes. After the high temperature burning just now, Rue Hui, who recovered, only felt that her whole body had become a lot more relaxed. The feeling of something wrong with her body had long disappeared. Upon closer inspection, her skin had become even smoother and more supple. Her eyes were bright and full of expression. The pale and sickly look on her face had also flown to who knows where. Her entire body was filled with the vitality that only a young person would have. How? How is it possible? Am I dreaming? After Rue Hui stood up straight from her bed, she felt incredibly comfortable all over. It was as if that fire had burned away the root of her illness, as well as the curse that had been plaguing the Kanzaki family for hundreds of years. Could it be? Is this a joke? Ryudo, that kid, isn't acting. As one of the few smart people in the current generation, Rue Hui would never believe Ryudo's nonsense of eating a pill can cure an incurable disease. How could there be such a good thing in the world? But the truth was in front of her, and she had to believe it. Because the change in her body was the absolute proof, there was no room for doubt or hesitation. But if what just happened was true, Rue Hui couldn't help but have a huge question. That is, such a small pill that can be called a miracle pill, how did Ryudo get it? Colored Glaze, where is Ryudo? Where is he? So Rue Hui immediately asked Colored Glaze, wanting to find Ryudo to ask. He is at the side door fighting with housekeeper Bunny Ball, cough cough, exchanging pointers. Although Ryudo and Bunny Ball's fight was obviously not exchanging pointers, Colored Glaze still used such a perfunctory tone to reply in front of Rue Hui. If it was under normal circumstances, this level of lie would be seen through by Rue Hui, but it was different now. Right now, Rue Hui's full attention was on Ryudo. She urgently wanted to know what the kid did for her. Early a few months ago in the hospital, when Rue Hui proposed to cooperate with Ryudo, Ryudo had said this to her with a very dissatisfied tone. You're still alive, aren't you? Why must everything be based on the premise that you will definitely die? Forgive me for not being able to accept a deal based on this premise. Thinking about it carefully, although Rue Hui thought that she had reached a deal with Ryudo, Ryudo actually never agreed to the cooperation plan based on the premise that Rue Hui would definitely die. From start to end, Ryudo never said anything about what will happen after Rue Hui dies. Because in this man's heart, Rue Hui would definitely not die. If Ryudo only had such thoughts, it wouldn't be strange, but the problem was that Ryudo actually completed this matter. Although it was only a simple matter of less than a minute, Rue Hui could imagine how much effort Ryudo had put in for this 1 minute. After all, a pill like this that could cure a terminal illness was definitely not something that could be obtained through ordinary means. Was it some kind of ancient secret recipe? Or was it some kind of near-future black technology? Or was it simply a medicine from outer space? In short, after experiencing the whole process, even if Ryudo said that the medicine came from Mars, Rue Hui might believe it, because the effect was too good. But at the same time, because the effect was too good, Rue Hui couldn't help but think about the price Ryudo paid to get this medicine. Was it like the Saint Seiya saving the goddess? Or was it like the Western paradise where he went through 81 difficulties to obtain the true scripture? No, could it be that he made some kind of deal with the devil and had to offer his soul? Thinking of this, Rue Hui couldn't help but get out of bed and change into slippers. She hurriedly pulled Colored Glaze and walked towards the side door. I must make it up to him, I must make it up to Ryudo. But what should I do? What can I make it up to him? Money? That's too tacky. Status? Ryudo doesn't seem to be interested. Colored glaze. It's his to begin with. For a moment, Ruehui walked towards the side door while falling into a complicated mystery. What should I use to make it up to Ryudo, to repay that young man for saving my life? Unfortunately, I'm an old woman. If it was 20 or 30 years earlier, I would have given myself to him on the spot. Thinking of this, Ruehui couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. But what she didn't notice was that after experiencing the baptism of the Rogue's 100 Immortal Pill, when she walked together with colored glaze, they didn't look like a pair of mother and son, but more like a pair of sisters. As for the nonsense about being an old woman, other than Ruehui herself, probably no one would believe it. Chapter 273. However, just as Ruehui and colored glaze hurriedly walked out, the battle outside the side door came to an end. Huff. 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 Well done. This old man can still fight so well despite his age. It was hard to imagine how strong he would be at his peak. At this time, Ryudo stood in the open space outside the side door, gasping for breath. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were dozens of wounds on his body. Moreover, almost every wound was near a vital point. Although the battle only lasted for less than 5 minutes, Ryudo felt as if he had been fighting with this old hooligan for a year. It was no exaggeration to say that in the past few minutes, Ryudo was jumping left and right on the edge of death, dancing in a minefield. After all, no matter how ridiculously strong his body was, Rabbit Ball had learned his lesson. He specifically targeted the eyes, throat, temples, genitals, and other places that couldn't be cultivated. As long as he hit them, he would die on the spot. Especially the ninja's inner technique, Sacrificial Blade, which was passed down for many years, it was really fast and ruthless. Every swing seemed to be able to make a big hole in Ryudo's body. Of course, even so, Ryudo didn't lose. At most, he could only be said to be at a disadvantage, and he would soon have the upper hand. Because after these few minutes of high-intensity battle, Bunny Ball, who was not far away, was panting even more heavily than Ryudo. From the outside, Bunny Ball's injuries were much less than Ryudo's. But he was panting much more heavily, and the glasses on the bridge of his nose had already fallen to God knows where. The old gentleman's temperament was also gone, and he looked very miserable. Oh no! My speed is about to slow down. What should I do? Bunny Ball panted while looking at Ryudo, who was not far away. After all, he was moving at full speed almost every second. It was equivalent to running a 10,000-meter long run. Who would be able to endure that? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Not to mention, Maru was an old man in his 70s. No matter how strong he was, it was inevitable that his body would weaken. His stamina was definitely much weaker than Ryudo. Thus, after fighting with Ryudo for a period of time, Rabbit Ball, who was unable to kill him, had already lost. Next, as long as Rabbit Ball slowed down, he would immediately fall into Ryudo's rhythm. However, this defeat was only limited to the level of a duel. Even if Tuimaru couldn't beat Ryudo, he could still choose to escape. This was something that Ryudo couldn't stop. As a ninja, running away wasn't shameful. But the problem was that Roburo couldn't run now. He couldn't let Ryudo enter the Kamishiro Imperial Garden. This was the old man's last dignity. There was no other way, he could only use this move. Seeing that he couldn't kill Ryudo with his own strength, Rabbit Ball steeled his heart and quietly took out a small capsule ball from his sleeve. In this capsule ball, there was a special poison that the Guardian Ninja used for assassination for generations. As long as this poison was inhaled, it would quickly produce a strong hallucination, and one would dance wildly in the hallucination to death. Seeing Ryudo rushing towards him, Rabbit Ball sighed silently in his heart and suddenly threw the capsule ball in his hand to the ground. Bang! The next moment, a strange light pink smoke rose from the ground and directly sprayed on Ryudo's face. What? What the hell? Poison mist. Although Rabbit Ball's speed was much slower than before, it was still much faster than Ryudo. Before Ryudo could react, he had already inhaled a mouthful of the pink mist. As for Rabbit Ball himself, he had already retreated 10 meters away and wasn't hit by the pink mist. After rushing out of the mist, Ryudo angrily said, "Cough. Cough, cough. What do you mean by this? Ryudo Kiryu, you're already dead." Rabbit Ball elegantly tidied his clothes and sneered, "The crime of betraying Ruehui-sama, I'll let you pay with your life, Ryudo-kun. Ryudo, are you okay?" But before Bunny Ball could finish his sentence, a familiar anxious voice came from the side door not far away. "Nanny." Bunny Ball quickly turned his head and saw Ruehui, who was wearing a set of pure white pajamas, running out in a hurry. She looked very energetic as she ran straight towards Dragon Battle. And tens of meters behind Ruehui, mist-colored Glaze's panting figure slowly refreshed. Phew. 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 Mother. Aren't you running a little too fast? Are you really a sick old woman in her 50s? Colored Glaze couldn't help but curse in her heart when she saw her mother quickly running out and couldn't keep up with her. It was obvious that Ruehui, who had recovered, felt like she was reborn. She felt her whole body was very light and smooth. Even in terms of running, she could even crush Colored Glaze, who was the scum of the human world. She left her in the dust and couldn't even smell the exhaust. Who was the real 50-year-old and who was the real 16-year-old? Ruehui-sama. You're... Rabbit Ball was dumbfounded when he saw Ruehui rushing over. He thought that Ruehui would be very angry with Long Do for bringing eldest Miss here, but he didn't expect that Ruehui would rush out in such a hurry. Moreover, she seemed to be very concerned about Long Do. At this time, Ryudo was already feeling dizzy because of inhaling the poisonous fog. The scene in his eyes was also distorted like he was looking at a kaleidoscope. What am I? What is this? Am I poisoned? No, I have to buy medicine. Buy. Ryudo tried to stand up straight while he instinctively wanted to open the Krypton shopping mall to find some antidote. But under the condition of being poisoned, his world seemed to have been greatly distorted. He couldn't even open the Krypton shopping mall to buy medicine. In a daze, Ryudo couldn't help but fall forward. He then fell on a soft, warm cushion. The cushion was fragrant and soft, and it emitted a mesmerizing fragrance. It made him feel like a distorted dream suddenly turned into a beautiful spring dream. Of course, Ryudo didn't fall on the cushion, but in the arms of Ruehui, who rushed over. Looking at the dazed, blushing young man in her arms, Ruehui turned to Bunkomaru and said angrily, "Bunkomaru. What did you do to him?" I just didn't want him to go in." "Didn't he disobey your order?" "I didn't ask you this." "What's his situation now?" "Say it." Ruehui seemed to feel something was wrong, so she couldn't help but yell at Bunkomaru. Being yelled at by Ruehui, Bunkomaru was dumbfounded. Although Bunkomaru was the butler, he was older than Ruehui and also watched her grow up. Therefore, Ruehui treated Bunkomaru as her uncle since young. She had never yelled at him like this before. So Bunkomaru could only stutter, "Actually, he is now poisoned by the poisonous fog passed down from generation to generation. Poisonous fog. And then, if left alone, he will die within 5 minutes. Antidote. Stop talking nonsense and take out the antidote." "No. There's no antidote." Being ordered by Ruehue, Bunkomaru felt sweat dripping down his forehead. This poisonous fog was originally developed to kill people. As long as it was taken out, someone had to die. Naturally, there was no need to develop an antidote. Hearing this, Ruehue gritted her teeth and said angrily, "I don't care if you have the antidote or not. Just think of a way now. Otherwise, find a place to commit seppuku." Instantly, Bunkomaru's body trembled and he hurriedly said, This. Wait, I remember now. I think I can use acupuncture to force the poison out of the body. This way, he can be saved. Then why are you still talking nonsense? Hurry and bring him in for treatment." After angrily glaring at Bunkomaru, Ruehue immediately ordered the old ninja to carry Ryudo into the room for acupuncture. But just as Bunkomaru hurriedly carried Ryudo into the room, Colored Glaze, who was panting towards the door, finally caught up. What's going on? Ryudo, Colored Glaze was shocked when she saw Ryudo being carried on Bunkomaru's shoulder. "No. It's nothing. He's just a little uncomfortable. He'll be fine after a few injections." Wait. Because she didn't want Colored Glaze to worry, Ruehue hurriedly ordered Bunkomaru to run towards the room not far away, leaving the panting Colored Glaze behind. Clang! The two casually found a guest room and went in. Ruehue, who was the second to enter, locked the door from the inside while Bunkomaru hurriedly threw Ryudo onto the bed and undid his clothes. He picked up a long needle and inserted it into his body. 1 needle, 2 needles, 3 needles, 5 needles, 6 needles, 7 needles. Seeing Bunkomaru insert a bunch of needles into Ryudo's body, he really looked like the incarnation of Nanny Roan. Ruehue's heart skipped a beat. But what Bunkomaru said before seemed to be right. As he inserted the needles, Ryudo's originally red face gradually returned to normal. But at the same time, his body seemed to be more energetic, just like when he woke up in the morning. Seeing this scene, Ruehue was first stunned and then asked in confusion, "Bunkomaru, this is..." "Because there are too many acupuncture points, there might be some side effects. Let him release it later." Release. How? Bloodletting. It's not bloodletting, but that. As if knowing that this kind of thing can't be said casually, Bunkomaru quietly whispered that word to Ryuhei-sama. Suddenly, Ruehue's face turned red, and then asked, "Can't we do that?" "No, the last toxin should be concentrated there. I'll go find a ninja now, and it will be cured soon." Having said that, Bunkomaru nodded, and then was ready to quickly walk out. In the world of ninjas' work also includes this kind of treatment. They are all experts in this field, and it's not a problem for them to solve this kind of small matter. But before Bunkomaru took 2 steps, Ruehue hurriedly stopped him, and then said with a red face, "Don't go find. I'll treat it." Chapter 274. What? The moment he heard Ruehue-sama's words, Bunkomaru was petrified. "Wait, I must have misheard, there must be something wrong with my ears. Ruehue-sama definitely didn't say, 'Don't go out, I'll do it.' How could she say such a thing? Because if he were to heal the dragon now, it would mean that he would need to. No way, right?" Seeing the dull expression on Bunkomaru's face, Ruehue-sama sighed slightly. "Ryudo-kun's acupuncture points were sealed by you before, that means he should be clean until now, right?" Theoretically, that's right." In Bunkomaru and Ruehue-sama's understanding, Ryudo was still in a sealed state, but because of the acupuncture treatment just now, the seal was broken. Then if that's the case, just find a random female ninja to help him. That would be too unfair to Ryudo-kun. Ruehui-sama shook her head slightly. It's not that Ruehui looks down on her ninja, but she knows that those ninja are a group of experienced ninjas. Asking them to help is a bit... well, it's a bit disrespectful to Ryudo, the kind that casually smears his innocence. Generally speaking, in this case, Colored Glaze should be the one to help, but the problem is that Colored Glaze's current identity is very special. Before solving the problem of Yatsuki, Ruehui-sama couldn't let Colored Glaze have anything to do with Ryudo, so as not to lose the last protective talisman. Therefore, in the case that Colored Glaze can't help, Ruehui-sama can only do it herself. But, Ruehui-sama, okay, Bunkomaru, you go out first, just find a reason to block Colored Glaze, don't let her come in. This, sigh. Seeing that Ruehui-sama had made up her mind, Bunkomaru sighed deeply and walked out with heavy steps. What the hell is this, what the hell is this? When he walked out of the room and left the guest room for Ruehui and Ryudo to detoxify, Bunny Ball really wanted to pierce his own head with a needle. He originally wanted to kill Ryudo, who had betrayed Ruehui-sama. Who knew that he would make such a big mistake, even causing Ruehui-sama to be sacrificed? According to Bunny Ball's knowledge, Ruehui Darren had never been close to a man since she was young. However, she took the initiative to accept this strange job. To her, this was too... Wait a minute. Could it be that? It couldn't be. At this moment, Bunny Ball suddenly recalled the incident where Ruehui and Ryudo stayed in the room for an entire afternoon. Although Ruehui and Ryudo were innocent at that time, judging from the situation after young mistress broke in, the two of them should be taking an afternoon nap together. This was enough to make one's imagination run wild. With Ruehui-sama's identity, how could she take an afternoon nap with a young man who could possibly be her son-in-law in the same room? This was the most ridiculous thing in the world. Unless Ruehui-sama really liked Ryudo. It wasn't the kind of love that a mother-in-law would have for her son-in-law. It was the love of a woman. If that was the case, it wasn't hard to understand why Ruehui-sama wanted him to detoxify. Sigh. This is troublesome, this is troublesome. How should I deal with this? Thinking of this, Bunny Ball sighed and pushed open the door, giving Azure, who was peeking her head out, a fright. Whoa! Bunny Ball. What's the situation inside? Because the guest room door was locked from the inside and Colored Glaze was tired from running around, she didn't have the strength to kick the door. She could only obediently wait at the door. Colored Glaze hurriedly grabbed Bunny Ball and asked when he came out and immediately closed the door. When he saw Colored Glaze, cold sweat appeared on Bunny Ball's forehead. How should he answer? He couldn't tell Miss that Madam was detoxifying someone inside, right? Although Bunny Ball's strength was shocking and he was a top-notch expert in battle, his brain wasn't particularly good. Especially when facing a wise general like Miss Lioli, it was even more impossible for him to deceive her. Thus, he could only awkwardly say, "This, is it, still okay inside?" Why is it a rhetorical question? Colored Glaze frowned and asked again, "I'm asking you, how is Ryudo's situation now?" "This, the young man should be fine now." "Then he's fine. You can say that." "Then let me go in and take a look." "No." Seeing that Luli was about to push open the door and walk in, Rabbit Ball was so scared that his hair stood on end. What is this guy doing? Is there something wrong with him? No, Bunny Ball isn't this kind of person. Could it be that something bad is happening inside, so Bunny Ball can't let me in? After being startled by Bunny Ball's sudden outburst, Colored Glaze paused for a moment before quickly grasping the crux of the problem. If Ryudo was really fine like Bunny Ball said, then this old butler definitely wouldn't block the door and purposely prevent Colored Glaze from entering. But if something really happened to Ryudo, then Bunny Ball wouldn't dare to lie to Colored Glaze. After all, if he really died, he couldn't lie to her forever. This meant that Ryudo should still be alive, but his situation wasn't good and he couldn't let Colored Glaze near him. Wait, Mother didn't come out. Why would Mother stay inside? Colored Glaze's suspicions grew when she thought of this. She pursed her lips and asked seriously, Mother is inside right now, right? Yes. It's like this. She's taking care of Ryudo. Yes. It's like this. But from your expression, you obviously don't want me to go in. This means that something is happening inside and it's something that you can't let me know about. Yes. Bah. It's not like this. Seeing Bunny Ball's flustered expression, Colored Glaze knew that she was right. Something was happening inside that she couldn't know about. Although that was the case, but what exactly was going on? Whatever. Let's go in first. Although she didn't know what was going on inside, with Colored Glaze's personality, she naturally wouldn't just stand there without moving. Thus, she snorted and said seriously, Move aside, I want to go in. That's not very good. Bunny Ball, have you forgotten your identity? I'm telling you to move aside, you won't move aside. That. I can move aside, but not now. You have to wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. How long? Wait. It's hard to say. If it's fast, it'll be 3 minutes. If it's slow, it'll be around half an hour. Bunny Ball didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, he didn't know how long that brat Ryudo could last. If it was a female ninja who was proficient in this field, it should be done within a few minutes. But the problem was that the person inside was Ruehui-sama. According to Bunny Ball's understanding of Ruehui-sama, he knew that she didn't usually study this field, so the speed and time were naturally harder to grasp. But how could such a perfunctory answer satisfy Colored Glaze? Thus, Colored Glaze took a deep breath and rushed towards the door without hesitation. She tried to push Bunny Ball away. Seeing Colored Glaze rushing over, Bunny Ball could only smile bitterly and block her while shouting, Miss. Miss. You really can't go in. If I let you in now, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Nonsense, if I don't go in now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Who knows what you did to Ryudo? Ruehui-sama is inside now. Even if you don't believe me, I have to believe your mother. Mother. Hearing this, Colored Glaze's expression became worse. Then she said sternly, I should believe Mother. She lied to me for many years. I don't believe her. Don't forget, the first thing Colored Glaze did today was to scold Ruehui-sama for lying to her for so many years. Now, Bunny Ball said that he wanted to believe her. How could Colored Glaze believe her? What should she do? Sensing Colored Glaze's increasingly agitated emotions, Bunny Ball could only awkwardly block the door. He didn't know how to answer anyway. He could only try his best to block her and not let her in. Otherwise, if Miss Lioli entered the door now and saw the scene inside, she might faint on the spot and break off her relationship with Madame Ruehui after waking up. If that was the case, then Bunny Ball would become the eternal sinner of the Kamiyoshi clan. Then he would have to find a place to commit seppuku. However, a series of farce was happening in front of the guest room. Colored Glaze and Bunny Ball were arguing endlessly. One wanted to barge in, while the other would rather die than let her in. Ryudo, who was at the center of all this, was in a strange state. Floating. In his half-awake state, Ryudo felt like his body was floating. His body was floating in the clouds. Some parts of his body could feel the soft touch of the clouds. Most importantly, he could still smell a familiar fragrance in his nose. This fragrance. Who was it again? Even for Ryudo, this fragrance was too recognizable. When he smelled this fragrance, he thought of a person. But because of the strange state he was in, he couldn't think of who that person was. But no matter what, this floating state made him feel very comfortable. It was as if he had rushed to the top of the sky and was about to rush out of the universe. Suddenly, Ryudo felt like he was falling and his eyes slowly opened. Ryudo-kun, you're awake. The moment he opened his eyes, what appeared in front of Longdo was the extremely familiar face of Luli. Chapter 275. Is that colored glaze? When he saw her face, Ryudo was slightly relieved, because it meant that he was fine. The moment he regained consciousness, Longdo realized what had happened to him. He had been poisoned by the old man from the cat house, Bunny Pill. Should I say that he's a ninja, using poison when he can't win? How despicable. But I can also get some similar poison bullets in the future, those things are really useful. Although Ryudo's consciousness was gradually recovering, his eyes were still a bit blurry, but colored glazes, pretty face was still very clear. From Ryudo's point of view, the current colored glaze seemed a bit strange. Her face had a bit of nervousness, a bit of panic, and a bit of shyness. That's right, shyness. Ryudo was sure that he didn't see wrong, because at this time, that beautiful face actually had a trace of shyness. This was something he never expected. Is it because I'm too handsome? She's shy even at this time. Thinking of this, Ryudo couldn't help but grin. Then he reached out in a daze to hug colored glaze's shoulder and pulled her into his body. Ah! Accompanied by a surprised shout, that soft body was pulled into Ryudo's arms. Don't worry. I'm fine. Even if his head was still a bit dizzy, Ryudo still hugged colored glaze in his arms and smiled in her ear. From colored glaze's nervous expression, she must have been very worried when Ryudo fainted. It's great to have such a cute girlfriend. Speaking of which, is colored glaze my girlfriend now? Strictly speaking, should she be my future wife? From a certain point of view, colored glaze didn't really accept Ryudo's confession, so the relationship between the two was still very subtle. But even so, it didn't stop Ryudo from hugging colored glaze's stiff body, and gently inhaled the seductive fragrance on her slender and smooth neck. How should I put it? When the two were close together, Ryudo noticed that colored glaze's body was a bit wet, as if she had just run and sweated a lot. But the sweat on her body didn't smell bad at all. Instead, it brought out her very personal and elegant body fragrance incisively and vividly, making people want to hug her and smell her again and again, smelling. Ha! Just after Ryudo hugged colored glaze and sniffed her neck for a while, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Wait. Something's wrong. Colored doesn't seem to be that tall. And her scent isn't like this either. According to Ryudo's knowledge, every female's body odor was different. Knowing a woman by smell wasn't just a joke, it was something that could be done. After spending so much time with colored glaze, Ryudo was already familiar with the girl's scent. Although the one in Ryudo's arms had a similar scent to colored glaze, there was still a clear difference between the two. Compared to Lu Li's body fragrance, this kind of body fragrance was more rich and lingering. One could feel the intoxicating charm that seeped into one's heart like a jar of golden osmanthus wine after years of accumulation. Ryudo only knew one person like this in his life. No. It can't be. Could it be? Suddenly, Ryudo shook his head slightly to clear his mind. Then, he moved his head away from her swan-like slender neck and turned his head to look at her beautiful face that was capable of causing the downfall of a city. Because Ryudo's mind was clearer now, when he saw the blushing face, he felt like he was struck by lightning, and his mind went blank. Indeed, the face was 70% to 80% similar to colored glaze, or rather, colored glaze, looked 70% to 80% similar to her. After all, the two of them were mother and daughter. Yes, mother and daughter. At this time, under Ryudo's stunned gaze, Rue Hui, who was being stared at and held in his arms, teased, "Ryudo-kun, good morning. Lady Rue Hui, good morning. Before saying good morning, can you let me go first?" Ah. After being reminded by Rue Hui, Ryudo realized that he was still holding her in his arms like an old pervert, and he was holding the master of Kamiyoshi on the bed. When Ryudo let go of her hands, Rue Hui also used her hands to support herself on the bed, and slowly got up from Ryudo's body. Her face had a strange expression that was indescribable. This child really scared me to death. For Rue Hui, the scene just now was really thrilling. She just wanted to see if Ryudo had fully recovered, but she didn't expect that when her face leaned over, he would directly reach out and hug her. When she thought of the feeling of the strong arms hugging her, and the young man's deep breath on her neck, Rue Hui's face became even redder. But even so, Rue Hui wasn't an ordinary shy girl. She still smiled and teased Ryudo, who hurriedly sat up. "Sorry, I'm a bit sweaty. It doesn't smell good." "No, no, no." Ryudo heard her and quickly waved his hand. "It's not like that. Lady Rue Hui's body smells very... bah. What am I saying? Doesn't this make me look like a pervert?" When he thought of how he just held Lady Rue Hui in his arms and smelled her for at least 10 seconds, Ryudo felt a rush of blood to his brain. It was the first time in his life that he felt so embarrassed. At this time, he could only sit on the bed like a primary school student who made a mistake. His hands were behind his back, and his head was slightly lowered, as if he didn't dare to look at anyone. Okay, just now. It was just an accident. Let's not talk about it anymore, okay? When she saw Ryudo's restrained appearance, Rue Hui smiled and took the initiative to speak. But what Ryudo didn't notice was that when she said, "just now," her tone was slightly trembling. After all, the accident that Ryudo was thinking now was not the same as the accident in Rue Hui's mind. In fact, the accident was over before Ryudo woke up. Okay. After hearing Lady Rue Hui's words, Ryudo was slightly relieved, then he quickly put on his shoes and stood up from the bed. What's going on? This feeling seems to be a bit... not right. When he stood up, Ryudo realized that his body seemed to be a bit strange. As for what was strange, it was hard to say. Anyway, it didn't hurt or itch, but there was a feeling of emptiness and entering emptiness. Right, this situation is similar to when I was at Union's house. Thinking of this, Ryudo showed a puzzled expression and asked Rue Hui, who had just turned around, "That, Lady Rue Hui? Did anything happen when I just fell asleep?" The moment she heard this sentence, Rue Hui, who was about to open the door for colored glaze, staggered and almost fell down. Lady Rue Hui. "No. I'm fine. Ahem." Rue Hui pretended to cough and calmed her emotions. Without turning her head, she said in a serious tone, "Nothing happened just now. 2-1 just gave you a few acupuncture needles, that's all." "Oh. Alright, I think that should be the case. That feeling was probably just my imagination." Since Lady Rue Hui said so, Ryudo didn't think too much, but followed Rue Hui out of the room. But when he walked out, Ryudo unexpectedly found a strange situation. That was, Lady Rue Hui's legs didn't seem to be very nimble. She seemed to be trembling when she walked. Was it very stable? Why is this? Could it be that Lady Rue Hui's illness hasn't fully recovered after taking the Hooligan 100 Immortals pill? That's why she walked so strangely. Thinking of this, Ryudo looked at Rue Hui's upper body again, but after seeing the white neck exposed from the collar of the kimono, his face couldn't help but blush. Kimono was a type of clothing that had a strong appeal to a woman's neck. It would make people feel that that part of the neck was especially beautiful. On the other hand, Madame Rui Hui was a devastatingly beautiful woman, so her neck was naturally as white and slender as a swan's. When he thought about how he just hugged her and smelled around her neck for a long time, Ryuto had a feeling of shame. Although Lady Rui Hui said not to mention this matter again, I'm afraid that for a long time in the future, as long as Ryuto saw her neck, he would remember his hooligan behavior at that time. It was really too embarrassing. But then again, Lady Rui Hui's body fragrance is really nice, and it seems like the one floating beside me in my dream is also this smell. Although he knew that he shouldn't think too much, Ryuto couldn't help but think of the dream he had before, where he was floating on the clouds. When he was floating on the clouds, his body was surrounded by this nice body fragrance. Now that he thought about it, it should be because Lady Rui Hui had been taking care of him, that's why he kept smelling that fragrance. Creak. While Long Do was letting his imagination run wild, Rui Hui, who was walking unnaturally, pushed open the door to the guest room, giving Rabbit Ball and Azurite, who had been confronting each other for a long time, a fright. At this time, Colored Glaze was panting as she sat on the railing of the corridor to recover her strength. It was obvious that she couldn't break through Rabbit Ball's blockade for a long time. Seeing that the door was finally pushed open, Colored Glaze quickly rushed over and shouted, "Mother! It's been half an hour. Ryuto, Ah! You're fine." Halfway through her words, Colored Glaze saw Ryuto, who followed Rui Hui out, then she happily jumped towards Ryuto. Okay, I'm fine. Don't worry." Ryuto also hugged Colored Glaze in his arms and patted her back gently like he was coaxing a child. When she saw the two hugging, Rui Hui's smile seemed to be a bit stiff, but she still didn't say anything and just stood quietly at the side, pretending to be an outsider. But in reality, she was no longer an outsider. Chapter 276. After Ryuto woke up, what happened next was quite simple. Rui Hui first scolded Ryuto for being an idiot who didn't know how to appreciate her feelings. Then, when she heard that Ryuto had spent 1 billion yen to purchase the elixir, she took the initiative to subsidize him with 2 billion yen. "Take it for now. Don't be shy. If you don't have enough, come find me." Before leaving, Rui Hui smiled and waved at Ryuto. She was obviously in a good mood. Especially when she was giving money to the Dragon Battle Flower, her expression and demeanor were completely like a beautiful rich woman who had a gigolo as her mistress. "What's going on? Why does Mother seem a bit off today?" When Ryuto was about to leave in his car, Colored Glaze secretly sized up Rui Hui, who had come to the door to send him off, from behind. After looking at her from head to toe, she found that there was something off about her. How should she describe this feeling? It wasn't as simple as Rui Hui's illness being cured because of the elixir. Instead, it was as if her mental state and the aura she gave off were different. If the previous Rui Hui Kanzaki had been a dignified, elegant, and generous Kanzaki family head, then the current Rui Hui Kanzaki seemed like a woman. Actually, this was a bit strange. After all, Rui Hui was a woman to begin with. Why did she look like a woman? But in reality, Colored Glaze had never thought that Mother was a woman before. Because before this, Rui Hui had mainly shown the strong side of a kamiyoshi, showing the imposing demeanor of a pillar of the entire family. Even when she was with her daughter, Colored Glaze, she did her best to control herself and not reveal too much of her maternal instincts. But now, Rui Hui was actually unconsciously exuding the strong charm of a mature woman. This wasn't the aura a kamiyoshi should have as the head of the family. Instead, It was the kind of aura a woman would give off when facing the opposite sex that she liked. This was the first time she had seen her mother reveal such a feminine side since she was a colored glaze. Even when she followed her mother into the room, Luli watched her walking posture from behind and felt that her waist, buttocks, and legs gave her a completely different feeling when she moved. Colored glaze. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Rue Hui seemed to have noticed her daughter's gaze. She was about to return to her room when she turned around and glanced at her in confusion. Then, she casually brushed away a few strands of hair that had fallen to the corner of her eyes. This flirtation was as mature as a peach and exuded a strong sense of femininity. Even a daughter like colored glaze could not help but feel her heart palpitate. Oh my God! How did you become like this? For a moment, colored glaze didn't know what to say to her mother. It was as if Rue Hui had suddenly become a different person. Although it seemed like she was still the head of the family, deep down. Yep, deep down, deep down, deep down, only Rue Hui herself knew how deep down she had changed. After Rue Hui returned to her room and closed the door from the inside, she directly laid on the bed without any grace and hugged the blanket beside her to cover her face. How could I do such a thing? This is too ridiculous. Rue Hui couldn't help but blush when she thought about what she had done in that guest room not long ago. She even felt like dying from embarrassment. But that feeling was quite good. Gulp. Rue Hui couldn't help but gulp when she thought about that feeling of floating in the air. Speaking of which, Rue Hui wasn't a robot without feelings or needs. She had just been suppressing her own emotions and her feminine side. But as the saying went, a woman at 30 is like a wolf, at 40 is like a tiger, and at 50 is like sitting on the ground and sucking dirt. The success rate was 100%, and they absolutely guaranteed that the employer would not suffer any damage during the period of protection. This was the promise given by the Rollercoasters security company, and they did indeed achieve this. How could they boast such a big mouth, and also be able to smoothly complete it? There were rumors that the Rollercoasters security company was inextricably linked to the current Tokyo and even Japan's largest extreme organization, the Black Hand Alliance. In the past half a year, the Black Hand Alliance, an extreme overlord formed by the Rollercoasters Group, the Big Dipper Alliance, and the Black Hand Alliance had fully demonstrated their absolute authority in various areas. They gathered and managed intelligence through the nightclubs and other departments under the Black Hand Alliance. Then, the Rollercoasters Group members supported by the Big Dipper Alliance carried out the cleanup and encirclement. In just a few months, the Black Hand Alliance had almost all of the extreme forces in Tokyo, big and small. They killed, chased away, and collected income. After such a reorganization, the entire underworld of Tokyo was now almost ruled by the Black Hand Alliance. Nothing could escape their eyes, and no one could be unreasonable in front of them. With such a behemoth behind them, the business of the Rollercoasters security company naturally grew bigger and bigger. When most of the people in the underworld heard that their targets were protected by this company, they would automatically give up assassinations, kidnappings, and extortion, lest they were caught and thrown into the Gulf of Tokyo to feed the fish. At this time, there was a saying in the underworld of Tokyo: if you don't worship the Black Hand Alliance, when you enter Tokyo, you will be in big trouble. Although it was half a joke, it was enough to let people clearly understand the identity of the Black Hand Alliance in the Tokyo area. It was no exaggeration to say that they were the real underground emperor. And today, even the security of the Saitu Guild, young lady, Saitu Dunia's 16th birthday ceremony was completed by this special security company. As everyone knew, the Saitu Guild was a famous fighting organization, but today, the security of such a big venue was handed over to an outsider. This also showed the ability of the Rollercoasters security company. Seeing that it was almost time for the opening of the banquet, the general manager of the Rollercoasters security company, Takahara Masato, stood in the hall and commanded the bodyguards below, "Remember. Today is Miss Dunia's coming-of-age ceremony. No mistakes are allowed, understand?" "Understood." In an instant, a thunderous response came from below, and the response was uniform. It was obvious that this group of bodyguards had undergone very formal training. "What should we do when the guests arrive later?" "Serve them with smiles. Welcome them warmly. What if someone causes trouble later? Take them to the toilet. Beat them half to death. Yes, let's get to work." Following Gao Yuan's order, a large group of professional bodyguards who had been promoted from the Rulong group quickly scattered around the Tokyo Emperor Hotel and began to guard their posts. Soon after, as magnificent cars drove toward the hotel one after another, the grand coming-of-age ceremony of the Princess of the North slowly began. Chapter 277. While the guests were slowly taking their seats, on the 50th floor of the Tokyo Emperor Hotel, in the room where Ryuto kidnapped Dunya, a girl was in the bathroom, letting the warm water flow over her body. 16 years old. After today, I'll be 16 years old. At this time, as the main character of this coming-of-age ceremony, the little princess of the north, Dunya, was taking a bath in the room while slowly thinking about her future and life. For the previous Dunya, she always felt that these things were very far away from her. Things like becoming an adult, graduating, getting a job, getting married, and so on. It was as if they were in the next life. But after today, after this coming-of-age ceremony, everything seemed to be right in front of her. Especially when his father was still discussing with a certain someone in the living room when they were going to get married. At this time, in the living room, Saito Takahiro was persuading Ryuto, son-in-law, "Why don't you just propose during this coming-of-age ceremony? Don't waste such a big show." "Uncle Takahiro, she's only 16, I'll be 17 soon, there's no need to be in such a hurry." After hearing the words of the curator of the Saito Guild Hall, Ryuto, who was wearing a handsome black suit, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After half a year, Ryuto, who was almost 17 years old, was obviously a lot more mature than when he first came to the warehouse. Especially after getting involved in the Black Hand Alliance and the Rulong Security Company, his aura as the Extreme Dao Master became more and more intense. In this case, even if Ryuto stood next to Saito Takahiro, his aura didn't lose at all. It was impossible to tell that they were father-in-law and son-in-law. Of course, this father-in-law and son-in-law relationship was something that Takahiro blindly believed. For the time being, Ryuto didn't plan to marry Dunya so soon. The two of them were still too young. Although Japan had a rule that one could get married at the age of 16, there weren't many people who would actually do so. Most of them had no choice but to do so after getting pregnant. However, Wu Hong's words gave him a different feeling. He raised his eyebrows and glared at him. "Hey! Don't tell me you're not going to deny it after eating it. Eat up." Ryuto's eyes widened when he heard that. "Don't insult my innocence for no reason. What did I eat and wipe away? You're still denying it. Dunya often went to look for you and even stayed at your house. I don't believe that you haven't done anything to her." At this point, Wu Hong crossed his arms in front of his chest with an attitude that said, "If you don't admit it, I'll beat you to death." It was as if he didn't feel that his words were embarrassing at all. Why would I do anything to Dunya? I really didn't." Suddenly, Ryuto didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he quickly shook his head. Indeed, in the past few months, Dunya did come to look for him frequently and even stayed overnight at the Rulong Group headquarters. However, how could Ryuto do that to Dunya? After all, Compared to Yunyen and Colored Glaze, who were even more intimate, Ryudo and Dunya were just bad friends until now. The two of them were on good terms, but they didn't have any romantic feelings. On one hand, it was because Dunya was still young and she hadn't opened her eyes to love. On the other hand, Ryudo felt that she was too young to do anything to her. Therefore, in this period of time, Ryudo, Yunyen and Colored Glaze often kissed and hugged, but he always treated Dunya as a friend. Not to mention doing anything to her, he didn't even kiss her. Who knew that after Ryudo said this, Woohong became even angrier. He said angrily, "Oh. Then you're looking down on my daughter." "Why would I? I still like Dunya, it's just what? It's just that I still can't see her as a woman. You know, whether it's her body or her personality." Although he didn't want to say this in front of Woohong, Ryudo had no choice but to say it. Did he like Dunya? Yes, he did. But liking her didn't mean that they had chemistry. Until now, Dunya didn't give Ryudo a moment of chemistry like Yunyen and Colored Glaze. Even if they shared a cup and kissed indirectly, neither of them would blush or have their hearts beat faster. It wasn't because Dunya was pretty or not, it was because the two of them got along too naturally and didn't have chemistry. It was just like how childhood sweethearts who were too familiar with each other wouldn't fall in love with each other. Well, it's not that I don't understand. Hearing this, Woohong couldn't help but sigh and smile bitterly. Compared to the child's mother, Ovila, she really doesn't have any feminine charm. Although Dunya looked cute, she didn't have any feminine charm. This was a fact that Woohong couldn't deny, especially when compared to her mother. In fact, from Dunya's doll-like beautiful appearance and Woohong's rough appearance, it wasn't hard to see that Dunya's mother had beautiful genes. The woman that made Woohong abandon his position as the successor of the Saito Club and stay in the snowy northern kingdom, and even fall out with his family to marry her, was a world-famous ballet dancer. At the same time, she was also the chief dancer of the Moscow Lavsky Theater Ballet Company. Back then, Ovila wasn't just beautiful. Her outstanding temperament and elegant figure made people fall head over heels for her. She was even known as the Northern Kingdom Princess, and was treated as a national treasure by the entire country. Woohong was attracted by the beauty and temperament of the Northern Kingdom Princess. Coincidentally, when Ovila was being forced by a nobleman, he stood up and chased away all the lackeys sent by the nobleman. That was how he won the heart of the beauty. It's a pity that Ovila died young. Dunya followed me, a rough man. Naturally, she was influenced by my rough habits. It's all my fault. When mentioning his late wife, Woohong's tone couldn't help but become gloomy. If Ovila didn't die so early, Dunya wouldn't have followed her mother for a longer time. She wouldn't have become such a tomboy. She would have been an elegant little princess. Don't say that. No one wants that. Suddenly, Ryudo walked over and patted Woohong's shoulder. Obviously, he understood the feelings of his future father-in-law. However, just when the two men were chatting in the hall, a slender figure was standing at the corner of the hall with her back against the wall. Speaking of which, Dunya had just finished showering and changed into a beautiful princess dress. She was preparing to quietly go out to receive the praise of her father and Ryudo. But she didn't expect that when she came to the corner, she would hear such an unexpected conversation. So that's how it is. I don't have the charm of a woman. Originally, Dunya had just passed her 16th birthday. She had suddenly turned from a young girl into an adult. She was somewhat anxious about the future. But at this time, she heard the conversation between Ryudo and Woohong. Her mood became even worse. So, Dunya didn't dare to let the two know that she was here. She quietly returned to her room and stood in front of the large full-body mirror to look at herself. Her reflection in the mirror was a young girl with unparalleled beauty. At this time, Dunya was wearing a gorgeous princess dress decorated with ribbons and lace. coupled with her long silver hair that flowed down like a waterfall, her skin that was as white as porcelain, and her facial features that looked like they were drawn with a ruler, she was as beautiful as a dream. If all other factors were excluded, Dunia's beauty was actually top-notch. Compared to Yunyan and colored glaze, she was even better. But, if a man had to choose a wife, his first choice wouldn't be Dunia. At least, Ryudo's first choice wouldn't be her. And the reason for this, Dunia was actually well aware of it. Charm of a woman. I've never thought about this before. Dunia, who was standing in front of the full-length mirror, sighed slightly. She slowly took out a pendant from her white neck. As the pendant opened, the small photo inside was exposed to the young girl's eyes. In the photo were two women, one big and one small. The small one looked innocent and very cute. The big one was elegant and moving. Her whole body emitted a strong aura of beauty. This photo was a photo of Dunia and her mother, Ovila. It was also the last photo of Ovila before she passed away from illness 10 years ago. Her mother in the photo was just like how Dunia remembered her. Not only was she beautiful and moving, but she also had a special charm. Her every frown, every smile, every action seemed to attract the attention of others. The spotlight on the stage uncontrollably fell on this princess of the Northern Kingdom. Ovila was a woman with this ability. However, although Dunia inherited Ovila's beauty, she obviously didn't inherit her temperament, or rather, she didn't have the time to inherit her temperament. After looking at the photo, Dunia couldn't help but slowly lower her head to look at her feet that were wearing round leather shoes. She recalled the scene when her mother taught her ballet when she was young. Dance is a kind of magic that brings out a girl's charm to the extreme. Dunia is so beautiful. If she learned how to dance, who knows how many boys would fall for her when she grows up. Hee hee. Back then, her mother said as she reached out to stroke Dunia's little head. Then, she gave her a pair of ballet shoes that were specially made for her younger daughter. Even if Dunia was a few times heavier than a normal person, as long as she had this pair of shoes, she would be able to dance lightly and gracefully. That was obviously what Ovila had in mind back then. It was a pity that all of these dreams had vanished with Ovila's departure. Since her mother passed away 10 years ago, Dunia never practiced ballet again. She never wore the pair of dancing shoes that she treasured when she was young. Until today, that pair of shoes was still in the cabinet. However, her feet had become too big and couldn't fit in anymore. Chapter 278. The Pearl of the Northern Kingdom, the daughter of Moscow's top dancer, Ovila, didn't know how to dance. She was also a rough, clumsy little bear who only cared about fighting and drinking vodka. Thinking of this, Dunia couldn't help but smile bitterly. She then looked at the girl in the mirror who was only beautiful, but was actually a tomboy. For the first time, she couldn't help but feel disgusted with herself. Mother is obviously an elegant and noble woman. Am I disgracing her like this? Originally, Dunia was already at the age of 16 and had just entered adulthood. After suddenly understanding the gap between her and her mother, the feeling was like adding salt to the wound. It was obviously a once-in-a-lifetime, coming-of-age ceremony. She was wearing the best clothes, she was dressed like a little princess. Her entire family and many friends came from afar to celebrate with her. But now Dunia couldn't feel happy at all. She even felt like a clown, and wanted to leave here as soon as possible and find a place where no one was. Knock, 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 knock. At this time, there was a slight knocking sound from the door, followed by Ryudo's signature voice. Hey, Dunia, have you changed your clothes? Yes. Then can I come in? Yes. After getting Dunia's permission, Ryudo pushed the door open and walked in with a smile. Oh, oh, oh. Today's little princess is so beautiful. Seeing Dunia's exquisite clothes, Ryudo couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Indeed, Dunya was a stunning beauty to begin with, and after washing up and dressing up, she looked like a fairy from an oil painting that had descended to the mortal world. It made people want to give her a whirlwind and throw her around. But in the face of Ryudo's praise, Dunya just glanced at him and walked out. At the same time, she said, "Let's go, the banquet is about to start." Oh. What happened? Following Dunya outside, Ryudo couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Although his nerves were a bit thick, he could clearly feel the strange aura from Dunya. What happened to her? It's my birthday and coming-of-age ceremony, why is she so unhappy? Is it because there's no vodka to drink? Or is it because there's no cream pancake to eat? Poor thing. After going back, I'll ask someone to prepare more vodka and cream pancakes for her to eat. Long Do didn't think too much about Dunya's strange mood at this time. He simply summed it up with a reason that a young girl might be unhappy with. And in this coming-of-age ceremony, Dunya's performance was very normal. All the members of the Saitu Guild Hall, who came from afar, sat in rows in the banquet hall. Under the warm hospitality of Wu Hong and the other members of the Saitu Guild Hall, this banquet could be said to be very enjoyable for both the guests and the host. Especially when Dunya, dressed in a gorgeous dress, walked to the podium to speak as the protagonist of today's banquet, her maturity and sense of steadiness surprised everyone. Oh, Dunya is so steady today, it looks like she really grew up. When Dunya finished her speech and walked down the podium, Ryudo clapped his hands and smiled at Colored Glaze and Yun Yen, who were sitting next to him. Because today was a banquet occasion, the two beauties wore a very standard dress, but Colored Glaze's was a Japanese dress, and Yun Yen's was a Western dress. These two beauties sitting next to Ryudo gave people the feeling of one foot on two ships, two big aircraft carriers. It was really a pity, like two flowers inserted in a giant cow dung. But at this moment, Colored Glaze slightly raised her eyebrows and sneered, "Do you think Dunya suddenly grew up, so that's why she looks like that? Ha! Otherwise." At this time, Colored Glaze had already hinted at something, but Ryudo obviously didn't notice it. Idiot, she obviously has something in her heart, and she's depressed, so that's why she's like this. You really don't understand a woman's heart. Seeing Ryudo's dull look, Colored Glaze really wanted to punch him. Although Dunya had been pretending as if nothing had happened, Colored Glaze's sharp eyes and meticulous thoughts naturally saw through that guy's underwear at a glance. Without a doubt, Dunya was feeling depressed because she didn't know what was going on. The most exaggerated thing was that Ryudo actually didn't see it at all, which made Colored Glaze feel pity for his nerves that were thicker than steel. How did this young lady fall for this fellow at that time? Could it be that I fell for his fearless personality? Thinking of this, Colored Glaze couldn't help but sigh deeply, as if she was silently mourning for her hopelessly low standards in choosing a partner. Dunya has something in her heart. Feeling down. Ha! Now that you mention it, that seems to be the case. At this time, after hearing Colored Glaze's words, Ryudo finally realized that there was something wrong with that guy just now. Usually, Dunya was an optimist who showed everything on her face. Other than fighting, drinking, and eating, she basically didn't have any special hobbies. Because of this, Dunya usually didn't reveal the sentimental emotions of a young girl. Over time, it was very easy for people to overlook that she was actually just a 16-year-old little girl. After her coming-of-age ceremony ended, Dunya, who walked down from the podium, didn't follow her father to the dining table. Instead, she found an excuse to go to a secluded corridor not far away. To be honest, it wasn't that Dunya wasn't hungry, but she felt that she didn't have the appetite to eat, as if there was a stone blocking her heart. But it had to be said that this method of escaping made her feel very ashamed, because Dunya had already decided not to escape, but she still didn't want to go to the crowded banquet hall. Phew. What am I doing? Unknowingly, Dunya couldn't help but sigh. I also want to know what you're doing, tell me. It's useless even if I tell you, people like me. Yeah. Originally, Dunya wanted to casually say, people like me are probably hopeless, but halfway through, she realized that the wall beside her definitely couldn't talk. So Dunya quickly turned her head and saw that Ryuto's figure in a black suit was already here, looking at her with a curious gaze. When she realized that the sentence just now was actually Ryuto's question, Dunya almost instinctively broke into a run, throwing her determination to not escape into the smelly ditch. Whoosh! But before Dunya could run a step, a warm, wide hand grabbed her right wrist, and then the seemingly light, but actually heavy body was pulled back. Hey, immediately running when you see me, are you acting out a Cinderella? Speaking of which, your crystal shoes didn't fall off. After pulling back Dunya, who wanted to run in a hurry, Ryuto looked at her feet wrapped in white stockings and leather shoes, as if he was questioning why the shoes were still firmly on her feet. When she was pulled back by Ryuto, Dunya first snorted, then lowered her head and said in a small voice, "Humph. What does it have to do with you?" Although she was pulled back by Ryuto, Dunya was actually still in a depressed state, so she wasn't in the mood to mess around with this idiot. What's wrong? Is there something you're unhappy about? Who pissed you off? Should I beat him up to help you vent your anger? Seeing that the little girl was unwilling to talk to him, Ryuto put his arm around her shoulder as usual, and pretended to be a boss as he spoke into her ear. Who knew that after Ryuto put his arm around her shoulder, Dunya's face turned red, and she quickly shook her shoulder to shake off his stinky hand, and then quickly stepped back a few steps. What's wrong? Why is this guy like a little hedgehog today? I can't even get close. Ryuto, who was shaken off by Dunya's hand, was somewhat puzzled at this time. After all, if it was normal, Dunya would tell him immediately if she was unhappy about something. Weren't the two of them good buddies who could talk about anything? Why did it suddenly become like this? He couldn't even hug her shoulder. Just as Ryuto was puzzled, the small phone in his pocket vibrated a few times, indicating that there was an incoming call. Sorry, I have to take the call first. After saying goodbye to Dunya, Ryuto turned around and took out the anti-eavesdropping phone that Sensible specially made for him. He pressed the answer button. From the caller ID, it was one of the 3 leaders of the Black Hand Alliance, Kai Yang. He was also the leader of the Big Dipper Alliance Armed Front. Because Kai Yang and Ryuto were from the same hometown, the two would occasionally go to Tessa's shop to drink, so their relationship was quite close. Hello. Kai Yang. What's up? Ryuto, because the Tomahawk in Moscow has a new leader, they want to sign a new weapon supply contract with us, and the price will be tripled. After the call was connected, Kai Yang's calm voice came from the other side, but the words didn't sound so good. As the leader of the Big Dipper Alliance, Kai Yang's main business was to smuggle firearms from all over the world, and the main supplier was the Northern Mafia, which was the bear-named Tomahawk. Tomahawk. Tripling the price. Hearing this, Ryuto couldn't help but snort. Are their brains fried? Triple. They're not the only supplier in the Northern Mafia, we won't buy from anyone else at this price. The problem is that the large mafia, including the Mo Xiong and the Arctic villains, have already refused to negotiate with us, and they have threatened not to let other small dealers contact us. So that's why they want to extort us. Suddenly, Ryuto understood what the Mo Xiong Mafia were thinking. They saw that the Black Hand Alliance was rising too quickly in Japan, so they wanted to extort more from Ryuto and the others. Kai Yang, I want to go to Moscow to see the new leader of the Tomahawk, arrange it for me immediately. You? Personally? That's not good, it might be dangerous, those guys aren't normal. It's okay. They're not normal, and I'm not normal either. Saying this, Ryudo couldn't help but reveal a bloodthirsty smile, and at the same time, he couldn't help but loosen his muscles. After all, he hadn't personally dealt with someone in a long time, and recently, he was itching for a fight. Coincidentally, this dumb bear came to his door, so how could he not exercise? Chapter 279. Speaking of the Mafia, most people may not have a deep impression of them because they are not as famous as the Italian Mafia, the Japanese Yakuza, the Mexican drug lords and other big organizations. However, only those who were in the know would know that Mao Xiong's Mafia had a long history and a long history. It was the only mafia in the world that had a complete industrial chain and the largest range of influence. The earliest mafia came from the Gulag, a labor camp under the Soviet system. It was the largest labor camp in the world and even in the history of mankind. It was said that more than 20 million people had been imprisoned in it for decades. With such a large number of prisoners, it unintentionally formed a special small society. The only thing this society believed in was the dark code of absolute power. In the end, an unprecedented profession was even born in the Gulag, disciplinary bandit. Before joining the profession, they had to swear an oath of complete obedience to the precepts of crime and refuse to work legally. All necessities had to be obtained through crime. Otherwise, they would not hesitate to starve or freeze. From a certain perspective, a law thief was a pure bad guy with a goal. It was impossible to work. Even if they starved to death, they would not work. If there was no food, they would rob. If there was no money, they would steal. Whoever dared to work to earn money for their family was a traitor. They would drown in the toilet. After the outbreak of World War II, many law thieves in the Gulag were sent to the battlefield and became members of the punishment camp. Basically, they were the ultimate cannon fodder who charged at the front of the battle and were responsible for taking bullets. Although the law thieves suffered heavy casualties during World War II, some of them survived and returned to the Gulag prison. Those who survived from the cannon fodder camp were basically people that even the king of hell wouldn't dare to accept. They were fierce men who had truly experienced blood and fire. Every day, they would put their heads on their waists and charge towards long guns and cannons. In the end, as the Gulag was completely abolished, these fierce men who had fought in wars, carried guns, and worked in labor camps were directly thrown into normal society, thus giving birth to all kinds of mafias. From this point of view, the Japanese Kyoto that Ryudo and the others belonged to was simply a kindergarten-level organization compared to the Mao Bear Mafia. Whether it was combat power, organizational ability, or history, they were not on the same level. In the legends of the Mao Bear Mafia, the most exciting and unbelievable thing was that this group of guys had once sold nuclear materials. It was said that someone once went to the Mao Bear Mafia and said that he wanted to buy a nuclear submarine. In the end, the mafia manager did not say that he had it, nor did he say that he did not have it. Instead, he directly asked, "Do you want it with missiles or without missiles?" Of course, this might just be a joke, but it also reflected how much wealth the mafia had received after the collapse of the Soviet Union. It even included some top scientists who specialized in nuclear weapons. It was simply a fantasy. Therefore, Mao Xiong's mafia was very strong, very strong. It was not the ordinary kind of strong. It belonged to the type whose strength far exceeded their fame. Kai Yang, who had been working with Tomahawk and other mafias for many years, was naturally very clear about this situation. Therefore, he obviously didn't approve of Ryudo's move to go to Moscow to negotiate with those guys. Kai Yang certainly knew how good his boss was at fighting, but from a certain perspective, it wasn't a matter of whether he could fight or not. The mafia absorbed a lot of nutrients from the collapse of the Soviet Union, which was a huge opportunity that no other mafia in the world had. There were a lot of guns, ammunition, and even all kinds of heavy weapons. Even if Ryudo could fight, as long as he was surrounded by dozens, hundreds, or thousands of submachine guns, he would still die on the spot. You should think carefully. That's their territory. No matter how many people we send, they have more people. We don't need to send a lot of people. We're just going to negotiate with the new leader of Tomahawk, not to start a war. But the new leader, don't worry. If we really fight, he can only jump here. Anyway, go and arrange for Mao Xiong's people to prepare to welcome him. I'll fly over tomorrow. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Ryudo, Kai Yang could only sigh. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly contacted the most elite members of the Black Hand Alliance in Mao Xiong. Regardless of whether or not the negotiations with Ryudo would succeed, at the very least, they had to ensure his personal safety. This was what Kai Yang cared about the most. What new head of Tomahawk? I don't know what he's talking about. After hanging up the phone, Long Do subconsciously complained. However, before he turned his head, a complicated voice came from the side. Are you going to Moscow? Tomorrow. Ryudo looked to the side and saw that Dunya had unknowingly snuck up to his side. Presumably, the little princess had heard some of the conversation just now. Yes, I have some business problems to deal with. I want to go too. Ah. You also want to. By the way, Moscow is your hometown, right? You were born there. If Ryudo remembered correctly, Dunya was born in Moscow, the capital of Mao Xiong, and lived there until she was 6 years old. It was also after Dunya's mother passed away that Wu Hong, who didn't have any relatives in Moscow, brought Dunya back to Japan. It could be said that Moscow, for Dunya, was a hometown that existed only in her memories. Even if she went back once a year to pay respects to her mother, the father and daughter were in a hurry and didn't have a good time there for a long time. If it was under normal circumstances, Ryudo naturally wouldn't refuse Dunya's request. But this time, Ryudo didn't go to Moscow for a vacation, but to negotiate with the mafia. The so-called negotiation, especially the negotiation with Mao Xiong, really anything could happen. If there was a disagreement, there might be a killing on the spot. With Ryudo's current inhuman strength, he certainly didn't have to be afraid of the mafia like Tomahawk, but if he brought Dunya with him, it seemed that he was looking down on her. It doesn't matter. After telling Dunya the ins and outs, she said faintly, "It's just the mafia. It's not like I haven't been chased by the mafia with my father when I was a child." Mafia. Well, Wu Hong did do this kind of thing. Hearing this, Ryudo remembered that Wu Hong and Kazuma fought with the mafia in Siberia before. Although Ryudo didn't see it with his own eyes, it was said that the two had killed the mafia there before. Dunya might have been involved when she was a child. Of course, the most important thing was that Dunya was not an ordinary little girl now. In the past few months, Dunya had mastered the martial arts of Saitu Club to a very high level. She even defeated many teachers. Her strength was quite amazing. Now she did have the confidence to not put the ordinary mafia in her eyes. However, the trip to Moscow this time was indeed very difficult. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, Long Do really didn't want to bring Dunya along. But she stubbornly insisted on going with them, so there was no other way. "If you don't take me, then I will go by myself. It's none of your business if something happens." Since Dunya had already put it this way, Long Do had no choice but to take her along. After all, it was more dangerous for her to go to Moscow alone. With the power of a tomahawk, they would definitely find out her relationship with Ryudo and capture her as a hostage. So, early the next morning, Ryudo booked a ticket to Moscow with Dunya. They set off from Tokyo International Airport and flew to Moscow Sheremetyevo Airport. From Tokyo to Moscow, the flight time was almost 9 hours. Throughout the flight, Dunya had an indifferent look on her face. She didn't seem to be happy at all. Dunya, do you want to eat potato chips? No. Dunya, do you want to play games? I brought 2 game consoles. I don't want to play. Dunya, I ordered cream cookies for you in the cabin at noon. Are you happy? Thank you. Just like this, no matter how Ryudo tried to get close to her, Dunya, who was sitting next to the window, just looked at the scenery outside the window and didn't say a word. Needless to say, this Dunya was actually quite pleasing to the eye. Previously, Ryudo's comment on Dunya was, "What a beautiful little loli, it's a pity that she has a mouth." After all, at that time, Dunya was degrading and cursing as soon as she opened her mouth. At this time, Dunya became much quieter. The expression on her face was very cold, and she didn't even speak. With the northern-style light blue broggy dress on her body, she looked like a beautiful doll. But even so, Ryudo was still a little worried when he saw her like this. Yesterday, at the coming-of-age ceremony of Miss Saito, her "I don't love anyone" look was very surprising. Who would have thought that after getting on the plane a day later, Tonia's attitude was still the same, and there was no change at all? What's wrong with her? Why does she feel like she was wronged? But Dunya didn't look like the kind of person who would cry after being wronged. For Ryudo, who was relatively insensitive, he couldn't understand Dunya's delicate thoughts at this time. After trying all kinds of methods, he could only let her calm down for a while. 9 hours later, the flight successfully arrived at the Sheremetyevo airport of the northern capital, Moscow. Although it was October at the end of autumn, the weather in Moscow was very cold compared to Tokyo. Even if there was no snow today, the temperature was still in the single digits. Moscow. I'm back. After getting off the plane, Dunya looked at the city where she was born, and a complicated expression flashed in her eyes. Chapter 280. When Ryudo and Dunya got off the plane and walked out of the exit, he saw an Asian man holding a sign with the strange surname Tongnyo in the crowded pickup line. According to Kai Yang, he would do his best to arrange all the forces of the Big Dipper Alliance in Moscow to ensure Ryudo's safety. Naturally, there would be local members responsible for the pickup. Because there were spies everywhere in Moscow, they couldn't use the conspicuous surname Tongsheng. After all, the boss of the Black Hand Alliance, Ryudo Kiryu, was already quite famous worldwide. "Hello, Boss Tongsheng." Seeing Ryudo and Dunya walking over, the Asian man quickly put away the sign and quickly bowed to them. He also made a special communication gesture of the Black Hand Alliance. Currently, under the management of Long Do, Luli, and the others, the alliance already had a complete set of systems. From the communication between superiors and subordinates to all kinds of secret codes, they had everything. Even the foreign intelligence network had been completely set up. When he followed the elite member from the Big Dipper Alliance out, Ryudo asked casually, "Now the boss of Tomahawk already knows I'm coming, right?" "Yes, Boss Kai Yang has already sent a meeting request to Mr. Yakov, and they also responded that Boss Tongsheng is welcome at any time." "Oh. You mainly deal with Tomahawk here, right? You should be familiar with their new boss, Yakov. What kind of person do you think he is?" When asked this question, the Han man named Yi Xian frowned slightly and said cautiously, "Mr. Yakov is the most despicable villain. I don't think I can trust anything he says." According to what Yi Xian knew, the new boss of Tomahawk, Yakov, was the son-in-law of the old boss, Bolev. Since he married Bolev's daughter, he had made a meteoric rise in the gang. Even after Bolev's accidental death, not long ago, he naturally became the new head of the gang. The old boss of Tomahawk, Bolev, had been an old friend of Kai Yang for more than 10 years. If Bolov was still alive, there was no way he would have made such an extortionate request to the Black Hand Alliance. Yi Xian had seen Yakov many times over the years in Moscow. How should he put it? Every time, he felt that this man was filled with deep malice. Recently, the underground world of Moscow has been spreading like wildfire, saying that Bolev's death is related to Yakov. I believe this rumor 100%. After bringing Ryudo and Dunya to the airport, Yi Xian directed several men in suits to drive over and welcome his brother and sister-in-law into the car. It took about an hour to drive from Sheremetyevo Airport to Moscow City, which gave Ryudo and Yi Xian some time to communicate. In other words, the problem this time is probably the new boss of Tomahawk, Yakov, right? After getting in the car, Ryudo looked at Dunya, who was leaning against the window, seemingly deep in thought, and asked Yi Xian, who was sitting in the passenger seat. It's hard to say. But Yi Xian shook his head. He signaled the driver to drive and calmly reported, if it was only Yakov alone, he would at most control Tomahawk to not trade with us. But this time, there are 7 or 8 other mafia groups that refuse to trade with us. This is not something Yakov can do. According to what Kai Yang had said, 7 or 8 mafias in Moscow, including Beremo and Arctic Scoundrel, had rejected the arms deal with the Black Hand Alliance. This matter was truly unusual. If it was only Yakov who had a problem, then he could only represent Tomahawk at most. It was impossible for him to have the power to involve so many other mafias. After all, those mafias and Tomahawk were competitors and even enemies. So I suspect that there is a bigger force involved. Or it's not a suspicion, but there is definitely a bigger force involved, but I haven't figured out who it is. Therefore, for most forces, the most troublesome part of creating a nuclear weapon was to obtain the materials and resist the pressure, not the creation itself. Because of the existence of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, any force that wanted to make nuclear weapons would be sanctioned by international gangsters. In addition, the materials were hard to find, so there were very few forces that had nuclear weapons. It didn't mean that nuclear weapons were difficult to make. But would a woman like I am care about this? What a joke. At the end of the original storyline, Yongji used all the resources of the corporation to create a large hydrogen bomb called the Sixth Demon's Wrath. As long as it was detonated, it would cause the entire island to explode, causing the Earth's crust to change, earthquakes, and tsunamis to follow one after another. In the end, the entire country would be finished. At that time, many players were wondering where IM got so many nuclear materials. Now it seemed that Ryuto had accidentally found the answer. So that's how it is. It seems that the nuclear materials of the Heavenly Eye group were obtained from the Hairy Bear Mafia. Then the person who came to communicate and purchase should be him. He seems to be a hairy bear too. Thinking of this, Ryuto couldn't help but think of a weirdo with a muscular body who wore a windbreaker no matter how hot the weather was. The head of the Heavenly Eye Group's weapons department, Nikolai. In the original work, Nikolai was a hairy bear. It was said that he used to be a KGB agent serving the Soviet Union. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, he accidentally met IM and was taken in by her, becoming the core force of this group. Such an old agent who was born in Moscow and had a wide range of contacts in many fields, plus the exaggerated background and wealth of the Heavenly Eye Group, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach an agreement with the mafia like Tomahawk. In that case, the main opponent this time wasn't just Tomahawk, but also the weapons department behind them. Ryuto had a deep impression of the weapons department that was mainly responsible for the development and use of weapons in the original work. How to describe it? If the pharmacy department was a group of monster doctors led by Yomi who developed superhuman potions like Hell Butterfly, then the weapons department was a group of monster designers led by Nikolai who developed all kinds of strange and highly destructive weapons. For example, that the bullet absorption device that Ryudo was tricked by IM in the unrestrained Sky Tower was the work of the weapons department. It was easy to imagine how powerful the technology of these guys was. It was completely beyond the level of half an era. If he wanted to fight with them in Moscow, Ryudo, Yi Xian, and a few other members wouldn't be enough. So after Ryudo reacted, he quickly dialed Gao Yuan's number. "Hello, boss? What's the matter?" Gao Yuan immediately mobilized the Dragon Fang to Moscow. They must arrive by tomorrow. No matter what mission they are on, temporarily stop. There's something important to deal with. Understood. I'll do it right away. Although Ryudo didn't make it very clear, Gao Yuan immediately nodded and agreed. After all, in Gao Yuan's understanding, if the boss did this, he must have his reasons. He should do what he should do and not ask what he shouldn't ask.